Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Giant Series Season 2 qualifiers. Oh my gosh, it's going great already. I'm Doa. Here with me is Excoundrel. How you doing today, man?
I wouldn't beat yourself up, mate. It's much earlier in the morning for
It's
you
like
than it is for
9
me.
a.m. for me. This isn't even esports morning. This is like esports 3 a.m., all right? Not regular 3 a.m. We're still up playing games, but like 3 a.m. for esports where normal esports people are sleeping. But hey, I'm happy to be up bright and early for some team fight tactics. We've got a North American qualifiers, lots of good players to see who gets through. And again, I feel like today is bittersweet because we're going to see a lot of great TFT, but we're also going to see a lot of really good players not make it through to Giant Slayer Series Season 2, which is going to be a little bit rough, but it's going to be fun either way, huh?
Yeah, honestly, I was really, really excited to see Europe yesterday, and obviously, congratulations to our top 8 there. Now moving on to North America, a lot of recognizable names here. Very much looking forward to see who can make it through across our 6 games today and work their way in to join Europe in the Giant Slayer Series 2.
Yeah, so let's take a look at our format. You might be a little bit familiar with it from yesterday. As you can see, there are going to be 16 players from North America. We're going to play 12 total games today. Now, how that's going to work is we're basically going to play all 12. We're going to play 2 simultaneously. So we will see one lobby. And if it ends quickly, we can jump over and see the end of the other one. But don't worry, we're going to be updating you with the results all day long. And by the end of the day, 6 games from now, we're going to find out who our 8 representatives from NA for Giant Slayer Series Season 2 are going to be.
Yeah, and like I said, many, many notable names today in North America. You have such a huge streaming community in the North American side of things. You're going to notice a lot of these guys are very popular streamers. I think there's a big
Yeah.
crossover between being an excellent TFT player and also these guys putting in the hours and stream as well. So I think I really couldn't call any winners. I think, again, like we said yesterday, there were some surprise winners in Europe, also some familiar faces there, and I think it's going to be a similar story for North America.
I mean, with the changes in the meta too, it's really impossible to call right now. But let's take a look at our prize pool real quick for the qualifiers here. It's going to be 200 for first, 100 for second, and so on from there. So a little bit of money for hanging out, playing some TFT, hopefully making it to a Giant Slayer series. But let's move on and take a look at the player standings actually, and see who it is that's going to be competing today for those 8 spots in Giant Slayer Series Season 2. Some notable names on there. One I'm really happy to see, actually. Well, a lot of them I'm happy to see. But Grand Vice and Polt, 2 players that we haven't seen a lot in Giant Slayer series. They weren't in Season 1, obviously. But 2 very good players, and players that are kind of very familiar with that new style of sort of, well, quote unquote, new style, right? But like the style of not forcing a comp, not saying I'm going to play this, but just really moving like water, flowing with what the items and the champions give you throughout the game and making your best comp out of that. It's fun to watch.
I'm happy that you mentioned Polt as well, because I feel like he's one of the most influential North American players right now, because he also popularized the pre-level at 2-3 to
Yeah.
make sure that you hit level 5 coming out of the first carousel round in stage 2. So he's kind of influenced a lot of play in North America, and I'm very excited to see him. And I know you've got a bit of history with Polt as well,
Oh yeah, and
going way back to StarCraft 2.
it's not like bad history. We're not like enemies or
No, no,
anything like
no,
that.
no.
We actually go way back. Yeah, I casted a ton of Pulse games in Korea in StarCraft 2. I was really, really good friends with his coach on his team SCV life back in the day, and so I'd be hanging out at the team house watching him play. Got some like personal coaching from an SC2 way, way back when. None of it actually worked. I was still terrible, but it was helpful at least. Thanks a lot, Paul. But anyway, it's great to see him in here. Hopefully he makes it. He's a great player. He's been tearing up the NA ladder, but it's not just about him. We've got a lot of really good names on this. Obviously, names like Crowan, who seems to always sneak into top 8 of a tournament, no matter what the tournament is. You've got Tien, Kyun, Becca as well, who can be a very exciting player to watch. Very high highs, very low lows, but always entertaining. Sojo, Ine, always a top player on the NA ladder. Kiting is hard. Same with him. Final BC Natures. You could honestly just name everybody on this list and get excited about them in the tournament.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of these North American players are very recognizable. They all have big brands in terms of their stream or their content creation on other platforms as well. So
Right.
I think there's a lot of exciting names to follow, and obviously you guys can all follow that through Juked, so you can see all those perspectives too, and it's going to be very interesting.
That's right. Big thanks to Juked for sponsoring the tournament and providing an awesome landing page where you can see all of the players' views if you want to. You can stick here and watch the main stream, but if you want to just track one player, if you want to learn a particular style and you notice somebody's playing it, you can jump over to that first person view and get like a really good insight into how exactly they do that round by round. So thanks to Juke for providing that. And also just for being a great site to go find esports in general. Glad to have them on board. So we are just minutes away, moments away. I'm not sure how far away, but not far away from our first game today. Going back a little bit, going back to yesterday, we saw a lot of great players qualify from EU. But in your opinion, Excoundrel, what really kind of stood out as one of the like the major memories of yesterday's qualifiers?
We're with Croydon. I believe we're going into the first game as well.
Oh,
By the
never
way,
mind.
so
Yeah, forget that.
yeah,
Forget
yeah.
EU. It's all about NA right now. Let's get into the game here. Jumping on board with Cloud9's own Crowan as we get things started is a normal galaxy with normal items. What is going on, dude?
I
That's
know.
crazy. I don't
I
remember last
actually
time I'd seen that.
I had 3 treasure troves in a row today, so I can't even remember what a normal galaxy looks like. Uh, I think I think it's interesting to reflect back on Europe yesterday and ask what the meta was like for there, because I don't know if we're going to see the same kind of meta reflected in North America. It'll be
Sure.
interesting to see what kind of compositions are put into the field. I think obviously we saw a lot of mech yesterday. We saw a lot of Kale Carry. We saw a lot of Brawler Blaster. There was a good amount, actually less than I thought, sorcerer-based compositions, which I thought we'd see a bit more either Candyland or either GP6 Sork as well. So we didn't
Yeah.
see as much of that in the tournament. But the most consistent comps were generally like Cybernetics, Kale Carry, Brawler Blaster, and then obviously the sort of the mech comps that we saw pop up as well.
I think it was a good sort of cross section of what a lot of people consider to be like the best way to play TFT right now. There are those outliers that you mentioned, like Sorcerer, Void is out there as well, Candyland once in a while. But I would wager that looking at this list of players, we're probably going to see a lot more of the same, a lot more of what's kind of established as sort of the standard, quote unquote, good way to play TFT right now. But yeah, let's quick review the players in this particular lobby. We've got Soju, Becca, Kiting is Hard, Tien, and I was reading the list on the side, and now it's not there anymore because Crone just won that round. There we go. It's going to be Kiyun, Grand Vice, and Ine, as well as Crone, of course, for this particular lobby. And so two
This is a
games
really stacked
with
lobby.
these guys, and then we're going to swap it up because there are 16 players total today.
This is a really stacked lobby, duh. Like you
Yeah.
look at these names, this is like super high-end North American ladder. I think all of these players are incredibly good at the game as well. So I'm
Mhm.
very much excited to see this one in particular. I think we're kicking off the North American qualifiers with a bit of a bang here. And obviously following Crowan, who is an incredible player, like you said, just somehow managed to get himself into those top 8s every single time.
Well,
And he
it's
looks like
interesting.
he's got, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying he looks like he's potentially opening up his options right now, Doa, to cybernetics or potentially working towards an infiltrator start.
Yeah, definitely a solid way to open the game. We should say too, you are in the UK right now, and I am in California, so we are about as far away as two co-casters could possibly get. So there is a little bit of audio delay between the two of us. So if we step on each other's toes, that's why, guys. We're working
Yeah,
intercontinental for this one.
exactly like that.
Yep.
We have a little bit of delay going over from the UK to California. So if we sometimes end up talking over each other because the delay just comes through. But yeah,
But
it's
this
it's
is the
it's
great thing
part
about
of the
esports,
online.
right? Yeah,
Yeah,
is that we can
exactly.
do this in the first place.
It's part of the online challenge that we have right now. But I think we can make it work. We can make it work.
I've got a good feeling. So a couple Zoes in the shop. Now I would buy those immediately because I'm me. But Crowan, like you mentioned, going for something a little bit more stable. One of the most stable things you can go though early on is a two Vanguard, two Sorcerer. It is a good opening. It's flexible in that you can drop those sorcerers easily for Chrono. You can toss in like a Blaster or something and a Fiora for cybernetics. Ooh, but a couple Kazakhs. I don't know. Do you go for the Kazakhs here? I would be wary.
I like Kazakhs if you can combine him with a Kaiser. I just don't
Yeah.
rate Kazakhs as an individual unit early on because, as you can see with the positioning that Crowan's put up right now, this is like specifically designed to stop Kazakhs having a huge effect on your backline. You put your backline either really far up or you put your front line really far back to try and prevent
Mhm.
Kazakhs getting isolation. Now he has gone for it because it's a 2-star and a 2-star unit's just good, right? But
Right.
it's I don't rate Kazakhs a huge amount because, like in this situation, you're just not going to get value from Kazakhs. He's just not a great unit right now.
Yeah, well, I think the big thing you mentioned is that I agree with is that he doesn't get the isolation damage because units tend to be so clumped up in the very early game. So it's really just that two-star power, you know. Oh, but Jace slams in. Becca actually with an early Jace is pretty sick to see. That's always something that you're just really happy about. When that early Jace shows up, you're like, all right, you're not 3 gold. You're actually a valuable member of my Vanguard team right now.
Jace is insane. Like, if I get a Jace in the early game, I'm slamming it and I'm putting on like at least a need a large rod if I can get it. You know, I'm putting a rod
Oh
on
yeah.
Jace and saying, go to town, mate, because he is an incredibly powerful unit. In fact, I've had Jaces carry me to level 8, a single 1-star Jace. You know, in a 6 sorcerer comp or whatever, he's carried me to level 8 to allow me to
Oh,
search for my
he's
blanket.
he's core, right? Like
Yeah.
Jace is one of the 2 core vanguards for the sorcerer vanguard build. It's Jason Wukong usually if you can get it. And yeah, if you can get a super early Jace like that, you're good. Like you said, for like a long time, you can ride that win streak, especially once you hit the 4 sorcerer bonus. But as far as Crone's doing right now, he has the opportunity to go cybernetics, but he just really doesn't have the items, and you don't really want to break up a 2-star like Kha'Zix just yet. So he's going to try to ride this for a little bit longer, but this Zephyr might mess him up a little bit. He's also not win streaking, so there's no big hurry to kind of change things up.
Yeah, I think the problem with cybernetics is that although the synergy's good early, if you've only just got 1-star cybernetics,
Yeah,
you're not actually gonna be winning many rounds with that. It's quite difficult to make work, and I think you need a Lucian with a red buff really to then combine it with the Graves at level 4 to really
right.
get the win streak going. But I think what he's done here is correct. Like, Ionic Spark is just a good item to combine early, and it's very, very universally adaptable. So I think what Crone's doing is fine. He's just slammed some 2 stars on the board and said, "Right, let's see where we go."
Well, I think Crone has always been one of those players too. As we check out the second carousel, which is again shockingly normal. But Crone is one of those players that for a long time has just been kind of flowing with the game and playing his best board and not really trying to force anything the way a lot of other players do. And so I think he's one of the players that will probably excel in this meta because it kind of favors that style more.
Yeah, and I think there are definitely comps that you can kind of default to time and time again if you want to.
I
But I
mean, we've
think
got Kuhn in this lobby, so we know one person's probably
yeah,
defaulting to a comp.
yeah, yeah, I think that you can't talk about Kyun without talking about the likes of Mech, right? But I think
Yeah, we'll see him
in
later.
general, I think in general the meta favors people who have the ability to really have a flexible mid game and utilize items and 2 items that I think can work in lots of comps and you can see it on Crone's screen right now is Deathblade and Ionic Spark. He's not
Yeah.
closing himself off right here. This is good for cybernetics. This is good for Brawler Blaster. It's potentially even good if you really wanted to go Zaya, but he's level 5, so he probably won't do that. So yeah, I think he's just kept his options open right now.
Right, and I mean that Deathblade on the Kha'Zix is probably going to be pretty strong. It's a damage boost right away, but we've seen some kind of funky stuff like a Deathblade plus Runin's Hurricane can really power up your Kha'Zix very quickly. And there are some legit like Kha'Zix builds right now, so he could hang on to that for a long time and go for something like the Kha'Zix build if he finds an opportunity. He's already got an Ionic Spark as well, so he's kind of got the pieces started with that.
Yeah, he could go for the 3-star Kha'Zix rapid fire cannon build as well that we saw yesterday, which was the
Right.
Void rapid fire and the one that I believe it
Oh,
was lit
really Jinx.
Duck. Yeah, he's got the Jinx. You see, this is keeping himself open now. We just talked about it. He's like, damn, Deathblade Jinx. I can now pivot into Blaster Brawler. I don't
Yeah.
have to go cybernetics here. This is a really heads up decision from Crone, and that's why those items worked out so well for him.
So he was debating. I was going to say debating taking out cybernetics for this, and where I think his cybernetics were only 1 star. I don't have a problem with him at all swapping that synergy out. I think it's ideal. He puts in the Cassidon as well, which is just a good frontliner. Like a lot of pro players are starting to say, "Hey, Cassidon in isolation is just actually a great unit," which is something I think people have been suspecting for a long time. But now a lot of pros are just saying it. Like if you get a chance to put Cassidon in the early game or early mid game, just do it.
Who knew that disarming the enemy team so they couldn't base it was a good thing?
Having a
It's
big
basically
AOE ultimate.
exactly. He's like a 100% sword breaker in the right position, right? So
Yeah.
he's just a good unit to have in. Plus, Ionic Spark works so well with him because he's melee. Plus, it's going to buff the damage on his ultimate a bit.
Right.
I think a 2-star Kha'Zix as well can carry you all the way through to the end of round 4 as a really good, useful utility unit in any composition. So I think it's a good play. He's going to actually sacrifice this for the Poppy here.
I
I guess
think that's a legit decision, I guess. I like what Cassidon does, everything we just talked about, but There's definitely something to be said for like a two-star Poppy because she just does not die for a long time, and it gives your blasters, especially Jinx, tons of time to go off.
I'm wondering whether he's using this now, Doa, to say, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna go back into Vanguards after this, maybe bring the Lucian back in and go Vanguard, Cybernetic Blaster," which would be like
Possibly.
a pretty strong stage 3 comp. So I guess that's where I'm thinking his decision might be going with that Poppy pickup.
Yeah, we'll have to check that out a little bit later. Let's swap to one of the other players in our lobby. Let's see what Becca is up to right now. She has got a nice little Space Pirate Vanguard start, adding in the Celestial as well with the Zaya and the Jin Jiao. So this is definitely looking like the start of a Space Jam comp. Ionic Spark is a pretty common item on the Darius. So we'll see what this turns into. Right now, I think it's perfectly fine to have it on the 2-star Graves. He's tanky, he's fine. You get the ZZ Rod effect as well. So pretty solid comp. She's number one in the lobby.
Yeah, she's got a 2-star Darius, and 2-star Darius is just insane. She has the Jace with the Vanguard bonus. She's got the Zerot portal, which is a really nice item to guarantee or help you push forward win streaks. So I think Becca's in a great spot, and I do agree with you with her units on the bench and the units and items that she's currently got equipped right now. It very much feels like this is going to be a Space Jam
All
game.
right.
She's
So
also at 40 gold, by the way, Doa, so almost ready to start slow rolling as well.
she's rich. We need to have a conversation about this item, right? All right. Is it Zizirot or Zerat? There's a debate. A lot of people say Zizirot. A lot of people say Zerat. What do you think? What's your opinion on it?
I say Zerot or Zerot, but I don't say Zerot. The only reason I say that is because it's easier to say. I just say
See,
Zerot
I've
more.
always thought Zerot too, like Zerat, like just, enhance the Z a little bit. But
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
actual Riot casters saying Zizirot, but then some of them don't. So I don't know. Where's the clarification? We need
I,
answers.
I think it's technically Zerot, but I just say Zerot because it's easier to say, and I'm a man that's lazy. I'm just a lazy man, so
Hey,
I'm
well,
happy to just say Zerot.
caster life, right?
Exactly, exactly. I'm not doing a real job, though. I'm talking about video games for a living, so I have to be lazy.
That's right. Nothing wrong with that. Ooh, Becca in a little bit of trouble here. This Rebel comp is actually going to give her her first loss here. The Zerat slash Zizirot minion not going to be enough to carry this one. And didn't I believe did Yasuo get a little bit of a buff in 10.10? I think he did. I can
Yeah,
remember
he
all the
got a
patch
health.
changes.
He got a
Yeah,
health buff and his mana got reduced. So yeah,
that's what it was.
he's in
Yeah.
a great spot. I don't think Becca will be too upset with that loss because she's already at level
No.
6, which is she's kind of this is kind of like the level for Space Jam. And she can now start slow rolling if she wants to. So she can start slow rolling every round to pick up more Dariuses, more Jaces, etc. So I think she's perfectly fine. She's actually going to start moving her items over as well now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth it to get the Force Celestial in. That's about time to get rid of the Graves. He's carried you about as far as he will be able to, so that's fine. Makes sense to put the Zizarot portal or Zerat portal, whatever, on one of the 2 stars just to get that 2000 HP minion. And Spark, of course, goes over onto Darius, and she should be in pretty good in shape now with the Celestial. She just needs damage on Darius. She needs to find that death cap.
Yeah. Also, looking at her bench, she's got 6 Zinzaos. So she's pretty close to hitting a 3-star in this game already, which is going to
Oh,
allow her
dude,
to
those are two
start.
sneaky Cassidans posing as Jin Zhaos.
Oh, she's got a really good setup. I think Becca's in a great spot this game. This is like my dream setup as a Space Jam player.
A
Just
dirty
like
space pirate abuser.
yeah, like not having to desperately roll when you're playing a slow roll comp is like the perfect situation.
I admit I actually have an account called Space Pirate Abuser where I only play Space Pirate comps, so it's fine.
I'm so bad at Space Pirate comps. I found out that I was bad at a lot of comps today, to be honest, Noah. Today was my day where I was trying to become you. I was trying to become you and play 6 sorcerers, and
Oh,
my
no,
mid
that's always
game,
a bad idea.
my mid game in 6 sorcerers, dude, it's not good.
It's, you kinda just need, the right sorcerers, the right positioning, you just need 2 Vanguard, 2 Sork, and that's it, but there's a lot more that goes into it, obviously, like, positioning is really important, what sorcerers you have in, where you place them, but if you really wanna learn the ways of Vanguard Sorcerer, there's a player called The Great Lakes in NA who plays nothing but that, and he's very good, so I would check out his wall chest profile. But
I
I don't
will
know, it's like I feel like one of those people in the movie it's like the tragic hero where he's like, "Don't become like me. It's too late for me."
Oh, no. I think, right now, Becca's looking to get the 2-star Jace. If she gets the 2-star Jace, the only problem that I think she's suffering with right now, although Darius is slam jamming, is that she's lacking a little bit of damage for
Yeah, for sure.
her space jam. I think she's going to win this or might win this because of the Kassadin.
Yeah, she should, I think. The trap claw's been activated a long time ago, yeah, so she'll win it. It was a little bit close. But I agree. I like we were saying earlier, she needs to find that death cap. So she needs to get those needlessly large rods now. She's got a chance going into infiltrators here in a moment to pick up some items, but you need to find something to make Darius pop off a little bit more because just Psionic Spark is not going to be it.
Oh, but she's just she's hitting the Darius. What stage are we at? 3, 6. She's got 6 Dariuses. She's got 7 Zinzals. Lacking a little bit on the Jaces, but he's always going to be like a harder 3-star to hit.
Oh
If she
yeah, for
gets the
sure.
3-star Darius before stage 4, 3, she's in like an insane position, I think.
It is a little bit bad luck to not have a two-star Jace yet. That's a little bit odd.
Mhm.
No two-star Rakan either, so she's missing a couple things here. But you can just see that this comp survives with like, you know, inopportune items and less two stars than you would prefer to have. Like we talked about this yesterday too. Where like Space Jam is a comp right now in the meta that I think is a little bit underrated. It does very well against a lot of the popular builds because one of the important things I think in a comp. Oh, and there's a Jace too is to have access to the backline quickly. And the funny thing is, Darius and Jace kind of give you that actually, because they have the ability to just jump back there and single target burst a carry. So it's a good comp right now, and I think we're going to see more and more of it as this patch goes on. I think Space Pirates, or rather, Space Jam is definitely on the rise again right now.
Yeah, it's one of those builds that I think you need to have a pretty solid early game with, because the worst feeling in the world when you're playing Space Jam is having to like desperation roll to find your way in. That's another
Yeah.
great set of items here. She can wait until the next carousel and pick up a Rabadons for her Darius.
Mhm.
Uh, she's also got a Frozen Heart, which is a nice item for Jace as well.
Yeah, Frozen Heart is another item that kept getting buffed and buffed and buffed, and like now it's actually really good. I think it was always okay, but now it's like legit a great item. So
Mm.
we're probably going to
I
see more people slamming that more often. But this is that moment, like you were talking about, where she's so close to so many different champions that she needs right now. And
she's
yeah,
got
I'd
a
say
Nico
just
as
throw the
well,
rod
right?
on Darius. Why not? Yeah,
Yeah. She's got Nikos though, so like you save that. I think you saved the Nikos for the Jace. Yeah, I love it. I love the Frozen Heart pickup here as well because Frozen Heart, and I think I want to expand on that point that you just mentioned. It's so good specifically because there are so many attack speed based comps in the meta right now.
yeah.
Shredder, Chrono Kale, Brawler Blaster, all of these are basic attack speed focused compositions. Frozen Heart gets value, huge value versus some of these builds, and I think that's why you were starting to see more of it. I mean, a lot of people were actually slamming Frozen Heart early on as well.
Oh, this is a tough choice. I think you got to sell the Wukong. Honestly, it feels
Mhm.
bad, but she doesn't do it. She sells the Cassidin. So valuing that a little bit less. There's a Jace you need now, though. You know, the Wukong is just icing on the cake. Yeah, I mean, it's cool to find one early, but like that's not a champion you need right now. And oh, poor
Oh,
Becca.
man. You
Just roll
give up
down,
a
like,
record
run away.
here.
Just roll down.
I think free up your bench space with you could free up your bench space with the Nikos here. I think you wait until next turn, but she's
So
missing out on the units.
yeah, it's very NA to just like value her economy more than hitting those 3 stars right now. But I've seen a lot of other pros just kind of follow the rule where it's like if I'm one away, I'm rolling down for it. I'm just going for it, right? Because like you mentioned, you free up the bench space and you can recover the economy pretty easily if you hit that 3-star bonus. Now she does hit the 3-star Darius naturally, but I'd just be rolling down for that Jin Jiao right now until I find it.
Yeah, that's it's an interesting discussion to have actually because she's not. I don't think she's in a HP position where she has to. Now she's got some bench space that she naturally hit the Darius. I
Mhm.
personally would be like, I want to save that. I obviously want to save that Nikos for my Jace most of the time here. That Nikos is either going on my Jace or my Cassadin because that's a slightly harder 3-star to hit. I think she's probably in a position where she can play it super safe because if she doesn't wreck her economy now, she's going to be better off in the long run.
Sure.
The only thing that I think is going to come back to haunt Becca is obviously because she's so high in HP, she doesn't have carousel priority in any way, shape, or form. And sometimes it can be difficult to get rod as the game goes on, especially when you're going up against KL carry players who may not have found that item yet.
Very
So
true.
she might have to rely on a bit of RNG coming into this final creep round to really get the item that she wants.
It's interesting to think about what constitutes wrecking your economy now, because I feel like that definition is changing. Because if you look at a player like Polt, who's been number one on NA pretty much all the time for the last like 2 weeks now, he's a player that regularly goes down to like 30 gold, and he'll seek those upgrades over staying at 50. And it's obviously working very well for him. Same for other players as well, like Grand Vice will kind of play that style too. So I feel like the definition of what is a good economy and a bad economy level in the game is starting to shift a little bit. And that's something that I want to see pro players play around a little bit more with, rather than just be like stuck at like I must be at 50 gold or I lose, that kind of mentality.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion to have because with with economy, it's all about making an informed decision as to whether you are going to be stronger than the rest of the lobby. So if I was to like roll down to 6, if I was to level up to 6 post 3 stage 3,
Uh,
like I'm going past the Krugs and I level up to 6 and then I get wrecked by a hyper roll composition, I'm not in a great spot overall. I've just lost a huge amount of gold that I didn't need to. I probably could have
yeah, for
waited
sure.
a couple of rounds. When I'm leveling up and using my economy to level up, I'm mainly got 3 decisions in my head. And I know we've actually just locked onto Kiyun here, is obviously playing his patented mech.
Right. Doing the thing.
I have 3 decisions in my head. It's usually like, am I gonna be strong? Do I have, like, a good unit to put in? Do I need to preserve HP? So I'll sometimes level up to 6 because I don't wanna lose too much HP versus the lobby. Or is, leveling up to 6 gonna give me a higher chance of finding a really crucial unit that I need, like a 4 cost or something? So,
Mhm.
I think there's lots of decision making that goes in when you utilize economy past 50 gold to make something like a level up or a roll down.
Yeah, I think we could do like a whole podcast on that topic at some point. There's a lot to talk about, but let's talk about Kiyun right now. So Kiyun, obviously, the perennial or the perpetual, whatever you want to say it, mech infiltrator player, and he's one of the people that's been able to just kind of make this comp work. No matter what the balance changes are, he will just always find a way to like eke every little advantage out of mech play that he can. So I'm actually kind of glad that we're watching him for a little while, because you can
Yeah.
see one thing that Kiyun does is he's very aggressive about scouting and repositioning throughout the entire game. And if you're going to be one of these top mech infiltrator players, it does take a lot of attention to that kind of thing, right? You can't just like type me mech in chat and then just put your infiltrators down and then just kind of like chill, right? You need to be repositioning every single round pretty much to get the most out of it. And
Mhm.
Kyun, despite I would say having a pretty good mech start, Bramble Vest on there, he's got the Morel Namicon on Kale, still at 27 HP. So the nerfs are having an effect, even for a great mech player like Kyun.
Yeah, I think the issue that he's having right now is that he doesn't have QSS on his mech, which is most people consider an integral item because it just
For
means that
sure.
if your mech gets Zephyred, you might as well just FF. He also doesn't have demo spat, which is another really important item to give you the ability to consistently top 4 with the mech composition.
Yeah.
So he's definitely had a rough opening start. Now he is very close to hitting 3 stars. We have to make that aware. If he hits those 3 stars, that's a big spike for the mech. Also, you can see that he's really held on to a lot of his components to wait until the very last moment to see whether he can get the items that he needs. And Trap Claw, for instance, is not a bad item for the mech. It's like a secondary best to QSS, but you kind of go for it if you have to, right?
So there's the 3-star Annie, and he's got the 2-star Shaco as well. He's rolling down. He knows he needs to get stronger right now. Finding the Rumble. Does he find the 3-star Rumble? That would be a huge upgrade as well. Does he keep going? 27
Yeah.
HP. Now he's going to stay at 20. I wonder if he slammed the GA on Shaco right now. What do you think?
I think you slam the Trap Claw for sure. I think you might even go for the Rabadons on your Kaiser. It's difficult to say.
We did get the trap call on the mech, so a little bit of damage on that. And in the end, possibly, yeah, GA on the Shaco. No, he just uses the sword for now.
I
Either
think he's
way, that Space Champ come from Becca,
oh, yeah,
pretty good.
Space Jam's pretty good against mech as well. It's one of the few comps that I think does pretty well into the mech matchup.
Yeah,
Um, Mainly because your Darius does so much damage, your front line's so tanky that it doesn't die to the mech, and then suddenly Darius just starts slamming on your back. Because as soon as he gets the kill on the mech, that's it. He can start just killing off your entire composition.
well, he just
Um,
Goomba stomps all the infiltrators, basically.
yeah, exactly. And he's
Yeah,
pretty close to his 3 stars. And I think one of the things that mech players need to do so well right now, and you can see it here, is he's just looking at the rest of the lobby to see where the majority of his opponents are positioned. He's like, where does my
yeah.
Kai'Sa need to be to get maximum value out of her ultimate? And he levels up to shove in another Kai'Sa here. Usually you'd put in a Lux. I know Kiyun says that he prefers Sorcerer over Valkyrie at level 7
Mhm.
almost all the time. But this is interesting. He knows that most people are on the left here, so he's going to go for the left, and he does hit the jackpot with Grand Vice.
Well, he's got that awareness too of like who he's played already. So you can definitely kind of track who you have a more likely chance of hitting, but seemingly making the right decisions a lot of times with that. Oh, the Kai'Sa's down though. Can the mech survive this one? I don't know. That Kale's doing a lot of damage, and the ZZ Rod minion actually giving that Kale a lot of time. But maybe, no, not quite. He was so close, actually. But Grand Vice able to take the win with that Kale comp in the round right now. Grand Vice down at 6th place, but seemingly a little bit on the strong side. We'll see if he can climb back up again.
This might be. I mean, Kieran's in a rough spot because he really, really needs the 3-star Kai'Sa. He just finds it, but now he's got no unit to field at 6 out of 7.
Yeah.
If he wins this round, he can put an Ari on or a Syndra on for the sorcerer bonus, but he's got nothing to field at this point in time. And also without the demo, but spat, this massively reduces the power of this composition overall. You know, you look at this, you're like, wow, he's got all these 3 stars. Surely he's going to do well. Without the demo spat, it can be very difficult to get consistent wins.
Yeah, Morel Namicon is kind of like a stopgap item where it's basically, well, this is the next best thing, but the not having the stuns with demo is a big problem. You do see some mech players even sticking in demo at level 7 if they think that's something that they really need. The mech living a long time this time, TN actually struggling a bit, but here's the Kale again. The Kale did not die. Can this Rumble 3 burn through it? Looks like he can just barely. And Tien nearly knocked out 2 HP for him right now. So his Kale comp not quite hitting the way he wants. Oh man, there are a lot of good items on this carousel.
What would you take if you're Kieran in this situation? Probably the Zephyr, I think, or the Ionic
Probably.
Spark.
I mean, Ionic Spark is nice to toss on one of your vanguards as well, I guess. He's debating. Goes with the Zephyr. And I think if you perceive that you're lacking power, just simply crowd controlling one of their units is going to give you that extra little power spike in the beginning, kind of the man advantage, if you will, to ideally get something done. So we'll see what he can do with this Zephyr. It could make the difference in a lot of rounds, and he kind of just needs to win streak to stay alive. He's on his last life.
Yeah, I think if you lose one round now, the thing about mech wins is they're often like you either win really hard or you lose really hard. I feel like a lot of the time because if someone's going to be able to get through your mech, they're probably going to be able to get through the majority of your comp. But he does stick the sorcerer bonus in, and I think he's waiting for the Zephyr. He's essentially spread his comp out so far that he can try and pinpoint something with this Zephyr. I assume either on the Shaco or the Ari or the Kha'Zix, for instance.
Yeah. Couple things in the front line. Just going to drop the Zephyr in at the beginning of the fight to see what's up. Finds an opportunity to maybe hit that. Oh, it's going to hit the Kale. He would have loved to hit the Jinx, but there was full items on that Kai'Sa. We'll see if he can win the fight anyway here. Pretty big Cho'Gath ultimate, and Vi slams in as well. But that mech, relatively untouched, and looks like that's going to be enough. I don't think the Kale's going to be winning this for kiting as hard. No, so Kyun getting a much needed win there.
Soju, I know we saw Soju. He's on a win streak right now. He's playing the Shredder, but with the very different. He's playing with the very different
The
item
new
set.
school itemization, yeah.
Yeah, he's gone for the Runans and the Deathblade itemization on
Yeah.
the Xayah. That actually covers a lot of the holes that Xayah has. Xayah really struggles with AoE, and then suddenly Runan's Deathblade fixes that issue for you. I mean, one of the problems that Xayah has is that she gets locked onto a target, and suddenly something like an infiltrator comes to the back line. She can't turn and start killing it because she's so locked onto that first target that she's on. So I quite
Right.
like the addition here, but this is good positioning from Kiyun. He's in the back line already.
Yep, we'll see if the mech can handle it. Oh man, that was a big mech ult though. All right, Crowan definitely in some trouble there. The mech doesn't even die, and a little bit of a win streak put together for Kyun here. Pulling it out of the fire at the last moment. He's not quite dead yet. Becca, takes a round loss to that Kale. And those Kale comps are definitely going to be something that the Space Jam can struggle against sometimes. If you don't jump on the Kale and pop that GA early, she's just going to basically AoE your entire team down.
Yeah, Becca's started to fall off just a little bit. You thought it could be the case with the itemization on the Darius. I think
Mhm.
she picked up a jeweled gauntlet for him, which I think is a little bit inferior to the death cap, unless you're going to
It's
be
definitely
combining that.
subpar. Yeah.
Yeah, I see people combine it with the Infinity Edge, for instance. They take jeweled gauntlet Infinity Edge to give you really high crit damage on the Darius. So if you do get a crit dunk, it's usually a huge amount.
Mhm.
but she's still preserved so much HP that she's almost guaranteed a top 3 here, I think, just based on the HP that she's got because of that incredible mid game that she had, just hitting all the Space Jam units when she needed to.
Honestly, I think that's the big strength that Space Jam gives you right now in the meta is you're not necessarily concerned about winning the lobby with Space Jam, but you get such a strong, such a like a devastatingly strong mid game that you can just come into the late game with a ton of HP and generally always top four with it. So I think it's just if you hit the right stuff early, it's just a very consistent comp. And while she doesn't have ideal items on the Darius like we talked about, a lot of times, like we're seeing from Becca, if you have items that are good enough, you can still top four.
This is going to be a rough matchup for him. I think it is
Probably, yeah.
it's got the Death Blade with the Runans, which actually starts to put pressure on your backline, but they do get the kill onto the Zaya. So this is another win here for Kiyun.
I
He
mean,
will keep himself
Demolitionist,
alive.
he
Yeah,
added it
yeah.
in. I
Like
think
you
that's a
said,
nice late game thing. If you don't, or a level 7 thing, if you don't have the Demolitionist spatula, just throw Ziggs in there, you know?
and that's what he's done over the Sorcerer. He's like you said, some people do like to put priority on the Demolitionist over something like the Sorcerer, and he's done that with the Ziggs right now. He's in a win streak. There's such low HP in this lobby. I mean, he's 1 or 2 rounds away from a potential top 4, top 3 here if he can get
Yeah.
those wins. He's
And I think
again found the comeback.
well, I mean, this is what separates Kyun from a lot of the other mech players, right? Is that he's able to find all those little advantages and survive where a lot of people wouldn't. Like a lot of other players would have been like wishy-washy on like, oh, do I do Valkyrie or Sorcerer? Like, what's better? And he's just like, nah, just a big AoE stun. What else do you want, right? And it's working. So he's making the right little tech decisions at the end of this to win rounds. But this Kale
Oh,
coming in now might spell doom. Tien clinging to life here. Whoever loses this round is going to die. It's an Annie 3, but she gets Lulu alted and Kyun out in what, fifth place. So actually, I think Kyun should be happy with the fifth, considering how the majority of that game went for him.
yeah, I think like we said, we were 1 or 2 rounds away from a potential last place finish, there. So
Yeah. Well, let's see. Who's next? So it's going to be Becca, Crone, and Ine and Tien left in the lobby. Tien, a player that I thought was going to be out a lot earlier, now securing himself a top four, which is pretty big. Looking at the other people out of the game so far, Soju, Kiting His Heart, and Grand Vice all out. Grand Vice and eighth. And those are some big names. Like you mentioned at the beginning of this one, this lobby is so stacked that it's going to be tough to see some of these players lose like this because they're so good, but somebody's got to take eighth, right?
yeah, I think because we have such high level of competition here, you saw how close this lobby was. Like everybody's HPs were just so incredibly tight towards the end here. I mean, Soju, who was just 3 rounds ago second on a win streak, goes out in sixth, which is just incredible because he was dominating the mid game with that shredded comp with the Runans and the Deathblade. It just
Yeah.
shows you how close this lobby is. But Becca, with that HP preservation, with the Space Jam comp, she's still in first place, still has the HP advantage. So she managed to ride that mid game wave.
Well, Tien and Ine out in third and fourth, respectively. So now we got the 1v1 between Crowan and Becca. Golden Guardians Becca versus C9 Crowan. And Crowan's got the Rebel comp online, and he's got the GP too. So this is very strong. Jinx is powered up, doing a little bit of repositioning at the end, trying to avoid that Darius if he can. One annoying thing for this Rebels comp that Crowan is playing is you hate it when your GP gets mana reaved because not getting that gangplank ult off fast is a problem. So we'll see how this goes.
Does get hit, but the GP off will come through. I don't know if it's going to do enough damage to stop the Darius though, and stop the Jace. They're just too strong at this point in time. I
Well,
don't
that's the
think.
problem, yeah, is that
Yeah,
the GPL takes so long that by the time the damage comes in, it's too late, you know? Most of your team is already slaughtered, and yeah, Crone takes a big loss. This is looking like a first place for, Becca unless Crone can pull something pretty amazing out here. I don't know what you do. There's only so much positioning you can really do with Rebels, and your choices are basically left side or right side.
exactly. That's I think one of the weaknesses of the comp as a whole is that if you want to make use of rebels, there is a specific set of positioning that you have to utilize to do that. I've seen players kind of break their rebels up just a little bit. Maybe you end up losing a little bit of overall, I think, power, but you do end up getting better positioning on the board. He's gone for
Yeah.
a middle set here as well.
Yeah, so just again, trying to protect that jinx as best as he can. And but the real problem is that yeah, that GPL actually didn't get delayed as much as it did last time, but the damage is not high enough. The stun is just inconsequential for Darius, especially. He's got that QSS. So this is looking like an easy win. There's a GG from Crowan and Becca taking the win in game number 1 of the NA qualifiers.
Dude, you said it, and we talked about it yesterday in Europe. Space Jam is a little bit underrated in the current meta. I think it's genuinely in a good spot, and I do think it's one of those builds that if you don't hit your 3-star, you're gonna struggle to make a top 4, but I genuinely feel like Space Jam is an underrated and and looked over build sometimes,
One
coming
of
into even a competitive setting.
One of the biggest disappointments for me coming out of these qualifiers is that I'm not going to be able to get Space Jam uncontested in my lobbies anymore because when people watch this, they're going to realize that Space Jam is maybe a lot better than people think, and now we're going to see it more often, unfortunately. But in my own games, but either way, Becca, of course, she has played the Space Jam build a lot in the past, but getting a win with that one. But that's just Becca, right? It feels like Becca's games are either always like first or second or like seventh or eighth. It's very like very zeros and ones, very binary results for Becca. But she does get the number one. Natures actually wins in the other lobby as well. Aegon taking second as we look at the results from the lobby that ran simultaneously here, and Polt going out in eighth in the other group. Holy cow! Wow, what a
I
start for the player that's been dominating the NA ladder lately. So some of the top ladder names: Grand Vice, Polt, kiting is hard. Pretty low so far in terms of results after that first game.
It just shows you how competitive these lobbies are, though. I mean,
It
if
really
you've got
is.
Polk going out in 8, I mean, at the end of the day, we talked about it yesterday, you shouldn't read too much into the first result because anyone can have a bad game, anyone can have a good game in terms of what is
Yeah,
dealt to you. We're looking for consistency over 6 games. So, you know, the players that some of the players that started out well in the European side of things ended up not making the top 8 at all. I can look towards like Raiko Mastery, for instance, had an incredible first 2 games, and then
right.
the last 4 games fell off a little bit and actually just managed to miss out going in ninth place overall. So I think, you know, once we get towards the midway point, we're going to get a bit of an idea about who's managed to keep consistent over these lobbies. And remember, we are mixing these lobbies up as we go along as well. So players will be matching up against different players.
Yeah.
Everybody plays everybody an equal number of times across the course of the day. So we will get a good spread of relative skill across all of these lobbies as well. But yeah, I think really good start for Becca. And I'm really happy for Becca as well because she's, like you said, she's one of those players that will pop off or sometimes have a slump. And you know, if you can pop off in a qualifier, she might even, you know, have a really good run over the course of 6 games and slide really easily into the Giant Slayers series too.
Yeah, we will see. Well, I really love the qualifier format that we have actually because 6 games is a lot of games. I think that's kind of the minimum you need as far as uh, qualifying people for a tournament because you get a lot of chances. You can take an eighth or a seventh or two, and then still have a good chance at qualifying in the end. So yeah, like you said, we're just getting started here today. A lot more games to go. We're going to see 5 more on stream and maybe like a little bit of snippets of other games if the one we're keeping track of gets done quickly. But another player I want to talk about is Crowan, actually, who has been very consistently getting to finals lobbies across tournaments. And I feel like this guy is due for a tournament win. I feel like at some point in the future he's gonna grab a championship because he's too good of a player and he's had too consistent results to not eventually win something. So I don't know if Giant Slayer Series Season 2 is going to be it, but I think he's due. I think he's due for something.
I was watching his. We obviously followed him right at the start of the first game that we went through.
Yeah.
He's in hardcore serious mode. He's got no mic, no cam. He muted everybody. He did a flash mute all going into the lobby. That just tells you, you know, he wants to keep his head in the game. He's taking this
Yeah.
really seriously. So yeah, I think Crowan is definitely a player to watch throughout this course of these 6 games. He's a very skilled player. I love his stream, and we are jumping into our second game, which I believe we're now switching over to the other lobby where we will follow the likes of Polt.
Yeah, and we have a treasure trove galaxy for our game number 2 as we, like you mentioned, take Polt's point of view to start this one off. So just a little bit more background about Polt. He was a Terran player in StarCraft 2, which does require a lot of micromanaging. You have to do a lot of something called marine splitting, which is splitting up a bunch of really tiny units to avoid incoming damage. And people talk about how fast Polt is at moving units around the board, and that absolutely comes from StarCraft. But Another kind of cool thing about him is that while he was a StarCraft 2 pro in Korea, he was basically going to like the Korean equivalent of like Yale or Harvard at the same time. So he was going to like one of the hardest colleges, one of the hardest universities to attend, and also dominating StarCraft 2 professionally at the same time. So this guy has about as big of a brain as they come. And despite the eighth place in game number one, we'll see if he can pick it up a little bit here in his second game.
Maybe that's why he's doing so well on Galaxy. He's got Galaxy brain, so he's just fitting into the Galaxy set 3 really well here for
He definitely
TFT.
does. He told me he played a little bit of the other sets, but he also just got out of his mandatory Korean military service, so he's kind of finally getting a chance again to do some hardcore gaming.
But just looking at his start here, though, this is, in my eyes, like one of the most annoying starts to deal with. If you don't get something good to combine these Negatron cloaks with, either like a Brawler's Glove or a Needlessly Large Rod, I feel like you're in a rough spot. Like Runans is okay, but it's so specific to certain compositions, right? Like
Yeah,
if you go Runans, you're putting yourself in the I'm playing either the Deathblade variant of a comp, or I'm going like potentially snipers with Jin, which is not that popular in the current meta right now. So I hate this. And also Dragon's Claw is not exactly a universally applicable item. Not many comps utilize Dragon's Claw as a priority, right? It's one of those items that is nice to have on a Jace, for instance, or nice to have if you're going protectors, but very
yeah.
few comps really use Dragon Claws well. So these items, I'm looking at his opening items, I'm thinking, wow, this is going to prevent me from combining early on right now.
I mean, the one thing he does have is something you get a lot in Treasure Trove, which is money, right? He's
Yeah.
getting a lot of a chance for a couple 2 stars, so this will at least help him sustain a little bit more in the early game. But we'll see what he decides to do. I love how he uses the hotkeys for everything as well.
That's very StarCraft 2 like.
It is. Yeah, I need to start doing that more. But we'll see what he builds. Like you mentioned, the items are really rough, and I think this is one of those times where you just have to be like, all right, it's treasure trove. I've got a lot of money. I've got a couple 2 stars at least, so I'm gonna try to just make the best I can out of it. He manages to fit Chrono Brawler in there. Doesn't even opt to use the Ziggs right away, so just kind of giving him what the strongest possible board would be. And
I
I
mean,
love that positioning too. Like he puts the Blitzcrank in the front actually to allow Malphite to get a little bit more time to walk up and just give this TF a ton of time to do damage. Might not be enough to win the round, but it certainly helped him sustain a little bit more. And he actually does win the round. Wow,
oh,
dude.
I love it when TF Smurfs, dude, because when TF Smurfs, you're like, damn, I love you, TF. When he misses all his cards, you're like, you're a useless unit. But TF had a good run there. I like the positioning as well. He basically does this because Malphite's not exactly an important unit. He's basically a tank. So if it takes him a couple of seconds to walk to the front line, you're fine about it. What he's really bothered about is protecting his TF from getting Blitzcrank hooked.
Yeah.
So he's just like, I just want to make sure that my TF doesn't get Blitzcrank hooked, and I don't really care that it's going to take a couple of seconds extra for Malphite to run up. He's actually going to go with the Ziggs. No, he's not. I was thinking it would be a bit of a bold decision to put the Ziggs right there, but he levels up to 4 as well. So this tells me that he's not thinking about a hyper role composition, and he's going essentially looking to push his levels and go for what I would say, quote unquote, inverted commas, normal composition, a classic
Yeah.
leveling and rolling at 6 or 7.
Well, right now, everything is about sustaining HP, right? And he's doing a really, really good job of that. He's given this Twisted Fate so much time in the front line that he's actually going to win another round, it looks like. Yeah, and it's great. Like the Malphite got pulled that time, but pretty much everything is designed to just give TF as many free shots as he can. So you can tell positioning really does make a difference in the early game.
This is interesting decision because you could technically go to 5 and put 4 chrono in, for instance, and just like absolutely try and secure your win streak. He's going for the rebels, which I also think is fine because you have the 2-star Ziggs.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Where you don't get as many casts with the rebels, I would be a little bit concerned about it, but he's going for it anyway. I suppose the shields and just the damage might be enough to do it. What's he gonna do though? He builds the Dragon Claw and he puts that onto TF as well because he's going up against an RE2. So this is just specifically designed to help him survive this exact round. And he's
Yeah,
gonna crush it.
Yeah, that Dragon's Claw actually came in useful for him because he tanked a whole level 2 Ari Orb and got away with it. And this is purely to protect his win streak going into the carousel round.
Yeah.
Gets him a bit of free gold going forward. And he's also going to be level 5 coming out the carousel round, which is going to allow him a chance at an important forecast. And the fact is, he's stuck Rebels down. So if he gets a Jinx here, that Dragon's Claw can go on a GP later on. It can go on plenty different units in Rebels, and I think it's an okay item for Rebels as well. So he's happy to just make that move, and especially given that it's treasure trove, you're going to get good items eventually. Like you can usually work your way to like an important item, right? So
Yeah.
in treasure trove, you can afford to maybe make suboptimal items early on just to protect your HP and win streak.
I think a lot of players too look at Treasure Trove and say, "Hey, this is definitely going to be a galaxy where I can probably fast 8 into because you get access to a lot more money because you're
Mhm.
also getting a lot of champions for free early on that you can then sell for cash." So where Rebels is one of those comps that really does rely on hitting those higher levels and getting GP and friends, online. It's a good galaxy for that. So he picks up the sword, just kind of a generically good item. Can also be that Giant Slayer for the Jinx later if he chooses. Does
He's
some
got a lot
scouting,
of
moving
options.
some things around a bit.
He's gone for the Yi, which I appreciate because I think Yi is like he's leveled up as well. He's gone for the Yi and the Yasuo here. So really looking to just protect his win streak. If you were to lose here, it would be devastating for him. He's so desperate to protect his win streak and continue streaking up towards the Krugs. But being level 6 this early on, this is classic Polt. This is super aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
He kind of made this style very popular on North America. And, you very rarely see people go to 6 at 2-5. Like, he is really putting on the pressure now and just trying to A, bump down other people's HP by being so far ahead in levels, and B, again, access those forecasts before anyone else can.
It's a really, really cool way of playing because it goes on the philosophy where, if I'm leveling before everyone else, I don't need that much gold because I'm just going to be hitting good units before everyone else. I'm going to put together those stronger synergies with stronger units ahead of everyone else and just kind of keep streaking. And, we talked about it earlier with Space Jam, where if you kind of just make it through the mid game with a ton of HP, then you're good. You're probably going to get top 4, and if you can achieve that kind of consistency, if you're out there trying to level up on the ladder, that's definitely a strategy you can use. And in a tournament where it's points based like this, like all TFT tournaments are right now, consistent top 4s can win you a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, I completely agree. And also, like the way that he's leveled as well is it's important to note that he has 3 extra gold coming in per round right now. So it's like he has 30 gold in the bank already. So you can ignore the fact that he's got 0 gold because if he continues to win, he's got 30 gold in the bank. And he's
Yeah.
he's basically utilizing that as his actual economy right now, which is keeping him level realistically with gold gain compared to everybody else in the lobby at this moment in time.
Swaps out the Masters. It puts in cybernetics really quick, actually. Grabs the Aurelia. Interesting. And I wonder if he's going to build off of this. He's one of those players that he loves playing Kale, and he's actually selling a couple Rebels. So he does love playing Blade Masters, Cybernetics, Kale. Just kind of like the pink build is what they call it because it just uses a lot of forecasts, just because they're strong, right? So I think he's probably planning on just kind of like going that direction. But we'll see what the items dictate here. It gets a tier. Hmm. Another tier. All right. Well, you know, Seraphs is great on MF. That can work later on. We'll see what he builds here.
I think you take if you want to protect your win streak, I think you can take a redemption right now. He's also got an Ezreal and a Lucian in the shop. I think he's a little unlucky to have not hit any more forecasts, given that he went up to 6 really early on. But
Sure.
he's got options. He's definitely got options right now. I feel like you want to, if you're using cybernetics, which he is, you do want to have items on them to actually make use of that. So he's not
Yeah.
got any cybernetics right now, which is probably causing him. Uh, I reckon he's going to slam some items on them now. Like, yeah, he goes for the redemption. I think this is a good move.
Right. Yep. Just gets items on everything for that stat boost. He opts for a Mana Reaver over Blade Master, which is, I think, an important thing to kind of designate as well, because that's something that can kind of give you that edge as well. If you're lacking in terms of raw power, just denying someone their ultimate ability for a long time is effectively, weakening their team quite a bit overall. So yeah, takes an easy win over his opponent there.
And he's still
And
keeping his options open between Blaster Brawler, and he's found the Cho'Gath now as well. Like, this is big because this might be a pivot moment where you say, "Cool, I have got every single brawler. If I want to throw them in now, I can, and I have a beefy front line to work with." This is one of those things where the decision making of the top tier players matters because for
yeah.
me, I would see the Cho'Gath and my eyes would be blinded by Blaster Brawler at this point in time. But he's probably saying, "Well, actually, I'm still really strong." He actually levels up to 7. He levels up to 7 at round 3-2 and just throws the Cho'Gath in.
That's crazy. Goes up against Jinxed, and who's still level 5 here, as most players, probably would be around level 5 right now. It is 3-2. He's level 7 at 3-2. That TF's still doing work in the back line, and now with 4 brawlers, even with that Ziggs with the Seraph, it's just so much HP for Jinx board to chew through. Picks up another Leona to move the items off of the current one later on. But yeah, Polt is playing this like you really can't play the game more aggressively than the way Polt is playing it right now.
Yeah, I feel bad because he's not really being rewarded for the natural rolls on level ups. Like when you level up to 7, you're not expecting to get 4-2 costs in your shop.
Mhm.
When you get the natural rerolls. Ideally making this kind of play. I guess the win streak preservation is a reward in itself, but
Sure.
I mean he could even make a pivot into Void Brawler if he really wanted to, but he's choosing to ignore the. I don't think he's got the items for it, so he's choosing to ignore he's ignoring the Vel'Koz and the Kazakhs there.
So he goes away from 4 brawler back into Space Pirate, Cybernetics, Mana Reaver again. So just adding a lot of those side synergies in and giving up some HP on the brawlers. Gets something like well, he already had Chrono as well, but just doing a good job with that. A lot of items on that Ari Sphinx, basically trying to go. Seems like a little bit of mana printing on that Ari, possibly. Interesting build. But Polt takes
Yeah.
another win. This is 8th in a row. I don't think he has not lost yet. He's still the only player at 100 HP. And this kind of like brings back our earlier conversation, which is like, what constitutes a wrecked economy? Like he has 0 gold, but he also has 100 HP. So that's one use of an economy that has benefited him really, really well up until this point. But absolutely showing us a very different style than what we've seen in the past from the vast majority of pro players.
Well, that's the trade that you make if you're Polt. You make the trade of sacrificing economy to preserve HP. I mean, it happened time and time again. He's not gonna. Oh, he will get that. I mean, this is a really difficult question. Do you go for the BF sword for, I would assume, Deathblade, or do you take the tier and maybe pivot into something like Void Brawler?
He goes for the tier, yeah. The Wukong as well is also just like a nice vanguard because it gives you chrono. He's kind of wondering if he can use that maybe instead of the Blitzcrank or something like that. But you want to save the brawlers, I guess. So it's a predicament. Okay. So he decides to, well, debating on what Vanguard he wants in there. Does he want to give up Space Pirate? Goes for 4 Chrono instead. He's thinking about it because he loses Mana Reaver this way as well. He opts to stick with Mana Reaver. But that was the first time we've seen a bit of indecisiveness from Polt. But there's a lot to consider there.
I mean, this is the thing that really separates, like the average players from the great players. It's all about that mid game decision making, about assessing what part of your composition is strong. Now, this is one
Oh,
of the problems with this is one of the problems with leveling up this early on. If you get matched up into a hyper role composition, you're going to lose a lot of the time because your comp just isn't as strong as a 3-star Zaya with those items. It can be
yeah.
very difficult. And okay, now he hasn't got any economy realistically, but he has got 95 HP. So he did trade 4 or 5 rounds of a lower economy to preserve his HP throughout this game.
Right, and you can just lose for a while and save up at this point. So really, really fascinating early game from Polt. That was really fun to watch. We're gonna move on to Jinx now. Right now, one of our newer faces, perhaps in Giant Slayer series. He was not part of Giant Slayer series season 1, trying to make it into number 2, and we'll see what he has here. Looks like he's gonna be going for a little bit of a Rebels build to start things off.
Yeah, and he's running that really interesting positioning line. a lot of people have kind of adopted to play this positioning line I've seen in sort of a lot of high tier games where you run everything on the back line and then you put the units that you don't mind getting blitzcrank hooked on the side and you
Right.
put your range units in the middle. It basically tries to protect both from blitzcrank and from Kha'Zix in the early game. It does fall off a little bit as the mid game goes on, but you can still see he's enjoying success right now. And I think this oh no, he's actually going to lose, but it's a good loss, right? Like you take
Yeah.
a 1 unit loss at this stage in the game.
It was a close round. And I do like that he's running Demolitionist as well. A lot of people starting to do this where you just put the Rumble in early to just say, you know what? I want that stun. The Rumble, sort of like Morello's esque effect from the ultimate that happens in terms of the healing denying from the Rumble ultimate is just simply useful. So it's a nice little mid game tech to sort of give your Rebel comp a little bit more of a boost.
I'm wondering where he's going with his comp though, because it's really interesting. He looks like he's got rebels in mind,
Sure.
but his items to me scream well, they scream a lot of things. He's got the
I know
bramble
you're
vest and
thinking Kale.
the yeah, I'm thinking Kale, but I'm also thinking like these are good mech items. It's a little bit late to go into mech, and he's also leveling up pretty hard towards 7. So I'm
Yeah.
just wondering whether this is going to be a pivot into, for instance, a gangplank based build. You know,
Hmm.
um, you could very
Well,
easily move this into a gangplank build. You could probably go rebels and just look for gangplank. He looks like he's potentially thinking about a fast 8.
I tend to like the Gangplank direction because, like you mentioned, you do have good items for that. You could build the GA right now. You could build the Ionic Spark, so you've got access to that. He's actually going to go for the red buff on Lucian. Interesting, really? Huh, so teching in blasters and possibly pairing this with, like, a misfortune a little bit later on. It's certainly strong even with the Lucian one, and he's just gonna dedicate a lot of items to Lucian. So this is just gonna be, item holder for Jinx a little bit later. Looks like it's not gonna be enough to win this round, but he does have a lot of good Jinx items online now.
Is Aegon blade broing? Is Aegon playing the blade bros? Because this is
The
not a
thing is, with the Yasuo and Yi buffs, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing right now.
I don't think Blade Bros is bad. I do think that you're a bit harder pressed to play it because
It's
Rebels has
super
come back and
contested
said
now
that
because of all the Rebel players, yeah.
yeah, but very few people look to 3-star their Yi, right? Most people who are playing Rebels just leave their Yi at 2 and then don't bother picking up anymore. So it's not
Sure.
impossible to get a 3-star Yi, but it is definitely a bit more awkward now that people are playing more Rebels. But it's not a comp that I've seen a lot of in the current meta just because of the Yi changes and but then the Karma buffs. So the Karma buffs, that's a core unit for the Blade Bros.
Yeah.
Um, and the Yasuo buffs, maybe this is a comp that with the right items can still function at a good level. And Aegon is definitely trying to pilot this in a competitive lobby right now.
I'm glad he's testing this out because I've been curious about this since the Karma buffs because, like you said, she was a core component of Slash Bros back in the day. Um, but people, saying, "Oh no, you nerfed it, it's dead." But I don't think it's as dead as people think. Just like Space Jam, it's worth another try. As far as Jinx build goes, though, not really finding the wins right now, and he's starting to hemorrhage quite a bit of HP, taking some losses. But you know what you say? I mean, it's always just carousel priority, right? Whenever you go on a loss streak, you're like, don't worry, it's carousel priority.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's basically split between 2 builds. Obviously, the
Yeah.
items that he's combined on Lucian tells me it's gonna be some kind of blaster composition. Now, whether it's Blaster Brawler or whether it's just straight up Rebels, it's difficult to tell, but the fact that he's got a 2-star Ezreal makes me feel like he's specifically searching to go directly into Blaster
Oh,
Brawler. There's the Gangplank, by the way.
there's a gangplank, and he could have had such good items for the gangplank. He actually picks up 2 strikes. So, investing in the gangplank is really interesting here. Actually, just sells the Malphite right away, buys another one. So just wanted to swap those items over. I
This
would put
is,
the Ionic Spark on him too. Yeah. Okay. So lacking the GA, but that Gangplank is still tanky enough that we probably should see one ultimate out of it. Leaving that item spot open for a number of different things. If he finds a Rebel medal later, that would be good. But it's like you mentioned earlier, Excoundrel. I feel like he is kind of like trapped between 2 builds right now, and he's not really finding the units to help him make a decision one way or the other just yet.
I feel like with the Gangplank now, you should try and commit to just making 6 Rebels.
You'd
Like,
think
I
so,
feel like
right?
yeah, I feel like with the Gangplank online, you wanna keep the Ziggs around, like, it feels like a 6 Rebels game for Jinx, so
Yeah.
I would almost argue that you scrap the Blaster Brawler idea, and you just go into trying to search for the Jinx, and you search for the Yi, and just try and get those 6 Rebels on the board.
Right. There's some little things you can do. Like you have 3 chronos in right now. You don't necessarily maybe need one of those. I suppose if you get rid of the Ezreal, that means you get rid of Blaster as well. But he seems strong enough where he's got a little bit of time. Picks up the Thresh. The Thresh is something you can actually just throw in there, honestly, right now.
I think he's waiting for the next neutral round because a GA is like one of those core items for Gangplank because he
Yeah.
needs to get an ult off, and GA usually guarantees that he gets at least one ult off. There is an Aurelion Soul. That's quite a
Mm,
nice pickup if you're a Rebel player.
I like it. Huh. So I have to see how this develops over time. We're going to swap over to running 300 gold, which is a little bit higher than I would recommend holding in the game. I think 50 is about the max, but 300, that's it's a big economy. You can roll down a lot with that.
Let's have a look at what he's building. He's scouting through the lobby right now. He's actually on a win streak, and he's meching. He's meching it up. A win streak at 44 HP is really nice. He's pretty close to his. Well, no, he's pretty close to his 3-star Kaiser, but maybe not so much the rest of his comp.
Yeah. All right. Well, we will see what happens here. Takes a big loss there, so down to 32 HP. So things starting to get a little bit dicey for him at least.
He's the thing is with his. I mean, I think Mech is probably the best on one of the treasure trove galaxies because you're almost guaranteed to get a spatula at some point. So
Yeah.
getting a mech with a demo spout on treasure trove is really big, and you're almost guaranteed to find the item combinations that you want
Right.
realistically. So like I think that this is one of the best galaxies to play mech on because mech is such an item dependent composition. So I do think he's in a good spot. He just needs to hope that he can find a spatula from the final round because he hasn't got one. He has got the rod there available, and you can go Shojins very easily on Kaiser, and it's almost just as effective as a Seraph's.
Mhm.
So I don't think he's in an awkward spot, but I think he does need to try and find that spatula on the next, or at least hope that he finds the spatula on the next neutral round.
Going up against some pretty classic Slash Bros here, and that Master Yi is pretty terrifying. That said, the Shaco in the back just kind of like wailing away on Master Yi is almost enough, but no, he's actually going to take another loss there, down to 26 HP, and it's like you were saying. I mean, it's always a great point that with Mecha Infiltrator, the Demolitionist Spatula is so vital, and you do have a better chance um, in the Treasure Trove Galaxy to find something like that, but it is a little bit iffy if you don't. And when I say a little bit iffy, it's basically you're almost certainly not going to top four.
Yeah, I think if you hit your 3 stars really early on and then win streak and preserve HP, that's a different way that you can approach it. But he has got 26 HP, so he just desperately needs to hope that a demo spat comes out of one of these last two. That's
Oh,
a
oh,
it's
oh no!
it's he was hoping, but it's
It
gone.
was gold. Oh, that's the worst feeling, right? Where it's like you need a spatula, you see the gold orb pop out, and you're like, yes, it's my time, and then it's just a bunch of gold.
He was basically deliberating there as to whether he could wait for the next carousel and maybe find maybe find a demo spout on the next carousel, but he opts to go for what we saw Kyun do in the first game and just slam the Rabadons is just the best option that he's got at this point in time. It's
Well,
worth noting that
26
he is
HP,
pretty
yeah,
close.
you kind of have to.
Yeah, he is pretty close to his 3-star Annie though. So I mean, that's a positive moment, but he's very far away from his 3-star Rumble. So I don't see
Right.
him having the best game from here on out.
Well, we saw like you mentioned, we saw Kyun in a similar situation, and it took that 3-star Annie and that 3-star Rumble to even be competitive and to even get to like fifth is what the result was, I think, for him that game. And Beastie, it's your boy Beastie walking in the middle of the map to get the damage there a little bit quicker. But yeah, running 300 gold is looks like he might be running for a quick seventh here. Unfortunately for him, finds another rumble, finds the Annie 3, but you got to roll right now. You got to put everything you've got into this roll down here. And that's what he's doing.
You hope you find Rumbles or Shakos, right? I think if you find one more Shako, you're just gonna probably Nico's your Shako because you need to essentially preserve HP right now. So you probably just
Absolutely.
Nico's your Shako.
100%. Yeah. Yep, got the Shaco 3, and he's got a couple items on it, but now he doesn't have any time to position, and we talked about how important that is, in terms of getting wins with mech right now. You need to have great positioning, so a big roll down like that denies you one of the crucial things as well. Looks like maybe this Shaco 3 and the Kaisa 3 might be enough to carry him this time, though. So he does manage to pick up a win in a round. And so maybe he'll be able to avoid seventh. It looks like we've got one player dropping out already.
Oh, Polt, what happened to his game? Polt is now down in 7th. Like,
Yeah,
after what an incredible start. I mean, that might be a result of losing that round when he hit 7 and then his economy was in the dirt. That's actually really like I said, it can be game ending if you end up using your economy and losing to a hyper role player. It can be game ending. He just hasn't managed to recover from this point.
well, one of the big Achilles heels of playing that style where you level very aggressively is that you oftentimes end up with a lot of boards of 1 stars, right? Because if you're not rolling down at all, you're just really at the mercy of your shop each turn. And if you're not on like trade sector where you get the free reroll or something like that, a lot of times you get a board with a bunch of 1 stars. So you kind of wonder if that's what happened, and that led to a lot of hemorrhaging of HP. Sphinx going for a void comp here, and he actually got the Star Guardian bangle onto Vel'Koz, and that's usually pretty good, but this has become a pretty strong mech right now, and it looks like running 300 gold is running his way back up. And if you look at it, it's actually a really close board or really close lobby between fourth and seventh right now.
Yeah,
Only
I
15 points.
I think running 300 gold's in a great spot though, because he's actually got some really, really insane Shaco items, plus the Trap Claw on top of that as well.
Yeah.
Shaco 3 is like a kind of a maybe an underrated carry in the mech build as a whole, because Shaco 3 is still really good. He still has good scaling on his attack damage. He still has good scaling on his ability. So with the rapid fire cannon as well, he's actually, I think, a little bit underrated here for running 300. But we're swapping over to Polt, who is not in a good spot at 4 HP down at 7th.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see because we talked up Polt a lot, and obviously he's a great player. He's been crushing the NA ladder, #1 for pretty much 2 weeks here, but definitely struggling here today. Eighth in the first game, looking like he's going to go out seventh in this game. Decided to end up with Brawler Blasters. He has some strong Jinx items, but he doesn't have defensive items on either of his carry, the dragons. And when I say defensive item, I mean things that either bring your carry back from the dead or things that deny crucial spells from interrupting your carries, right? So neither MF or Jinx has something that will keep them from being pulled or something. And oh no, this MF is going to get Zephyr. The Jinx is going to get pulled. The blasters or the brawlers need to do some serious work here. That's some big damage onto the Sona at least. MF ult comes through, but it's not enough on its own, and that's going to be Polt going out in seventh place. Not going to win that one. So two really rough games for Polt. Really strong early games and a really fascinating way of playing the game. And again, obviously a successful way of playing on the ladder at least. But in these games today, it is not working out.
I I genuinely think that he was in a rough spot because of that loss that he had in at level 7 when his economy was down at 0. I think that's a
You're
big
right.
hit for him. I think we're looking at Beastie, who's running the Shredder comp. He's running the Deathblade Last Whisper variant. There's lots of variants of Shredder going around right now, but he's in a great spot. He's 82 HP on a win streak with a Lulu 2 in his composition as
Wow.
well. This is feeling like a top 3 or top 2 guaranteed right now for Beastie.
I mean, Beastie pretty well known for playing the Shredder comp lately in TFT. He's definitely one of the better players out there at doing it. And like you mentioned, man, that Lulu 2 is just going to change everything. We talked yesterday about Lulu 2 kind of being like a band aid fix that just makes every comp way better. And combine that with the Soraka 2, so much healing. You saw him have no problems at all surviving that GP Ultimate. And he's in pretty good shape right now. 82 HP, 51 HP ahead of second place. Yeah, I'd say that's probably a first.
Yeah, he's in a very, very, very good spot. I'm looking at the Aegon. We're actually seeing him on the screen right now. Aegon is at 4th. He has got the
Hmm.
Bang Bro composition online. He's got a level 3 Karma, which is going to give insane attack speed over to the Yi, who, and I think the Yi, in my opinion, has got perfect items for this composition as well. I'm very interested to see how Aegon gets on with the remainder of this lobby, because I genuinely feel like he's in perfect item spot at this point in time.
I mean, he's also getting more good items for his comp from Kane, getting a lot of AD stuff out of that. Beastie in the same situation there. Buys a Zareth. All right. See what he decides to use that for. I don't know if he necessarily put the Zareth in. He's level 9 already.
Mm,
Just kind of trying to
interesting.
find more 5 costs at this point. Maybe going for like a Lulu 3. I know that sounds crazy, but I actually got a Lulu 3 in one of my games last week, so it is possible.
I,
And,
I
yeah,
like
just throw the tier items on the Lulu, man. She's just gonna be casting so fast now.
That's what I thought was going to be the case. Like, she increases her attack speed, so she generates mana more quickly, and also
Yeah.
just gives her a higher base starting mana. It was just the correct decision to make.
Yep.
Speaking of people doing well, running 300 golds, he's now at third with that mech. He's still going.
Yep. That's the thing with Mech Infiltrator. You can go really low health, and when it comes online, it is online. And one of the neat things is we see BC win another pretty easy round, this time against the Mech Infiltrator player. But what we see is that there's Mech Infiltrator players are finding out ways to adapt to some of the changes, capitalizing more on some of the Infiltrator buffs. And now Shaco, of course, is once again a possible carry for Mech Infiltrator. It's not just all about the Kaisa anymore. And that's kind of the direction that running 300 gold is going for, but still on the verge of finishing outside of the top four. Notably, Polt did manage to grab a sixth there. So avoiding seventh, but just barely. It doesn't do him any favors. He's still not getting a lot of points here.
Beastie's just in a great spot. He's going up against Printer, and I still think Printer is perfectly fine. By the way, I think people overestimated the nerfs to Printer. If you get the right items, especially in Treasure Trove, where it's more likely that you get perfect items,
Totally
you're
agree.
still very very difficult to deal with. And you're seeing it here from Sphinx. He just beats Boy Beastie. He stops the 16 win streak. Um,
Well, I
some
mean,
builds sometimes overlooked, right? And I feel like they shouldn't be.
Sphinx also has literally perfect items for this printer. He's got the double Chaliceros for Sona. He's got Morello's QSS and Star Guardian Bangle for Vel'Koz. So it really is kind of like peak mana printer right now. And it might still not be a first place, but it is about as good as that build can get. And I do agree that it is stronger than people are saying it is, but I think it's very circumstantial at this point, where
Mm.
it really requires the right items at the right time, and finding like the right sorcerers in the mid game. So it can work, but it's pretty difficult to make it work consistently right now, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. Now we're seeing Aegon here with that Blade Bros composition, and he is very, very much in a good spot with that Yi with the level 3 karma. Don't know if he's going to win, but I don't think he'll end up losing here either.
Oh, he's got it. That Caitlyn has got nothing on that Master Yi and the Yasuo. Well, Master Yi was dead, but Yasuo was not. So there you go. It's kind of funny how Yasuo in set three kind of ended up being similar to Yasuo in set two, right? Where you build him relatively the same way. And he's not quite the insane carry that he was in set two, but he's still pretty scary. Sphinx grabs a Trap Claw, which is always pretty vital for the mana printer comp. And we got our top four running 300 gold, finishing just outside that, finishing fifth. So not quite able to make it work.
Well, speaking of, I mean, I think it's just showing again when you struggle not having the demo spat. So when you don't have the demo spat, even if you've got a 3-star Kaiser or a 3-star
Yeah.
Shaco, mech does struggle versus the top end of the lobby. So I think you are actually seeing some of the limitations of that composition, especially with the nerfs that it's received. Even though it did well in Europe yesterday, the first two games that we've seen it from North America, it has not performed as well in these two lobbies.
Yeah, that's interesting. I kind of want to go back and watch some of the POVs from the different mech players and see what they're doing differently, because we did see like players like Curvor yesterday actually make it into Giant Slayer Series Season 2 through playing just mech. And that was kind of surprising because he wasn't really known as a mech player before that. So definitely finding some success in EU, like you mentioned. Let's see if Jinx can survive the onslaught. Doesn't look like it. He's going to go out in fourth. Sphinx, meanwhile, trying to win a round, but it doesn't look like it's going to pan out for him either. So Sphinx eliminated in third with a near perfect mana printer build. But here we have it: Slash Bros versus Shredders. So the Blade Masters cometh at this point.
He's trying to avoid the cloak of stillness. You can see it. He's just trying to move around, and it's very difficult compositions to completely move at any given situation because you have to position your karma so that it guarantees the hit on the Yi. And I think at this point, you're just at the mercy of the Cloak of Stillness. You just can't position quick enough to avoid the Cloak of Stillness here from Mitsu Boy Beastie.
I mean, a Karma without items ults pretty slowly, but looks like he does actually avoid that at least. But the big problem is a Lulu here, I think. She gets CC'd, but then the polymorph comes through. Rakan with the CC to follow that up again. The healing looks very good. Can the Slash Brothers cut through it? I just don't think so. I think the big story is as Aegon gets eliminated, it's your boy Beastie taking this win. And yeah, that Lulu too, I think is what really made the difference. The Mystics in the end kind of pushing him over the edge, I think.
Yeah, I think he really capitalized on a good early shredder mid game, and you
Yeah.
do what you always do with these comps. Like what happens is you finish rolling when you hit the 3 stars that you think that you want. For him, I think that was the Fiora and the Zaya that he actually had up at 3 star,
Mm.
and then you just build your economy back, and then you start leveling, start throwing in extra synergies, get that Force Celestial online. And for him, he just rushed 9, got the Lulu 2 on board, essentially secured him the win just through having really big powerhouse units that he was carried in the mid game by his Zaya, and then he brought his composition online in the late game by bringing on those units. And I think Soraka Lulu combination as a splash is massively underrated in a lot of lobbies.
Oh yeah.
And I think it did wonders for him there. The Mystic buff for his entire team, plus the level 2 Soraka healing, really kept him alive versus a lot of those later game comps.
Yep, absolutely. So it's cool. There's been a really neat set of games already. We've seen a pretty wide variety of compositions be successful. But let's take a look at our player standings so far. Aegon actually does claim number one at the moment, anyway, with 2 out of our 6 games that we're going to watch done so far, with 4 out of the 12 games total done so far. Crowan in second place, performing well, tied with Sphinx and Kyun. Kyun finding a little bit of success with the mech that he didn't find in game number 1. Ine and Itsuboy Beastie moving up in the rankings with some high results as well. Becca only getting 2 points, and it's like we talked about. Becca is either first or second, or she's seventh or eighth. It's going to be one of those 4. Meanwhile, we've still got Grand Vice and Polt way down at the bottom. Kiting is hard as well. So some surprising names down at the bottom of the rankings, but we're only 1/3 done. There's still a lot of shaking up that we're going to see on this stat board.
Yeah, and I think what it's worth mentioning about Kiyun is he came first because he got 4 points in the previous lobby. I believe he got 5th, so he got first this time around. So he
Wow.
managed to again find a way to make Mech Infiltrator, we assume, work in that next lobby to take that first position, and that just shows you the duality of that composition.
Yep.
Sometimes you're going to hit the units and the items that's going to dominate the meta or dominate the game. Sometimes it just ain't. And in the games that we followed, they didn't hit the right items, and that unfortunately meant that it was difficult for them to find a solid finish. I'm
Right.
really interested to track Hyun specifically across this tournament because we saw success in Europe with the same style of play. I'm wondering whether that's going to be the same case. I don't know if running 300 is doing a similar strategy. Maybe when they get mixed into a lobby together, it might become a bit more difficult. I'm just definitely keeping track on those 2 guys to see how they perform across the rest of the day.
Well, it's going to be interesting because we talked yesterday about the point cutoff for basically what you need to get into the Giant Slayer series, right? And it seemed like yesterday that was like the low to mid 30s, like 31 to 34 was kind of like the minimum cutoff. And if you look at players like Aegon, they're already halfway there, even after just 2 games. So some front runners early on, but I think that's something important to keep in mind as we watch the rest of the games today. That in general, it feels like for these qualifiers, it's around, you want around like the low to mid 30s to kind of guarantee yourself a spot in Giant Slayer Series Season 2.
I think we're probably going to see a similar cutoff point here. I think it was 31 was the absolute cutoff point for Europe, and there was a tiebreaker situation at 31 that meant that
Yeah,
Raiko didn't get in. So I think we're keeping our eyes on around the 30 mark. If any players hit that very quickly, we can assume that they are going to be safe getting into that top 8 position. But
right.
again, anything can change. We might see a bit more of a gap open up. It might be that the top 8 open up and we get a bottom 8 open up, and then we just see a higher point differential. But 30 is a good bet. 30 to 32 is a good bet.
You never know. Well, we are going to take a break, guys. And when we come back, the second set of matches for the qualifiers for the North American players here at Giant Slayer Series Season 2. It's going to be great. Don't miss it. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, guys, to the Giant Slayer Series North American qualifiers. I am Doa, and with me is Excoundrel, and we are 2 games down, 4 games to go. Obviously, there's some being played simultaneously there, but it's been really fun so far. I think the thing that stands out to me the most so far, Excoundrel, is that we've seen a lot of different representation from various comps, even to the extent of Slash Bros actually coming back and taking a second place in the last game we watched.
Yeah, and that's not a comp I have seen on ladder, let alone in a competitive format for about
Yeah.
2 patches. So Aegon making that work. I think it is a composition that works well specifically on Treasure Trove, because again, like perfect itemization is very important to that composition. But Aegon uses it and he's topping the standings right now. He's at 16 points and he's already halfway to that 30-point cutoff that we talked about as being a good barometer for getting into the top 8 of this qualification.
As the minimum in the end, yeah. So Aegon, I believe, was a player that we had in season one as well. We did indeed. He was kind of middling as far as the finishing goes. Didn't quite make the top 8 cutoff, but making a good run at the qualifiers here to get another shot in a Giant Slayer series. So that's cool too. I think some of the big surprises, Grand Vice down near the bottom. He's a player that's been playing his own style and playing it well on the ladder for a very long time in TFT. You'd expect him to pick it up here in the sort of second third of our qualifier games. And Polt, I would say the name that a lot of people were the most excited about coming into this, as far as like players who are relatively new to being high up in the NA ladder, not performing very well in this event so far, but we'll see if he can turn that around. In the meantime, I think the other one you need to mention is probably Becca, right? Who perpetually has the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, getting a little bit of both already, a first place and then a seventh place in her first 2 games. So we'll see if she can make a run at that top 8 as the day goes on as well.
Yeah, like I said, I think the scores right now are giving a good indication about how people are performing, but we still have 40 points up for grabs in every single game for each player. So again, there is still huge comeback potential. We saw massive resurgences in Europe, for instance. People that after the 2 games were down in the bottom 8 actually ended up making into the top 8 overall. I think Polt, both games that we followed him, or even that second game specifically, he did play his more patented aggressive style of leveling up super early, but he did get punished by the hyper roll builds being
Yeah,
very strong at stage 3, and that's what kind of was his undoing. He then didn't have the economy to roll for the units that he needed, and eventually took that 7th or 6th place, I believe, in that lobby. I
there you
believe we're
go.
jumping into the game though, Doa.
Yeah, that's right. Trying to jump in here with Grand Vice, it looks like, to start round number 3, and it is another treasure trove. So we are going to get to see some perhaps a little bit more varied compositions than we saw in the past.
If I was going to make a tier list of galaxies, treasure trove is an S every single time. It's just the
It's
most
a lot of
fun
fun.
galaxy to play. It's just the most fun galaxy to play for sure.
So, Grand Vice, a player that has been around the TFT scene in North America for a long time, and has played his own style. He's always been more of the player to kind of like flow with what the game gives him, and really one of the more interesting players, honestly, to watch on his stream in terms of just kind of playing a lot of different stuff every game. So I am a little bit surprised to see him struggling a little bit today. I'd love to have him in Giant Slayer series season 2, so hopefully he can move up a little bit with that. Finding the Zaya with the gloves early though is pretty nice.
Yeah, this is a good indicator that he could go Shredder if he wanted to. He would never need to sell that Zaya if he was able to capitalize and find more important units. I guess this is why he's gone for the Fiora, for instance. He's just taken the Fiora because she's an important unit to that composition overall. And I imagine he's thinking about selling the Darius for extra gold if he wants to buy some more one costs. He doesn't need to because he's got an absolute metric load of random orbs there, and he's going to get. I was trying
Uh-huh.
not to say trying not to finish that sentence the way that I would usually finish it, but
Yeah.
he's got a lot of stuff.
He's got a lot of stuff. That's for sure. Yeah. And he's got a couple Blade Masters, 3 Blade Masters, but not 3 different Blade Masters. But who cares? It's the neutral minions anyway. So that Mordekaiser is tempting to keep early on because he hasn't found a second Vanguard yet. Just trying to look at sort of the early strong possibilities. He has a Graves in the shop, so Space Pirate is a chance too, but a Graves one and a Darius one don't make a very strong combo. So I'm curious to see what his actual first PvP round plan is.
I mean, he's got so many pairs. He can really
Yeah.
open up the board if he wants to. Unfortunately, he has
Oh,
got 3 Blade Masters, so he's actually got the 3 Blade Masters. If he really wanted to run it, he could put in the Fiora, the Shen, and the Xayah, but that I think that's ultimately weaker
yeah.
simply because he doesn't have an item on Xayah. That's one of the problems with this comp overall. He doesn't have an item on the Xayah. If I had a 2-star Xayah with an item, I would run the Blade Masters to start off with because she does a lot of damage.
Right.
But QSS or Quicksilver on Xayah is not an item that you want to open up with because it's not going to allow you to win streak.
Right.
It's not an offensive item. It's not going to do a lot of damage, and that's I think he might go for it, but yeah, it's not the best item in the world to run with.
Yeah, just opting for the chain vest on the Mordekaiser to keep it alive for just a little bit longer. You know, Mordekaiser is a unit that can provide some damage unless it gets dunks or unless it gets dunked. But you know, normally he lives a bit longer than that. But you'd have to expect, like you mentioned, with no 2 stars, no completed items, you're going to take some losses pretty early. But hey, if you want to finish the last whisper on Xayah, you know that's one way to do it. Get that carousel priority.
Yeah, I think you're not too bothered if you take good losses throughout the first stage. I don't think anybody's super bothered about taking those losses early on. The only thing that you might be upset about is not being able to build a consistent streak. But carousel priority on the first carousel is really nice because it can help you build a really important item for the rest of stage one and then eventually into stage two.
Yeah.
He actually sold the Caitlyn's though, Doa, which makes me feel like he's maybe not 100% committed to the plan of the Xayah Shredder build.
Yeah, you're certainly right. Caitlyn 3 or at least Caitlyn 2 is oftentimes a big part of that build. So we'll see what his plan is. He's got the well, let's see. He doesn't really have the option for 2 Sork. He doesn't really have the option for 2 Chrono unless he picks up that Caitlyn, which, like we mentioned, he just sold some, so that seems unlikely. So I wonder what the plan is. I think the plan right now is to save money, get items, and decide later, you know?
That's a good way to play. I mean, especially on Treasure Trove, where it's so easy to build an early interest economy. I definitely think you can just literally chill on on sort of committing to a comp super early on and utilize what the game gives you in the opening rounds. He's actually picked up the Blitzcrank here. There's a
Yeah,
Poppy 2. A Poppy 2 is a nice pickup. Like that's a really good tanky unit that will serve you for a long time in this game.
yeah. Definitely a unit you're always pleased to see. Oh, Seraph's on that Graves. That is an interesting first item. Huh. Wow, you almost never see people build Seraphs early. I mean, I would imagine they're thinking about Ziggs, whoever that was. I didn't catch which player that was, but that's interesting to see. So it looks like it's going to be some brawler action early on. So Blitzcrank obviously hitting it early. Vi helps out a little bit. So disruption, bit of Xayah damage, bit of Vi running through the enemy team. But that is interesting, seeing that Seraphs early on the other
Yeah,
side.
for me, it's an item that kind of boxes you in a little bit because
Yeah.
very few units really make good use of Seraphs. You're either going to be going down a sorcerer route or you might be looking at Void Brawler. The only other way that you get out of this kind of a magic damage based composition is if you're maybe looking to put it on a misfortune. But that is such a long term game plan.
Oh
It would
yeah.
very much strike me as odd to commit a Seraphs this early on
Well,
if your idea is to put it on misfortune.
even if you are going for a sorcerer build as well, you'd be focusing on chalices before seraphs in 99% of cases too. So
Mm.
like I said, I didn't quite see who that was, but I'm really curious to see what they have planned if it's not a Ziggs plan. Ziggs seems to be the main plan to slam a seraphs early for, but they didn't have it on a Ziggs. They had it on a Graves. So we'll see what happens.
He's going to
Grand
pick up the
Vice,
Death here.
he grabbed a sword for his first item on the carousel.
So he has options of Infinity Edge essentially.
Yeah.
Or he can go for GA, which is a bit more of a universal item, but I think it has limited applications in some of the more popular builds right now, but it is still an item that can help you maintain your HP total throughout the mid game.
You
So
know, I think
yeah,
it feels bad, but I think you probably just wait. You probably don't complete anything right now. Still, it's. I don't think the Infinity Edge or the GA is going to make a big difference unless you maybe put the GA on the Jace. And
mm,
having a sword on a Jace early is strong if he wants to go for more of a Vanguard start, but he hasn't really built around a Vanguard start. So
I
Grand
think
Vice in a little bit of a tricky spot right now, both in items and in terms of champions that he's found so far.
I like what he's doing here. This is
This is
one of the
tricky.
features of the carousel where you essentially don't sell an item, don't sell a champion, which can keep your carousel champion on the field
Yep.
beyond beyond your actual level value. And because it is a Jace, it gives him the Vanguard bonus for his Poppy as well. And Jace is just a good unit in general, so it might help him preserve a little bit of HP here versus who's he playing up against? He's playing up against Becca, I think.
Yeah, he's got his results stuff like right over where the other player's name is. But yeah, I believe that is Becca's little legend, which is that's an awesome little legend. I actually haven't seen that one before.
No, nor have I. And Becca, by the way, on a 100% win streak again in this game. So
All right.
went from seventh to back to 100% win streak. So I really want to keep our eyes on Becca throughout this because she could just be having that yo-yoing first seventh style gameplay.
Yeah.
And if she gets another first, I mean, even if you just get 2 or 3 firsts, so that's 30 points as a minimum, right?
Yeah. Well, let's see what Becca's up to right now. She is going for cybernetics and vanguards early on. Has a good amount of 2 stars. Has an Ezreal, even though not the Ezreal. Has the what am I saying? The Lucian, even though she doesn't have proper items on it just yet. He's still a strong item in isolation in
Mm.
cybernetics.
It's what I love about cybernetics, by the way. It's just that you can essentially just put random components on them and they still get huge value, and you don't need to make any commits early on. You actually they excuse you from having to make massive commitments to items in the early stages of the game, and you can still have a
Yeah.
really strong early game, just like you're seeing from Becca here.
I like the
She's
utilization of the Jarvan too as well, because that just kind of speeds up all the damage, right? The Fiora benefits from that, the Lucian benefits from that a lot, and you've just got kind of the Jarvan HP just hanging out for a little while too.
Jarvan 1 is a bad unit. Jarvan 2 is a good unit, and he acts like a mini chrono buff for your entire team, especially if you position well. So I
Pretty much.
really like Jarvan as well. I like Jarvan 2 as a splash as an individual unit in my early game comps. I wouldn't always choose to put him in. I wouldn't break any synergies to have a Jarvan there. And I often prefer Chrono overall if I have a Chrono build that's working for me. But if I need a unit and I have a Jarvan 2 spare, I will always put him in, as an extra little attack speed buff. You can never
Right.
really go wrong with it.
Very true. All right, so Becca, we'll see what she gets. Gets gloves off of the first infiltrator, which is always nice to see. Nico's end gold. Wow. All right, I'd be pretty happy with that. And a chain vest. Are those two items stacked on top of each other? It was.
There was. I think she was just pointing it out there, just kind of a funny thing. I never seen
Yeah,
that happen before, but she slams the red
Cody
buff,
item.
and this red buff essentially keeps her in between cybernetics and blaster brawlers. So she still has 2 options. Red buff generally sits on one of those 2 comps, and with her current setup of units, it's likely going to be either blaster brawler or cybernetics. And committing the last whisper to the Fiora, you might think that's a bit weird, but essentially the reason that she's doing that is that Fiora is often an item holder for she's often an item holder for Irelia as the game goes on, and you can sell her and find the Fiora later.
Right. Opts for the last whisper on the Lucian as well, which is a quite a good item. Some people just opting to replace like something like Giant Slayer with a last whisper sometimes. It's never going to be a bad item because you're going to run into vanguards, you're going to run into the mechs. So being able to burn those down early is pretty nice. Jace, of course, slam jamming away. And yeah, looks like she'll get another win, stay at 100 HP against Kyun, who is, of
Who
course,
actually broke
building towards that mech infiltrator.
exactly. Kian broke his streak as well, but he did have 50 gold to work with. So Becca in a great spot because she didn't have to commit too many rounds of experience to get down to level 6 in that previous round. And now she's at 50 gold at what, 3-2? If
Yeah.
she just sits at this 50 gold and utilizes the interest from this point forward with her strong comp at this stage in the game, she's in a great spot for the remainder of this mid game. I think Becca's and you can see she's looking at the Shredder saying, I don't think I can go aggressively to 7 because I just lose to Shredder. So if
Yeah.
I aggressively level to 7 and I match the Shredder guy, that's my economy done. And that's the way I prefer to play in round 3-1 because I just don't want to lose my win streak bonus. If I make an aggressive level and I end up losing to someone who's come online at round 3-2, I'm putting myself in the dirt essentially.
Able to beat Aegon as well, who has a pretty strong Caitlyn to start, but not much else. I like that Becca puts what comp she played on her results right now, so we can see she did actually went for cybernetics in game number 2, which got her that 7th. Looks like she's kind of leaning towards that again, though. Although Brawler Blaster is certainly an option. Finds Illusion too, which is going to sustain her for quite a while. So far, so good. But I think your point in that her economy was quite good is definitely one of the main things to sort of consider here. That said, she actually did roll down to go to 7 a little bit early here. which does give her the higher chance of finding the Jinx, allows her to put in Space Pirate as well with the Graves and get the Blaster buff. So probably worth, but you got to wonder if she runs into the Shredder, what's going to happen?
She's going up against someone else with a red buff right now, so looking like there's going to be a contest. This is Pulp, by the way, who's at 50 gold himself. A little bit less in terms of HP. He's down at 72, but he
Mm,
looks like he's trying to commit to a Blaster Brawler playstyle here as well.
yeah. It seems more and more as we see the meta sort of develop around 10.10 that Blaster Brawler is a consistently good comp, but it's maybe not as much of a lobby winning comp as it was in the past.
Yeah, I think Blaster Brawler is consistent as in nature. Like if you
Yeah,
hit your 2 stars and you position well, you're likely going to get like a top 4 most of the time. Like a 2-star Jinx is always going to be a good carry to get you into a top 4 position. I think there are certain things that you need to hit to give yourself a top 1 potential, either a Jinx 3 or a really stacked Misfortune. But I think overall it's just a good top 4 composition if you hit the right units.
right. Well, Becca able to grab a sword, which is actually kind of shocking. You almost never see a sword survive all the way to the end of the carousel round. That's always a good item to have for a Blaster Brawler or Cybernetics, depending on what she decides to go for.
Yeah, I think the thing about BF Sword is that it does often only work in certain compositions, like you said, cybernetics, like you said, blaster brawlers, and with the breadth of compositions that we're seeing in this current lobby, like you're not expecting the mech players to pick it up. And sometimes you'll see it kind of go awry, with shredders or sorcerer builds. They won't often always want it. So BF swords are kind of a bit particular when it comes to this stage of the game. Like some people might have already got them early on and might not need them, and a lot of people, a lot of people at this point are usually committing to one comp or the other, and they might not want that BF sword for their respective comps. So it just seems like she's in lobby where BF swords aren't as high a priority for her versus everybody else.
Yep. All right. Another win. This time, Ine takes some HP loss as Becca continues to kind of steamroll through this. Oh, there's the Jinx as well. It's a nice pickup early on. Probably not going to put it in just yet, I would imagine, but it's at least nice to just have it available, you know?
I think the Jinx is good. I think the Jinx it gives you a direction, right?
Yeah.
With picking up this forecast, it usually confirms what you probably already knew, which was okay. Blaster Brawler might be my end goal here with this composition. I do think I prefer the Lucian 2 of the Jinx. The reason I like Lucian 2, he's such a good red buff distributor. So
Right.
with his basic attack, with his ability, he gets an extra 2 basic attacks off. So he's going to distribute that red buff more quickly than anybody else would.
Oh,
And
check
I
this
think
out.
I really
Really early void for Sphinx. That's kind of interesting. I don't know if it's a win here. I kind of doubt it because it's a bunch of 1 stars, but interesting to see anyway.
he's
Sphinx
going Prince
finding that
again.
early and that I don't know. Like I think that's a little bit early to commit to something like void.
Yeah, I think it looks like with the Sona, and I think he might have been the player that you mentioned combined a Seraphs early on. I think he might just be going printer once again. I think he might just be saying, well, no one's going printer, no one's contesting me.
Yeah,
People
but if
think it's
you're going
bad.
printer, you don't slam a Seraphs early, you make chalices. So if that's what he did, that's kind of a I would actually argue that's kind of an inferior way to go about it. Because chalice, even with the nerf, is always a higher priority in the printer than Seraphs right now. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
but it is treasure trove, right? So you're likely going to pick up a lot of items, and you're most likely going to get another tier or at least force yourself another tier on carousel
Yeah,
or
but
what you pick
still,
up.
that's an unnecessary risk. I don't think you go
Sure.
Seraphs first if you're going printer. Ooh,
I
fine,
think I think
GP.
if you go Seraphs, you could still just go classic Void Brawler with the Seraphs on the Vel'Koz, right?
That is a possibility, yeah.
He's not the player, by the way. I lied to you. He didn't
Oh,
combine the Seraphs.
I didn't notice it, but I thought I might have missed it, so who knows? Keeping track of a lot of players right now. Oh, wow, she finds the Jinx too. That was a very quick Jinx too. Rolled all the way down for it though. Huh. All right, just wanted to really move into her, first form of her late game comp. She does have a second Lucian too, able to safely move those items over to Jinx, but that was a lot of investment, and she's gonna take her first loss right afterwards. Oh man, that is the last thing you want to have happen.
We're actually looking at Sphinx now as well, who's Got
Oh, yeah.
that Void Brawler online. He's actually put the Seraphs on the Kazakhs. It looks like sorry, not the Kazakhs, the Vel'Koz. So it does look like he's just playing classic Void Brawler and maybe less around the printer. He's keeping the Sona. No, he's sold the Sona. So yeah, it looks like it's just gonna be classic Void Brawler for Sphinx.
Yeah, so he's got good items for the Cho'Gath, and having the Cho'Gath 2 and the Vel'Koz 2 are really important right now. So he's powered up a lot since we saw him play that round against Becca. Um, and with classic Void Brawler, yeah, I mean, I think it's still good, but I think it's better against the more against a lot of the hyper world tops right now. And we don't have a ton of those in the lobby. It's especially good against Candyland. It's gonna be strong for a while, and it's probably gonna get him a top 4, but I don't know, I'm gonna be curious to see how this performs because we don't see a lot of players going just straight up classic Void Brawler, so I don't know about this one, I'm curious.
I think it still functions fine. I think the only problem is that with just a single Seraphs, it can be a little bit hard to make your Vel'Koz ultimate, like find his ultimates consistently.
Yeah.
So I think he's obviously looking to go for Fizz. He's looking to pick up a Fizz and go Fizz 2. That's the best combination with the Kazakhs because it's probably just the best infiltrator outside of Kazakhs, in this particular composition.
Yeah.
But I do think that he's not exactly strong right now. He has got good items on the Vel'Koz, like he has got the Morellonomic on there, but I think overall he's not in the strongest position.
Right. Well, we did see people kind of prioritizing the mana printer style for this, like you mentioned, either through the Sona with all the chalices or through attack speed items on the Kazakhs, actually, the Kazakhs build, to just make the Vel'Koz attack fast enough to get a lot of ultimates. But it's working for now. He's gonna win this round at least.
Yeah, he's going up against Kiyun, who is obviously trying to go towards his classic mech infiltrator build and had a very good early game. So that's one of the dream situations for a mech player. If you have a good early game, and you have the buffer of HP to be able to make those slow rolls happen towards the end of the game, it also means if you're being contested, you have way more HP to work with than your opponent.
You know,
So
I will
Kiyun's in a
say
great spot.
I will say this about classic Void Brawler is that not relying on a mana battery does allow you to work Sorcerer in sooner, and it does also allow you to go for classic Void Brawler positioning, which is putting the Vel'Koz on one of the sides rather than in the back row or kind of towards the middle a little bit more, like you're generally forced to do with the mana printer version. So you do get that advantage in terms of slightly better Vel'Koz positioning. Um,
Yeah.
I really wonder what the superior form of Void is right now. There's 3 different types, and they all seem to have their edges. This is cool to see, though. He's actually got 3 Sorcerer. He may actually just go up to 4 Sorcerer with this, which I think is really neat, and another advantage of not relying on the mana printer.
Yeah, you just have that extra slot to allow you to hit the synergies quicker, but also you've got to realize that if you are spending less items on tiers and cloaks, you also have the ability to add more offensive items to the units that matter in this composition as well. So you can
True.
play you can play like a more aggressive Vel'Koz setup, and that can sometimes really aid damage. GP2, by the way,
Wow,
picked
early.
up already.
Super early GP2 for Polt, but he's gonna get, pretty wrecked anyway by this. GPL comes through, but oh, it is enough. Wow, okay, that Lucian went more or less untouched in the back line. Didn't see him firing away back there, so Polt finding another win. And let's see what Polt is up to right now. We haven't checked in with him for a while. He does kind of have that, chrono build online, but I think the big story, like we just saw, is that Gangplank 2-star already online.
Yeah, I think he could put a QSS on the Gangplank if he wanted to. I'm wondering whether he's just holding out on that Brawler's Glove for a potential need to see large rod to maybe just go all in on a really big Gangplank ultimate to potentially carry him here. He did roll down for this, and his composition is not in a great spot to transition into anything usual. So he's probably just looking to play around that Gangplank.
Mhm.
Maybe try and get the Rebel buff online, or maybe just play Brawler Blaster just with Gangplank there as an additional threat.
I think as the game goes on, the Quicksilver Sash is gonna become more important. Ooh, barely edging out that round against Ine. I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't slammed it yet, but we'll see. At least he's winning right now, but he is still down at the very bottom of the lobby.
Yeah, and that's not great for Polt if you're in 8th position, having just come, what, 8th and 6th before? Uh,
Yeah.
he's desperately lacking, points at this point in time, and if you come bottom 4 3 games in a row, that's not boding well for the future of your chances in
Yeah.
this competition. And it would be a surprise to see Polt in that position as well, given how much critical acclaim he's kind of generated for himself over the course of the last few weeks.
Right, and it's not just the hype, based on, like, his past achievements as a StarCraft player too, it's, like, the legitimate performance that he's had on North American ladder. He's been really, really good lately. But then again, there is a big difference between ladder performance and tournament performance, and sometimes the two don't exactly correlate. Now, I'm not saying like Polt is nervous or anything like that because this guy's won big StarCraft tournaments. He's been on stage in front of thousands of people playing, so I don't think nerves are an issue here. He's
Mm.
number one on the NA ladder right now, um, but just today, for whatever reason, it's not working out for him. So
Polt's
many items on the bench right now.
Polt's style of play is really reminding me of like set one style of play, which is like playing around good units, just getting, or even set two, with like Singe and stuff. It's just playing around good units. This is not a comp that you would see listed online. This is not a cutter composition that you'll see get played in every single game. He's
Right.
basically just like, I've got a big MF, I've got a big gangplank. Is that going to be enough to carry me through this game? And obviously, he's still
Looks like
struggling.
maybe not.
Yeah, exactly. Versus that Kale, who's got perfect Kale items, by the way.
Yeah, down to 10 HP remaining, pulled on his last life here, most likely, and on the verge of another 8th place. And
It's not
seeing
good.
Polt just totally bomb out of the qualifiers would be pretty shocking. Opts to go for the Cho'Gath now, so just trying to get some more meat in the front line. And like we talked about, his style generally is very reliant on just having a lot of different four cost minions in there because of their individual strength as well. So you've got pretty much everything on his board except for the Rumble and the Ezreal are four cost or better.
You'd want to pull the Lulu or the other Thresh, I suppose. Pulling another Thresh is always a nice thing as well. He's going to
Yep.
add double Giant Slayer over to his Ezreal here.
Yep.
Oh, the GP's just not getting enough work done
Yeah.
without having Rabadons. It's just not good enough.
And he's out 8th place again for Polt. Man, that is a really, really rough start to the day. And yeah, at this point, if he wants to make top 8, you kind of have to win out. It's going to take like 3 first or second places in a row for Polt to even make it into Giant Slayer Series Season 2 now.
Yeah, and that's not looking good for a guy that kind of, I guess, generated a play style over the course of the last week, has been on the top of the NA ladder, maybe just hasn't had the right cards dealt to him this time round. And I do feel bad for him because I think a lot of expectations were put on top of Polt coming into this particular series. But again, just sometimes you don't get the roles that you need.
Yep, very true. And that's only half of the game. So there are still 3 more. You never know what's going to happen. We did see some players make some pretty big comebacks. So it's not over yet, but it's not looking good. Let's move on to Ine here, who is currently 3rd in the lobby right now, 51 HP remaining, going for a little bit of Brawler Blaster action himself, but not really going for the full Brawlers or the full Blasters, doing what we see more commonly now, which is to go for a little bit of a mix of things.
Yeah, he's got a really good MF. Karma too, as you heard from some of the European players yesterday, is overpowered. She's really strong right now, and he's just kind of mix and matching just good
Uh-oh.
units at this point in time. And the I think he's going to end up losing here, but it is close. Kiyun's got a pretty strong mech at this point in time.
Yeah, the demolitionist stun right there is helping him secure it. So that is another win for Kyun, who's in 3rd place right now. Ine still a strong comp, but not quite strong enough. See what we can get off this carousel. It is going to be full item carousel right now. So what do you go for here if you're Ine? Does
If
he
you're
need more
NA,
defensive items?
I think he's got 2 offensive carries already locked up to the brim, right? So I think
Yeah.
a defensive item would be okay. I think the rapid fire cannon's fine for the Kale, for instance, because he's running a Kale with Quicksilver, so a rapid fire cannon would be okay.
Hmm. Hmm. It does go for the. Did he grab the Shojins? Is that what I saw? I think I did.
No, I think he grabbed the rapid fire.
Uh, yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. Sphinx,
So
our Void player, grabs the Hand of Justice. Some, probably for maybe like a Kha'Zix item, just to toss something on there.
yeah, it's also one of those like 50-50 coin flip items where like if you give it to a sorcerer and you get the 50% damage buff,
Yeah.
it can just crush a team fight for you. So sometimes taking that 50-50 when you're in a bad position is worth it.
Mhm. So the big thing that Ine has going for him right now, I think, is multiple QSSs. He's got one on his Kale, he's got one on his MF, and the Kale has that rapid fire cannon too. So yeah, you can see he can even corner her, and she'll do quite well. So he's got the ability to put his carries in a really really good spot right now. Going up against Grand Vice here with Grand Vice's Jinx build, a lot of Kale items. Well, I guess Kale via the Thieves Gloves, and man, two Thieves Gloves. I love it. One on the Aurelia, one on the Kale, and then a lot of items on Jinx and MF. That is a terrifying treasure trove builder right there.
I mean, that Jinx build is scary. If you can't land some CC on that Jinx, she's going to tear your composition apart. It's Runans, it's Deathblade, and I believe it was IE or Last Whisper, one of the two. But essentially, it's just a very scary Jinx build.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see Ine's front line just melted instantly to that.
It's an Infinity Edge, yeah. It's an IE, so that's super
Wow.
scary. Just needs to keep his Jinx out of the range of CC.
Yep. All right, looking around a little bit. Aegon, our current lobby leader, is on the verge of going out in seventh in this game. So his first rough performance, it looks like this time.
Yeah, I don't know what he's playing this game, but he's definitely not had as good of a start as he would have liked. You can see Final D, who he's running Shredder, and Shredder has, I think, been the story of our qualifiers. It has just been one of the most consistent compositions to run with, and it's preserved so much HP here for Final DF, who's in a good spot.
Yeah, and a good spot to possibly hit top four. Gets wrecked that round, so maybe falling off here soon. And I think the funny thing is that Shredder is one of those builds that I would argue is maybe a little bit worse actually on Treasure Trove because you don't oftentimes have multiple very strong carries in it. A lot of times it's like Zaya is the one doing the majority of your damage. Whereas you look at some of the other comps people are going for in this lobby, you've got a lot of Jinx MF Kale, 2 to 3 different carries that can all be itemized. So unless you're ready to, prioritize more carries that are effective with a shredder, which is a little bit tough to do, I think this is a comp that can be top four, but isn't necessarily quite a shoe in for number one as it is in some other galaxies.
Yeah, I think one of the things that you do as a positive for Shredder is that you can usually find the right items with the necessary QSS for the Zaya, for instance. So I think it has both benefits and negatives to this particular galaxy. I think obviously you're seeing Kiyun do well with Mech. We're going to check in with Final DF now actually as well, who is playing that Shredder.
All right, check it out. Got a couple items on the Ash even as well. Got really good Jarvan items too with the Death Cap.
Deathcap's great. And
Yeah.
plus he has the defensive items to work with as well. I think this might have been Final DF might have been the player that committed the Seraph super early on because I don't think I've seen anyone else apart from Sphinx take a Seraphs, and he's putting it on the Jarvan to allow him to get that flag down more quickly, which I love. I love just Jarvan being able to get that flag down as quickly as possible is a really good thing in this build.
Yeah, it's an interesting adaptation. I don't think I've ever seen Seraphs on Jarvan before, but it does make a lot of sense in terms of consistent damage. I think the double Z0 portal on the Fiora 3 is hilarious. That's like another 6,000 HP that pops out of that. So that can be very annoying for your opponent's carries to deal with sometimes. Gets the Thresh in at level 9, rolls down for that.
Look
And
at Kiyun.
he's in really good shape actually right now. Although Kyun's mech board is looking pretty strong right now too.
He's one Fizz away from a Fizz 3 and one Rumble away from a Rumble 3. Even if you don't have demo spat, a full level 3 mech is going to be very scary.
He could possibly find the perfect mech. Lulu ult comes through though. That mech getting busted open, and the Zaya in the back doing plenty of damage. And look at those Zerot minions actually occupying for a long time, but it's not going to be quite enough as that Shaco. Seen a lot more Shaco itemization, and especially in a galaxy like Treasure Trove, you can really boost a lot of these carries. I do think that Mech Infiltrator is another build that benefits from Treasure Trove. Every comp benefits from Treasure Trove, right? But comps that can equip multiple big carries in scary ways tend to do slightly better.
Well, I'm looking at the rest of these boards right now, and I think the Zaya is a little bit low damage for Final DF. He doesn't actually have a final damage item on her, so
Yeah.
he might actually struggle to get through some of the front line as this game progresses. He has got the Runans on the Ash. Wondering the idea behind that. I think Runans is okay on Zaya with Last Whisper. I don't think it's great, but
Oh, that
you,
Ash arrow.
yeah, that was
That Ash
huge.
arrow was so big. got through the middle, and I thought maybe that was going to be able to turn it around because he did a ton of damage with it. But this MF and this Kale are just way too strong right now.
Actually, speaking of someone that we haven't checked in on throughout this game, Becca, she's at 32, but she's on a win streak again. She's having another really good game.
Yeah,
She's
I
got a
believe she's
GP2.
got a little bit of a Rebels blaster thing going on. I think I saw a GP2 on her board.
She did. She had a GP2 there. And I think it is just that Rebels Blaster variant that we see. Becca, wow, she's in a super solid spot. And again, looking for another potential first. Kiyun in the top four with his mech. He's got a very scary mech, like we said before as well. And Ine finds his way to the top four too.
Yeah, Grand Vice out in fifth. That is a rough result for him as he has struggled to perform throughout the day. Another third game in a row outside of the top four. But we're seeing some consistent performance here from players like Kyun, of course, doing his thing. Ine as well, been playing fairly well. Aegon taking his worst loss of the day so far. And Becca, the ups and downs continue. Looks like she's going to have another good result this time, though.
Well, we're going to see her now going up against Final DF. And yeah, she's got a Rebel Spat Misfortune 2 with
Oh, wow.
Shojin. She's got excellent items on the Jinx with a GP2. This is a very, very strong comp.
Yeah. Didn't even really need that MF ult to go off, honestly. Zai in the back getting to basically free fire. That is not a GP ult that's going to do a lot of good, but the Sona healing as well, making a big difference here. And I think you kind of see part of the problems you run into with Shredder sometimes is that when you just put single target damage up against multi-target damage, obviously the multi-target damage is going to kill things quicker, right? So
Mm.
sometimes you do run into that against some of these higher tier, more itemized like Rebel Blaster comps.
Well, that's one of the things that I think makes blasters good against Shredder is that if you have enough of a front line to get your Jinx online, then suddenly that AoE damage that comes from the blaster comps is too difficult for the Shredder to deal with. They just don't have the time to work through the front line, and because it's not armor based either, the Last Whisper from Zaya isn't getting as much effect as it would do previously.
So Final D going up against, I believe, the Ghost of Becca right now, looking at that board.
No, this is actually Ine, I believe. Ine's running a
Oh
very
yeah,
similar
could be,
thing.
yeah. Oh, run, Final D. He's got the board to run the farthest away on, which is good. Always a good decision, of course. Manages to grab a third. Hello, Windows background. And over on to Becca right now, who is currently number one in the lobby and on the verge of getting another first place here today.
Yeah, she did just lose to Ine though. So Ine running a
Uh,
similar composition to her, she actually did just take the loss. Now, this is something that we've talked about yesterday. She's got a sword breaker coming out here, which is very like situational, but one of the few compositions that really utilize this item to its maximum capability is Brawler Blaster.
yeah, you'd think that would be going on Ezreal just to get that spread around a little bit more.
I think that's going to be the play. I don't think there are any other
Maybe
blasters that I would
Graves, I
rather
guess.
have this one.
But yeah,
Yeah, it does give you resistances at the end of the day as well, so Graves is not a bad choice for it.
right. She takes out the Graves. She actually opts to put in Mana Reaver now, along with the Thresh. There's a possibility of a Thresh too. So one of the other things that Graves does for you in the late game is a blind can be very strong, but not prioritizing that either. So we will
She's
see
gone
who
for the big
benefits from that Sword Breaker. Might just be, yeah, just taking the Thresh too to just get more hits off with it, I suppose. All
yeah,
right.
she's just gone for the, oh, that's a huge MF ultimate. I think that might be the end of the game for her here.
Could be, yeah. Yeah, Becca out, and it is gonna be, Ine, I believe, taking first place in this lobby. But this is what we talked about with Becca. She's either first or second, or she's 7th or 8th. But hey, second place, nothing wrong with that.
Oh, absolutely. I think she's had an incredible, 2 games, and she obviously coming in 7th. Doesn't matter, like, because if you post that many points onto the board, you're already in a good spot going into the final 3 games of the
Sure.
day. So I think she made the right choice there. I think she decided to get rid of blasters, which weren't as important to trade in for Mana Reavers, but also the Kassadin disarm, which is really strong versus Blaster Brawler in general. And you
Right.
actually saw Ine made a similar play, right? He also went for the Kassadin because it gave them Celestial alongside the Sona that they had too. So you can see the points. Ine, with that win, puts himself right at the top. And Crowan, who we talked about in the previous games, is there up in the top rankings at 21.
Yeah, still performing very well. Our Becca, Aegon taking his first rough game, but still at 19 points. Soju as well, continuing to move up through the standings. Nature's as well, holding on. Sphinx moving up a little bit. Kiting is hard. Finally gains a little bit of points, but some of the bigger stories too with players underperforming. Tien, a player from season one, having kind of a rough day at 11 points, can still move up from there. But Grand Vice and Polt, two of the most sort of respected players in TFT right now. Grand Vice for a long time, and Polt kind of the newer comer with that. Both down at 15th and 16th, pretty much on the verge of effective elimination from a chance of getting up into the top 8. Like we talked about, you need minimum like early to mid 30s most of the time to make it through based on what we saw yesterday. And that would mean that both Grand Vice and Polt would more or less need to just win out to have a chance to make it to season 2.
Yeah, I genuinely think if they're not placing top 1, 2 in every single game following this, they are probably not making the top 8 of Giant Slayer so far. And it's sad
Yeah.
to see because they're both two incredible players, two incredible streamers, and their ladder positions speak for themselves in terms of the way that they performed on the North American Challenger ladder.
Right.
But like you,
Well, that's a
this is
crazy
a
thing,
game.
right? Like,
Yeah,
think about this. We've got the number one player on the North American ladder at the bottom of the standings in the qualifiers. That's not something you would expect coming into this.
I think it's one of those things that really shows you the kind of what TFT is about. Like it's about calculated risk management. It's about dealing like or having the cards that you're dealt with and making the best of them. And sometimes you just ain't going to get good cards, and unfortunately that can happen a few games in a row. And you know, I'm hoping that he finds a way to sort of post some top 4s following this. But he's still a great player. I don't think his positions should detract from the player that he is. And yeah, and kiting as well. Like they're all incredible players. So I think overall, uh, we'll see what happens over these next 3 games. I don't want to put anyone on a pedestal just yet. We might still see some resurgences over the next 3 games that we have to come.
There's always a chance of a comeback. We did see some pretty huge comebacks yesterday, actually. Starting off this game with Kiting is hard, another player that has been struggling a little bit today. We'll see if he can move up in this one.
Yeah,
As
he's
we
also
go into
a really good
normal galaxy.
a normal galaxy. Can you believe it?
Wow.
And we just don't see this very often.
Yeah.
Kiting's a player that I've watched quite a lot of. He used to be a very high tier traditional League of Legends player. I think he had a lot of success in the Challenger ladder. He was quite well watched for his sort of play in traditional League of Legends, and then he moved into TFT. And he's managed to find success there as well. So, you know, showing multi-disciplines, you know, like Polt did in StarCraft 2, just sometimes that mindset, that ability to improve and analyze your mistakes is really important. And
Yeah.
you know, he's one of those players that's managed it too.
Gets a Kha'Zix with the belt. All right, let's build a Zeeks. Let's do it. Kha'Zix online. The choice has been made. I believe in you. Kiting is hard. Do
I
it.
think I think he can. I mean, with these items, obviously, early Zephyr is a good item. It's not an item that I would always slam straight away. But you know, if I was desperate for an item, I would potentially think about an early Zephyr. That's what he's got on offer right now. We expect him to get at least one more item to red buff. So he's got a red buff, right?
Yeah, right.
So you could play Brawler Blaster or sort of like Cybernetics Blaster at some point in the early game and look to win streak with it. I mean, red buff's always a solid early item to have.
True enough, but you got to find somebody to use it, and no such luck yet for Kiting is hard. Might be able to find a Lucian a little bit later. Picks up the Leona. Does he go for the Ziggs too? You know, because he doesn't really have the items to support it, but I think any 2-star is probably worth picking up in the early game. You can always sell it back for full price. It's not like you're losing any gold for it. He opts to just add that on in the end.
I think he knows that he doesn't need it for this neutral round. So what he's
No,
thinking about is whether he gets any extra gold to sell off, and then he can essentially make a decision about whether he wants to sell that Ziggs in favor of picking up the Shen or one of the other 2 costs on the board, for instance.
sure. Does decide to let it go through, finds a Darius. So he's got Space Pirate now. But you are going to need a couple items on this because it is still a 1-star Graves and a 1-star Darius. There's not a lot of tanking, but he is a good red buff holder anyway right now, and
Yeah,
part of an Ionic Spark. So you never know. Couple different directions you can go with this.
yeah, and he can always just utilize that red buff on Graves, sell it off if he gets a Lucian and another Graves, for instance. So I think he's made the correct choice in terms of just slamming items right now. Red buff does kind of box you into certain compositions. I think it can be used across a wide variety, but generally red buff is seen in Kale Carry because you can give it to the Ezreal eventually if you pick up the Misfortune. You see it in Cybernetics because the Lucian works with the Misfortune, and you see it obviously in Blaster Brawler, the composition that I think makes best use of this item overall.
Right. It's just going to be a good item, just in general. Wins that first round against running 300 golds, or which is a player that we saw play Mech a little bit earlier. We'll see if he decides to continue on with that. Finds another Graves, finds a Yasuo as well. So because he has the Ziggs too, another thing you can kind of think about a little bit here is Rebels. We mentioned as far as things the red buff can go on. Well, Jinx is one of those things eventually as well.
Mm-hmm. And he's keeping cybernetics open because of the Lucian. He would want to, find a Fiora, a Lucian. He can have the Graves that he's got on his bench to sub in at level 4 for a two blasters and cybernetics. It's he's again, I think he's working with a good early game right now. This is one
Yeah.
of the better early games. Red buff is something that allows you to win streak really hard as well in the right scenarios. Plus, Graves is just a very broken early unit in general. I just love Graves as a unit. He's very difficult to deal with. You can see that red buff doing insane work for him, and he should be able to get another win here with the Ziggs too.
Well, the funny thing about Graves is that he's one of those few one-star units that provides value through the entire game. Even in the very late game, Graves getting a blind off on the enemy team can mean the difference between winning and losing a round. So there are scenarios where you just kind of keep him in the entire time. Probably won't see that this game, but I think he is notable in terms of one cost, in that his ultimate is so good at just disabling the enemy carries.
Yeah, it's one of those units that you have in. If someone's trying to win streak with an early Xayah, Graves can really shut that down
Oh
hard
yeah,
as well. So I think he obviously they nerfed him on 10.10. I think they nerfed his ability duration to 3 seconds rather than the flat 4 seconds across the board.
right.
They
It's
gave him
three,
four
four,
seconds
five
at two,
now.
two
I think.
star. Yeah, and then if you ever want to get Graves to 3 star, which you very rarely see Graves 3 stars, he has a 5 second ultimate as well.
Yeah.
I think he's falling off in power level ever so slightly right now, just because he hasn't managed to convert any, I would say, like super meaningful blaster orientated synergies. So I think at some point he is going to start to struggle, but he's already generated 2 wins on the board, so he's already in an okay spot.
Yeah, and if you kind of take that medium sort of carousel spot, that's not bad. And he's probably gonna have to wait a while for the carousel. But kind of the big story with this is now with 2 Darius, he's able to make money every single turn. So his economy, at least, even if he does start losing rounds, that's the great thing about Space Pirate is you can lose a round and still make money. Oh, Ziggs! Oh, the pop
Oh,
in the air, but didn't get there quite fast enough.
early sniper is underrated as well, to be honest. Not many people run it, but a Caitlyn too with early sniper bonus. I mean, she's gonna one shot most people regardless at two
Yeah.
star, but her basic attacks actually do wind up a significant amount of damage. And Ash's arrow does a lot of damage with the sniper bonus online as well. So some people will, like to throw that sniper bonus in early on, and I'm kind of liking seeing a bit more of it at this level of play as well.
So he's gonna grab the Darius here, which would combine into a Darius with Runan's Hurricane. If you really, really spam hard, once in a while, you can sell one before the round starts again, which I know you're not supposed to be able to do, but every once in a while, you can get it to work. I think he's just gonna let it combine and then use that Runins later on. But and he finds the Graves 2 star as well, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, I would take a Darius 2 with whatever items on. I mean, this
Yeah.
probably means he's not going to be going Space Jam because it's not likely that you're going to use a Darius 2 with Runans in any real composition.
No,
But Runan's red buff, that's a great setup for a Brawler Blaster comp. Like, that's a really good setup because you can give the Deathblade or any kind of combo with Jinx with Runans, and you're probably pretty happy with that. Plus,
yeah,
Runans plus red buff, it's an easy way of distributing more red buffs if you really want to.
very true. And we're gonna jump over with Soju here to see what he is up to. Just a little bit of Blade Master action right now with a early Master Yi, it looks like, which can certainly carry a little bit, as well as that 2 star Shen. So just a lot of survivability on that team right now.
Yeah, Master Yi got changed a couple of updates ago to 12% healing of max health at all times. And that's actually made Master Yi 1 a little bit better. I found that
Yeah.
Master Yi drastically overperforms in the games that I play with him, especially when you've got the Blade Master bonus online, like we see that Soju has here.
Oh yeah, it's a significant buff for Master Yi 1 for sure. A little bit
Yeah.
weaker on 2 and 3, but or same on 2, I suppose, and a little bit weaker on 3. But I totally agree that I love Master Yi 1 right now in a lot of my comps.
especially with Rebel. I mean, if you get it with Rebel, he gets the extra shield on top as well. It's
Yeah,
perfectly fine. I'm trying to get an indicator as to where Soju's thinking of going with this particular build. He's going to slam a Hand of Justice, which would make me feel like Kale is the play for him here, because very few comps use Hand of Justice well, but Kale really does.
right. I mean, Yi can certainly make use of that early on, but he's also a good item holder, like you mentioned, for something like a Kale a little bit later. Looks like Nature's is going to take a early loss here, 98 HP, or a little bit less anyway. So, but still healthy anyway. Going into Krugs now, aka Terror Bursters here. He finds the early fizz, but not exactly the mech infiltrator sort of player most of the time. So I
No,
definitely see that.
Soju's pretty good at being flexible with his builds. If you watch his stream, he's one of those players that does like to play a bit of everything where he can.
Yeah,
I think he's thinking about selling the Yi for economy here.
that's possible. I mean, I guess you're giving up a little bit. It really depends on the items, I suppose, doesn't it? But hitting 20 gold is also important. He's, I think, just kind of hoping he gets some gold from
Yeah.
it. Finds a tier. And what else?
He'd love a Nisi large rod. That'd be great. I mean, I think that's okay for Giant Slayer, but a rod would be really good for him. And he only finds the Darius, but he sells off the Darius. He wants to keep the Yi. I think that's a correct decision because Yi is still quite strong at this point in time.
Yeah, for
So you
sure.
just sub the Yi back in for the Graves and go back to the comp that you were running.
Yep, still no rebels, but still a very strong board regardless. Getting Chrono in there as well as Brawler, and just a Shen too makes such a big difference early on.
Oh, Shen 2 is insanely good early on, especially if you can combine it with the Blade Master bonus. Would you just slam Redemption on Shen is the question here. I
Uh,
almost
I don't know because I like Redemption as an item, but in if you look at his board, Shen is probably going to be the one of the champions to die a little bit later than some of the other ones. I think he definitely can, but there'll be rounds where he's not going to get a lot of use out of it. Looks like this round should be okay. That's a big Ash Arrow though. All right.
oh,
So thankfully, Shen dies pretty soon in this one. But man, this is a strong board from Missy Boy Beastie. Getting that early sniper buffalo we talked about. Yikes.
yeah, damn, that's,
Getting in there with the
rough.
emote too.
He also leveled it up to 6 as well, so
Yeah,
he took that aggressive level, but he's running a very strong comp with the early Ash that he found.
right.
In terms of the way that you talk about in terms of Shen having the redemption, the way that he's positioned, he's put Shen in the middle by himself. That's essentially trying to make it so that Shen draws all of the aggro at the start. So the more aggro Shen draws, the less likely it is for anybody else to take the aggro early on. Because even when Shen pops his ultimate, he's still going to be taking aggro from the majority of the units on the board. So
Right.
he's trying to split the aggro between Shen and Malphite, and the rest of his units are going to be secondary, I guess, secondary thoughts in terms of where the enemy starts firing at. So I think it's okay to have Shen with redemption at this point because he's usually going to be the one that everybody's trying to put pressure on.
Oh, Shen taking the long way around to get back to this Jarvan with the death cap. Zaya firing away, but not really being part of too many kills, not stacking that death blade too quickly, and the single target damage not working out for Crone is going to take a loss there, take a little bit of a pretty big HP hit actually. And I think Soju is definitely in store for a bit of a win streak with this, especially if you can hit like a Yi 2 or something.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good sort of high power comps at this point in time in the game, but irrespective, the biggest thing for him is not tanking HP right now. He's got an economy to build back up. He's got to get back towards 50 gold. The important thing for him is just to protect his HP as much as possible. He's already played Beastie, who's one of the strongest players in the lobby. I don't think he's played Kiting, so that might be an issue for him. But irrespective, if you can just take wins during stage 3, you're in a perfectly fine spot.
Yeah.
The other thing that I think was worth talking about was the fact that we saw Crowin at 50 gold with a shredder comp. He's playing the slow roll variant, or at least looks like he's playing the slow roll variant because Jinx has gone all in, and I think Crowin's trying to utilize his economy to just slow roll for the items or pivot into another composition that can use that death blade.
Yeah, there's definitely ways, or there's definitely reasons I should say to go both styles. That Shen ult coming up so big, giving Master Yi the time to heal up and win the round. Jinx
He is
takes a hit.
broken, dude. Masty is actually broken. People forget like how good that champion is, especially towards the early mid game.
He can kind of become set 2 Master Yi esque with some early items here. He's like the mid game version of the late game Yi 2, basically from last set.
I mean, he does true damage, right? So Master Yi does true damage with his abilities. So he's one of those few champions that can naturally cut through resistances. And so
Mm.
he can cut through the resistances of vanguards in the mid game, for instance. So if you're running a 2 Vanguard front line, hey, Yi deals with that. He gets through the armor without much effort. So I do think he's an underrated unit in terms of mid game carry potential.
And not to mention the healing too, just the sustain on Master Yi. Well, let's take a look at Tien, see what he's up to. We haven't looked at Tien yet today. He's been having a little bit of rough results. 11 points, I think, total so far in the qualifiers. Has Chrono Blaster or Chrono Brawler Infiltrator so far. Is he actually going Mech Infiltrator? It might be a possibility, but it looks like between builds a little bit. This could also end up being Void as well. He's very close to a Kha'Zix 3. He's very
This
close to
feels
a
like
TF3.
yeah, this feels like the Kha'Zix like rapid fire cannon void carry build. It
Yeah,
feels like that's where he's trying to go with this because he hasn't picked up any mech units at all. And you generally do tend to run the Kai'Sa in that build as well. I've seen this about a lot. This could even just be the strict Kha'Zix build too with the Twisted Fate, but he's definitely running a form of Kha'Zix carry, which would be a void focused build as well.
yeah.
He just needs to hit one more TF or one more Kha'Zix, and he's probably going to be safe for at least until midway round through round 4.
It seems pretty strong right now. Kaisa is a really great Vel'Koz item holder, which usually ends up being her purpose. Looks
Mhm.
like he's going to be able to beat Nature's here in this particular round. That gif. but uh, but yeah, once he gets the Vel'Koz, he can make that swap. Finds the Kha'Zix 3. Looking for a Fizz later to replace the Kaisa with. But yeah, so far so good for Tien. 66 HP, but he's holding on.
I wonder if he's going like either Deathblade or double IE, for instance, on the Kha'Zix. Like, ideally, you would love to have rapid fire cannon because that makes Kha'Zix much more of a threat in the backline. But because it just means he doesn't have to move as much getting
Yeah.
between those backline carries. But he's got plenty of options available to him. And with having the Kha'Zix 3 at this stage, with also building your economy back up towards 50, he's in a perfectly fine spot.
Yep. Blitzcranks pull each other. Kaisai gets in the back line, and that Morellonomicon is always going to be nice in terms of reducing, especially against the Yi, the sustain of the enemy team. And Kaisai doing work here. The Kazakhs died really fast, so it looks like it's not going to be enough to win this round, but at least it's not going to be like a terrible loss.
Hey, Soju's he's having a great mid game. I think you told me that he could be win streaking. Looks like he's actually on that win streak now. He's
Yeah.
still at the 81 HP. The flames are ignited. Soju, he's smurfing with the Master Yi.
TF3 picked up by TN. So definitely not necessary for this build, but it is nice. You're never going to say no to a Twisted Fate 3. You can do some decent damage even without items.
I have a
I
feeling
like the Fizz ultimate, but I think the Kaisai, I agree, is going to be a little bit stronger right now.
yeah, until you find the Vel'Koz and the Cho'Gath for
Yeah.
sure. I actually think that the TF, there is a version of this build that actually includes the TF as a priority.
Oh,
Um,
for sure. Because it works with the brawlers, so you get chrono out of it. So oftentimes TF is going to be your sorcerer with this build.
oh, he's got a Seraphs as well, which is super nice for the Vel'Koz if he wants it to.
Mhm. You can go a couple different directions with the sorcerer here. Lux is another popular late game addition because again, the sorcerer buff is good for Vel'Koz, and the crowd control with the Lux ultimate is really
for a sort of a carousel round or a full
Right.
item from Kane, where he could potentially get a rapid fire cannon.
Yeah. All right. You can see though, Vel'Koz with that attack speed, man, he's gonna build up his mana so fast. He's gonna get 2 casts off just like that. With that void bonus, this is a strong build. This is actually one of my favorite builds to play right now. It's just fun to watch go off, right? You've got that kind of crazy Kha'Zix carry, and then you've got Vel'Koz just blasting away really fast in the back lines. So it's a fun build. Pick up some 4 costs to try to hone in on grabbing that Cho'Gath 2, and there it is. So it worked.
Yep, did
Vel'Koz 2
indeed.
as well is huge right now, if you can find it.
It's just what he's waiting for. Vel'Koz 2 would give him basically his complete composition until he builds an eco back and looks for maybe a Vel'Koz 3 or a Cho'Gath 3, either of which are really good in void-based compositions. So
Yeah.
um, he's in a good. This is just a really, really strong setup for him right now.
Well, a lot of times, if you're able to get to 9 with this, and he's top of the lobby, so he might have an opportunity for that. Wow, look at that Aurelion Soul on the other side. If that becomes an A Soul too, that is going to be so scary. But going back to Tien, if he hits level 9, a lot of times you can just simply add in a second Vel'Koz. And 2 Vel'Koz 2 is pretty much as good as like 1 Vel'Koz 3 in a lot of cases, because you get so much damage spread over the course of the team. And you have the advantage of, with 2 Vel'Koz beams going off, you don't oftentimes get a lot of like silly Vel'Koz miss rounds that you do have sometimes with this build.
Yeah, that's one of the frustrating things about playing Vel'Koz. Even though they cleaned up the AI, I think 2 patches ago to try and make him a bit more consistent in the way that he fires his beam, he still does sometimes choose the most random locations to fire off at. We're going to move over to Crone now, by the way. We're going to leave Tien here
Yeah.
and go over to Crone, who I believe is running Shredder. He played the slow roll variant where he protected his economy a bit more and then just rolled at 5 to find his 3 stars.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for him. So far, so good, as he is number 2 in the lobby right now. Full item carousel.
What does he get? Did he get the static shiv?
I believe so, yeah. Didn't quite see it in the switching. There we go. Finds a Lulu. So Lulu, again, we've said it many times, just one of those units that you just enjoy putting in. And you can, in dire straits, put it in place of one of your other celestials. Sometimes it's okay to give up that Rakan.
Just to note as well, we have got running 300 golds who was trying to play mech. He's gone out in 8th. So he was playing mech this game and he's gone out in 8th here. He has not had a good tournament performance so far either. He's had a rough spot. He's been in a rough spot for 3 games in a row. And I believe he is probably unlikely to make it into our top 8 now, given the score that he had coming into this game.
Yeah, there are going to be some players that are effectively mathematically eliminated after this game, probably. But another one for Crowan, who's been doing the opposite, playing really, really well, almost mathematically assured to take top 8 unless things go very, very poorly in his last few games. Does opt to put the Lulu in over the Rakan. I do like that. You're giving up Protector on Jarvan, but he's a 3-star anyway, so who cares? Just better to have that Lulu in for the possibility of polymorphing some of your opponent's minions, or units rather.
I think Jarvan is there for one reason and one reason only. For the most part, he's there to just slam his flag on the floor and then boost your Zaya's speed. So if your Jarvan dies 3 seconds quicker than he would do without Protector, that's probably made up for with the utility that Lulu provides for your composition.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Putting the Lulu front and center may seem a little bit risky sometimes, but getting her to take that early damage a lot of times gets her to ult quicker too. So you saw that happen there. Might not be enough to win him this round. Ooh, it was close actually, but he does take a loss. But if he gets a Lulu too, I think he's going to start winning a lot of that type of round specifically.
Yeah, and he's also got oh wow, that's such an insane item to get from Kane, like to
Yeah.
get the Last Whisper, that gives you perfect Zaya items. He was only running with 2 items on his Zaya. What an insane item to pick up from Kane at this
Well, there's
stage.
that debate right now where Deathblade versus Infinity Edge on Zaya, and I feel like over the course of the last 2 days, we've been seeing players trend more towards the new Deathblade than the Infinity Edge. IE is still perfectly fine, but
Mm.
pairing either one of those with this Last Whisper is going to be ultra strong for Crowan.
I actually read some maths on this debate as a whole.
Oh, really?
I believe in a Reddit post where they were talking about the maths of the full item build, like your classic Last Whisper, Quicksilver, Infinity Edge versus Deathblade, Last Whisper, Infinity Edge. And I think the maths were if you get 4 stacks on Deathblade, it becomes consistently better than Infinity Edge.
Makes sense.
Obviously, you're at the mercy of crits a lot of the time, but I think the maths was if you get 4 stacks with that build, it's better than Infinity Edge most of the time. I think in isolation, if you get 1 stack on Deathblade, it's better than a single Infinity Edge. But I think in the full item build, it requires a couple more stacks to really outperform Infinity Edge. But both builds are very good.
Well, speaking of things that are very good, there was a time where an Aurelion Soul like that would just win every single game without fail. It looks like it's going to help win this one as well. But Aurelion Soul, nerfed for a while, recently buffed back into viability, and kiting is hard, putting that classic Rebels build to good use.
Yeah, and if he's got a Nico's help as well, and he's level 9, so if he rolls into an Aurelion Soul 2, or at least just 1 extra Aurelion Soul in the shop,
It's a possible win
genuinely
condition.
I think it is. I think with the double Seraphs, it's just spamming rockets, delivering Morellos across the entire board, and that's actually a specific counter to Shredder as well. Because one of the things that really makes Shredder good is the sustain it gets from the 4 Celestials. So
Yeah.
if you're just hitting everybody with Morellos without fail, you're really limiting the healing that is going to be going in on that composition. So that's
Yeah,
I think
reduces by
why we
so
saw
much.
exactly. That's why I think we saw Crone perform so poorly in that particular matchup.
Yeah. Zaya walking up. We'll see if Crone can do enough damage with this. Vi getting in the back right away. And man, this Kha'Zix is just so strong. The double Infinity Edge just does so much damage. Vel'Koz basically misses everybody though, but it doesn't matter. Crone out in 5th. So a worse result than you would probably expect. And look at that. Natures and Soju both sub 5 HP. Very, very close results between 3rd and 5th right now. But Crone going out a little bit before everybody else. Gonna jump over with kiting is hard now.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Kiting doing well still because he did need a good performance. He's a
He
player that
did.
I think puts a lot of work in, and I think he's a
He
player
found
that's
the
very
ASOL too.
well. So I think I'm glad to see him do slightly better this game, Doa, because I think he needed this performance.
Oh, he really did. Yeah. And he'd be another one of those players where if he didn't make it into Giant Slayer Series season 2, you'd be a little bit shocked and dismayed. So we'll see what he can do. Classic Rebels and Friends coming in here now. That Aurelion Soul, though, is going to be doing an enormous amount of damage. And yeah, the Jinx helping out as well. And I think kiting is hard is in a great spot to actually win this lobby right now.
Yeah,
Soju out in 4th.
I think he just beat Tien like easily. And I think one of the things that you got to remember about Aurelion Sol is because he just basically moves around unhindered. He actually usually escapes Vel'Koz's death beams. He makes it hard for Kha'Zix to catch up with him because Kha'Zix constantly has to move to keep pace with the basic attacks. So
Yep.
Aurelion Sol, just as a mechanic, it's actually quite good at dealing with these kind of like compositions that have set sort of like ability targeting and stuff like that because Aurelion Sol makes it difficult to keep tracks on him as well because he generally just keeps moving and casting. So he's
That's
a great
always
unit.
been one of the benefits of Aurelion Souls. He just confuses your opponent's team, basically.
He just confuses
Yeah.
you. I'm wondering whether you just use the like. I was wondering what he's going to do with this
Two
Nikos.
strikes.
I think he's looking for. I think he's looking to Nikos his misfortune if he can find it because that would give him another really powerful upgrade. He's now
Yeah.
got the GA on the Gangplank as well, so
Well,
this is basically a guaranteed Gangplank ultimate.
yeah, and he's gonna get 2 strikes. He locked his shop already. 2 strikes is so big with the GP. So yeah, I if I had to pick a winner right now, I would definitely be picking kiting is hard.
Did you see what he just did? By the way, I don't know if we just caught it, but he just put the Master Yi in position for the Thresh basic attacked him, and that meant that he didn't get basic attacked on the GP. So his GP got the ultimate off for pretty much free. So he last minute moved the Master Yi right next to the GP so that the basic attack hit the Master Yi and it didn't hit the Gangplank, which is again, as you mentioned, very important to not have Gangplank get hit by a Mana Reaver.
Right. Interesting. It's interesting that that worked actually, because if the GP is front and center like that, there's only so much you can do to kind of like draw aggro away. But that's a cool little tech from kiting is hard and something to consider for everybody that likes to play Gangplank out there.
Well, what happens is with positioning is we're going into what could be one of the final rounds of the game. The
Yeah.
unit attacks what's directly in front of them.
Vel'Koz 3.
Like, oh my god, Vel'Koz 3. That might be
Oh boy.
really tough to deal with.
Speaking of win conditions, this could also be one. If that Vel'Koz gets a big ult, yeah, all right,
Oh!
that does it. Vel'Koz 3 does the most insane damage. So, all right, I retract my former statement in lieu of a Vel'Koz 3 appearing in the game. Let's jump over to Tien to watch this from his perspective, because this is like every Void player's dream, man. Vel'Koz 3, you feel so terrible if you lose a game with Vel'Koz 3. It's because it's nearly impossible.
It's just so, especially with these items, like surely this is a first place for Tien here.
Yeah,
Um, he's got a static shiv. It looks like a Morello's picked up, but he's already got a Morello's damage dealer, which is the Aurelian Soul. You're not going to get much more value out of an extra Morello's here because Aurelian Soul's
right.
already hitting everybody on the entire field.
Whereas that
I
static
would like
shiv, that can go on Cho'Gath for a faster ultimate. And Void
exactly.
plus the Jeweled Gauntlet crit from the Cho'Gath ultimate, even though it's only Cho 2, is still going to do a lot of damage. He's going to actually give it for the Vi for the disruption, I guess. But it's hard to go wrong. I mean, no matter who you put that on, that comp is so strong right now.
I think the quicker that you get the Vi ultimate off, the quicker you're going to start slamming out people,
Yeah,
in the
he's
way.
favoring the disruption over the big damage from the Cho ultimate.
Exactly. Both of them are disruption, but obviously, if you can get the trap claw hit by the Vi before you can get Cho'Gath, then obviously Cho'Gath's not going to get stunned. So I think he wants someone to proc the trap claw before either the Vel'Koz or the Cho'Gath does.
Sure. And the Vel'Koz oftentimes will do that depending on the side the ultimate comes out on. But the Vel'Koz does have a QSS as well, so the Trap Claw not terribly impactful with that. But Vel'Koz, ooh, that jinx, that jinx. Oh no, the Vel'Koz missed the jinx, and that's gonna give that round win over to Kiting is hard. This one could still go either way, and the ultimate Achilles heel of a Vel'Koz build is Vel'Koz. He is both your greatest asset and your greatest weakness. In that, if he doesn't hit anybody, then he might as well not even be there, right?
Oh, that's just it hurts to see
Yeah.
because like a Vel'Koz 3 should be like an automatic win condition. And he's in a situation where if the Vel'Koz decides to ult one unit on the other side of the field and then can't make it round to the important units, that's where you're going to start to struggle. And he's actually putting his Vel'Koz in a super aggressive position
Yeah, he's
to
moving into
try
the quote unquote better position as far as hitting more things goes.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. Can he do it though? That was a pretty good one. Okay. Yep. Eliminates the Jinx right away, so that's going to be a win. Yeah. The Vel'Koz positioning came through really well for him that time. That is the best place to put the Vel'Koz if you can, and that is a win for Tien. Finally getting a big result, and he needed that. That jumps him up, I believe, from 11 points to 21 right now.
And like we said, the low 30s feels like it's going to be the area that we are keeping our eyes on
Right.
for sort of that qualification spot. So this win is big for TN because if you can get another two good performances like 6 points or or 8 points and whatever, he's going to find himself potentially finding a top 8 spot here. So another good win for Kiting is hard as well, though. It's a really important win for him to find because he essentially needed that win to get himself in the point standings as well.
Yep, that's right. So let's take a look at our standings after 4 games have been played so far. Ine is now number 1 in our lobby with 29 points. Sphinx at 26. Crone and Soju and Nature's tied at 25. So there are some shakeups going on. Becca down to 22 right now, despite that win. So Becca's going to need to kind of perform well if she wants to stay in it. Ine, Sphinx, those players, Crone, Soju, Nature's, on the verge of nearly guaranteeing themselves a spot in that top 8. Whereas, again, players like Grand Vice, Polt, if you look at even them winning the next 2 games each, that's still only going to be low 30s, which is like the bare minimum cutoff. So basically, everybody from Jinxed on down is going to really struggle to make it into the top 8.
And I think Polt and running 300 gold, they would have to get 2 first places in a row to even,
Yeah.
I think, even with a look in at this point in time. I think they're unfortunately going to be unlikely to make it unless they get 2 really good games in a row. And it would
Yeah.
depend on other players doing badly as well, I would say. Becca, just to continue that storyline, to work out her points, she got first and second. So that would be 18 points. She got
Mhm.
7th again in the 4th game. So she's gone top 2, bottom 2, top
I
2,
told you,
bottom.
man. I said at the beginning of the day, Becker either gets 1, 2, or 7, 8. There's nothing in between.
But let's say that trend continues. She gets top 2, bottom 2. She's going to find herself around 34 points, which could be enough to put herself in the top 8 of this competition. So if she
Yep.
can continue that trend, actually a good situation to be in for Becca. Kiting is hard with that finish, also finds himself now in the top 6. But I don't think any players are completely safe at this point in time. We still have a lot open for our final 2 games of the day.
That's right. So, on that note, we are going to toss it over to a quick break. And when we come back, guys, the final set of games to see who our North American representatives are going to be for the Giant Slayer Series Season 2. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Giant Slayer Series North American Qualifiers. I am Doa, and with me, as always, for this tournament is Excoundrel, and we are starting to see some pretty surprising results come out of NA and these qualifiers. To you, Excoundrel, I love to throw this question at you all the time. What is the biggest surprise so far?
Um, what, in terms of meta or in terms of players?
Anything you're surprised by in the qualifiers at all in any degree?
Obviously, Pult being 15th out of 16th right now is surprising. We talked about it during the break. The guy's an excellent player, and
Yeah.
it's obviously bad to see him do not particularly well. I actually find it interesting that Mech performed on average much worse in NA than it has done in EU, and I don't know whether that's because of the builds that are being played into it. We've seen a much higher prevalence of Brawler Blaster, I think, in NA than we have in EU as well, which has been a very and less Kale carry, like less people playing Kale carry than we did in EU too. So there is actually a genuine meta difference, I think, between NA and EU, which is really interesting to see so far.
NA certainly favoring the GP and friends, the Rebels, the Brawler Blasters, like you said, a little bit less Kale, and I wonder if that's part of it too, because Polt does tend to play a lot of like Kale and friends on the ladder, right? And I don't know if we've seen a whole lot of that from him today, but for whatever reason, it's just not working out. That said, we do have some usual consistent performers like Crowan doing well so far. Ine, also another top NA player on the ladder, oftentimes #1 in the lobby right now. Kiting is hard, finally making some progress up through the rankings. He was a little bit lower early in the day, but now looks like he's on track to possibly top 8. Becca, always a really, really fun player to watch and a great player, but man, what a roller coaster of results in every single event she's in. So who knows? She could top 8 easily. She could also just barely make it out. But if you average it out, I suppose ones and twos and sevens and eights, it's pretty good. So we'll see. She's going to be on the bubble for sure for these next 2 games.
Well, I think if you have a look at the results between, I think it was final DF and second place is 6 points. So we have 6 points separating second and like 10th. So a couple of awry results in these last 2 games could shift who is in the top 8 considerably. The only person who I think is in a really comfortable position is Ine, because he's a little bit further ahead of everybody. And when I was first getting into set 3, like I'm actually quite new to TFT. In terms of, I played it casually up until set 3. I actually played other auto battlers before this, and I moved over to TFT for set 3, and took it quite seriously when I got into it, right? And I always remember watching North American streams and everyone saying Ine is like one of the best players. Ine is like one of the top players
Easily, yeah.
And I think he's again proving that consistency at a tournament level right now with being on the top of the leaderboard.
Yep.
Things can shift, and we're going to match with another consistent player here, Doa Crowan, as we head into our 5th game.
Wow. All right. So nothing is normal here. We've got an all Brawlers Gloves start in a Medium Legends Galaxy. So this is the first Medium Legends Galaxy we've seen this weekend, at least on stream anyway. And so what this does is it basically just gives you a lot more time to put together compositions that might be a little bit too risky to go for otherwise. So what kind of stuff do you think we're going to see from the players right now?
So Medium Legends really favors reroll comps. It favors hyper roll comps. Anything that needs a bit more time rolling to get online is really favored in this galaxy. Plus, it really rewards fast 8 players as well, because you're going to have more HP to fast 8 and then look for what you want as well. So I think Medium Legends in general is a galaxy that just favors anything that needs extra time to roll, or anything that needs extra time to get to the late game. And some of the more sort of average mid-game comps, so things like Brawler Blasters, they don't do as well, because the mid-game is going to be less important overall because you have more HP to work with.
Right. Picks up an Annie early. Can be a strong tanky unit, but can also just be probably more effectively 2 gold. We'll see what Crone decides to do. Checking to see what everyone else has gotten so far. It's important to look at the early items people get, scouting wise at this point in the game, because when you see what people have the potential to build early, it can give you an informed decision about what their thought process might be about their long-term compositional plans. So you're not going to get a lot of champion info by scouting this early, but the items are really interesting to look at this point in the game.
Yeah, I use the first 3 rounds to see what people have picked up itemization. And then in my head,
Yeah.
I say, what's the best combination they can take from these items? And that usually gives me a direction in their compositions because most people will combine something. That's why it's so
Right.
good to combine a more generic item like GA, for instance, or even Redemption if you find like the tier and the belt, because it doesn't give away too much about what you're planning. And that can sometimes be really important at a competitive level. This was, I believe, a Medium Legends all Brawler's Glove carousel,
It
from what I
was,
remember.
yeah.
So Brawler's Glove is usually more focused around Xayah-based compositions or Brawler Blasters, but it also could be used for a Quicksilver, which is a universally adaptable item as well.
So Crowan has the option to go for the Last Whisper or the Quicksilver sash early on. I think the Last Whisper is generally going to be a higher priority, but it also depends on what he wants to build. Does he even want to go for that type of build because it's probably going to be fairly contested this time? That's another part of the choice, right? He can also build that Runins too, but just because you've got the opportunity to go for something like that with the gloves, everybody did. So, how contested do you want the build you go to be really?
Yeah, I think the thing is that when everybody gets the same component at the start, the most popular item builds out of that component are likely going to be quite rife on
Yeah.
in the game. I'm interested about what Crowan has decided to do here. He actually leveled up on 2-1 because he had a 2 Chrono, 2 Vanguard start, and he feels like even with just 1 cost, this is strong enough to generate a win streak.
hmm He's trying anyway, but unfortunately, Grand Vice on the other side did slam that Last Whisper on the Twisted Fate, and that looks like it's going to be enough damage to get that win. So that feels bad sometimes to get that level, but then not really get the win. But it's not the end of the world. I do kind of like that Crone is just saving his items right now, and he does tend to be more of a patient player, right? Where he doesn't necessarily always go for the very first thing that jumps out at him. Grabs a TF2. Another thing that you can kind of see sometimes on these medium legends galaxies is something like Candyland. The sorcerer builds do have a little bit more time to come online. So you never know. We haven't really seen many, if any, sorcerers at all this weekend, but this is one of the few situations where someone might maybe be tempted to go for it.
I think sorcerers can be a bit coin flip. That's the problem. Like, even if you get to late game, sometimes they can struggle if you just don't hit your abilities. And like we saw with the Vel'Koz, like almost inting that game away because he just fired the wrong direction. So sorcerers can be a little bit coin flip in that regard.
Well, I think
Um,
that's I think you hit the nail on the head as far as like one of the main problems with playing sorcerers right now is that the carries that sorcerer relies on are not reliable carries. Twisted Fate, Vel'Koz, there's a lot of misses in there, right? When you had Syndra being your carry, you knew she was always going to hit somebody, right? But with the nerfs coming through to her, to Star Guardians, you're forced to rely on champions that just sometimes don't give you any results at all. So it does make it, even in a galaxy like this, a little bit risky.
I think what we can ascertain from what Crowan's done so far is with that level up very early on to 4, it's very likely that it's almost certainly that he's not going for a Xayah-based build, and that's probably why you're not seeing him combine these components super early on here.
Yeah.
Just keeping his options open. He has an option at this round to potentially pre-level. We see that has become moderately popular over the last couple of I guess over the last couple of patches because
Mhm.
it's just something that allows you access to level 5 shops a bit more readily, and that one roll straight after the shop can sometimes net you an important forecast.
Well, that's really strong. Like take this situation for example. You do that, and then you roll into like a Jin or something. Suddenly, you have a very strong two sniper, two vanguard opportunity.
I
So you
think
never
if he
know.
wins,
You can
if
find
I
some
think
stuff to sustain you through the mid game pretty easily. An early Kale fits that bill a lot of times too.
I was wondering if he was going to do it if he won this. It looks like he does. He sells the Blitzcrank,
Yeah,
and then buys the Malphite in pre-levels. So it is again a strategy that has become a bit more popular, especially if you're choosing to level and avoid a hyper roll build here.
yeah,
And with medium legends, you get more time at those levels to build up an economy and also try and find those forecasts.
right. Well, let's see. Checking out some other boards right now. It's going to be a pretty normal carousel for number 2 here. Grabs a. Oh, okay. So he grabs a rod. Interesting.
Maybe thinking about a Kale carry because he has the Shen and the Chrono.
Hmm. Could be.
I think that'd be the play. I mean, if you go for a rod when you've got a bow already, you're probably looking at playing a Kale build.
Yeah. Yeah, I would
Having a
say
look,
so. I think Kale, but the funny thing is, we mentioned as we look at Becca now, Kale is another one of those champions that people have not been playing a ton of. You know, we've definitely seen it, but it hasn't been anywhere near as prevalent as it was in EU.
That's very true. I mean, I think we saw 2 or 3 people per lobby looking to go for some kind of KL orientated carry, whereas I think
Right.
I've seen maybe 1 or 2 across each game, or maybe 1 maximum each game. Um, so it's not something that the NA players are choosing to prioritize super highly. Although we have definitely seen some KL carry. I mean, it might have been different across the other lobbies. You know, obviously everybody has got the perspectives of the other streamers in the game that we aren't covering. So haven't
Sure.
been able to see about it if it's been prevalent in the other games. But in the games that we've followed, it has been less prevalent than you would have thought, given what we've seen from EU. Speaking of a strong start, though, as we've moved over to Becca, this is like one of the best starts you can physically ask for.
Oh, undoubtedly, yeah. Getting
Cybernetics
the
Red Buff cluster, like insane.
and then also the Caitlyn too in the back, just one-shotting somebody at some point in the round. It's gonna be strong. She hits the Leona too, which is nice, especially because she doesn't have any items on the Leona or the Fiora right now. So at least they're 2 stars. Not a lot of gold though going into Terror Bursters. But again, like this extra life total gives you time. I feel that you can be a little bit more aggressive with your economy because you can simply take more HP damage if it comes down to that to save up a little bit again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you have such a strong board like this, you know, we talked about it in some of our previous games, you sacrifice economy to look after your HP.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter as much in medium legends because you have more HP to work with, but also if you can build a bigger buffer, like this is something that we don't often talk about with medium legends. If you can build a bigger buffer of HP, that sometimes also really matters as well. You know, if you suddenly have opened up a 60 HP differential by the time that you get to round 5 or round 6 because you're in medium legends, that's insane. And that is going to allow you so much time to take some extra losses in the late game.
Yeah, definitely. Polt currently #1 in the lobby for what it's worth early in the game here. And we talked about it, for him to have really any chance of making it through, he needs to take first in this and the next game, which feels impossible, but a strong start it looks like for him as well. As we go into the Terror Bursters round right now, I saw Star Guardians. I didn't see who that was, but interesting. I will not believe though. I will not believe that anyone will truly go sorcerers.
I think it's like an interesting start because you can make it work with Poppy really nicely. And actually, if you've just got 3 Star Guardians plus Ari, who can be a pretty solid early game carry,
Yeah.
I think Star Guardians is an okay start to run with. I just don't. I just think it like loses legs, obviously, unless you're going to convert it into a full sorcerer build. But let's not hold our breath. Speaking
No.
of someone who needs a good game, by the way, Polk currently right at the top of the HP standings. Now we've seen this before, and then he's tanked through the mid game.
Yeah.
But this is an important game for him because I think he needs at minimum a first place.
He does. I believe he needs 2 first places in a row to even have a chance to get to the top 8. And even then, he's still going to be in the low 30s. So he has a real chance of being passed up by some of the other players who've had better results throughout the day. Starting out with the Blade Master Chrono start, though. A good amount of 2 stars, it looked like. Yeah, 2 stars Zaya early on. Redemption on the Shen. Building up that Jarvan. Doesn't have any gold, though, so possibly tried to go for a bit of a hyper roll, but didn't hit.
He hyper rolled here. He hyper rolled and
Ouch.
didn't hit it. He didn't hit enough Zayas, and losing this round is going to feel pretty bad as well. He did hit a lot of Jarvans, which is an important 3-star to get in this composition, but he did not hit enough Zayas. He really did not. He's now sitting on 5, and the way that you have 2 ways of dealing with this, right? You either take the hit and eco back up over the next couple of rounds, and wait to roll down potentially at the next PVE round. So you usually build up an economy back up and then roll back down and look for your Zayas.
Yeah.
Or you build up like 20 gold and roll down midway through the round. But I mean, not having a 3-star Zaya, in fact, not having any 3 stars at all, it feels really bad. And he's looking at Grand Vice, who's running a similar build to him, who has got 20 gold left over, also has a similar number of Jarvans.
A lot more Jarvans, actually.
Yeah.
He's got 3 more. Yeah, because that was the unfortunate thing is Polt didn't even have his Jarvan tune on the board for that last round.
Yeah.
So he not only did not hit very many Zayas, he also did not hit very many Jarvans. So it is rough, and this is going to fall off pretty hard soon.
However, I don't think it's being contested beyond Grand Vice. So this was the build that most people were probably thinking about having got a Brawler's Glove start. So this is like, if you were thinking of a build that was going to be hotly contested, this is the build that most people are going to try and default to.
Right.
with a start like this, because they're obviously looking to just utilize the gloves to make either the Infinity Edge or the Last Whisper on the Xayah. So when in my head, when I have a Brawler's Glove start, I'm always thinking about Xayah. Like, that's always in the back of my mind. Shredder is always there, and so that is something that Polt is going to have on his mind as he works through this game. He's definitely going to have that contest, and Grand Vice has had the same idea as him.
Yep. I believe Grand Vice might have just hit his 3-star Jarvan the fourth too. So definitely, yeah, he did. Definitely getting a little bit ahead. Wow, there's actually 3-star Kazakhs with the RFC out there as well. So it's getting rougher here for Polt right now. I think that Kazakhs is going to absolutely tear him apart. Looks like he is. Xayah is isolated. Oh no, poor Polt. That said, yeah, that Kazakhs is just not being dealt with. So the Shen is going to delay for a little bit. So at least it won't be a terrible loss anyway.
I mean, you take these losses,
Yeah,
especially in medium legends. Like, saving this HP is going to be really useful for when he wants to roll down later, because any HP he saves now is going to give him a buffer when he has to roll down later and then build his economy back up as well.
for sure. Does he make the IE? He's had the opportunity for a long time, but again, you want to save it for possibly a QSS. Let's see what he can get on the carousel. He's going to be third pick with that.
I think
Looks like.
The QSS for me comes above the Deathblade. I think you need the QSS here.
I think it should for a lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It goes in order priority generally from Last Whisper, then QSS, then whatever the extra item is going to be, whether that's Infinity Edge or Deathblade.
Exactly. I think you hit the nail on the head. The problem with Xayah is if she gets CC'd in the early start of the fight, it just sucks. It just
Yeah.
really sucks, because she needs to ramp up. She needs to start killing things quickly.
Hey, couple Xayahs in the shop. That's always good to see.
That's huge, because that's now going to allow him to be 2 Xayahs away. And if he gets those on natural without having to roll down, Polt finally might find himself in a good position.
Yeah. But again, like, this is one of those builds where you really need to hit everything pretty perfectly to first place. And that's what he needs. He needs a first. So it's still, I'm still not confident, unfortunately, that he's going to be able to do that in this lobby, especially with everyone else getting a little bit of time to build up. But look at this, Aegon actually going for a little bit of a sorcerer start here. And the nice thing is that this does buff Space Pirates as well. Jace and Darius benefit a lot from the sorcerer buff. And so it can be a strong start in certain circumstances.
Look, I don't want to get you excited here,
But it won't
Doa,
be.
but no. He's got Nikos on his bench.
He does.
There are Nikos on the bench there. There is maybe a thought of Star Guardian Sorcerer.
So here's the thing, all right? Little medium legends, yeah, sure. You can play the reroll comps like Star Guardian Sorcerer, but no amount of rerolling will forgive the fact that Syndra just is not casting as often as she used to. And even though she did get a pretty significant damage buff in 10.10, this composition still feels a little bit too weak. It still feels like it falls off a little bit too quickly. That even with good items on your Nico, who in the late game, Nico and Star Guardian Sorcerer is usually one of your strongest carries. It just dies too fast. There's just too much burst damage in the game right now. So I would love to see him try this. He's a better TFT player than me, obviously, but I just don't have a lot of confidence in this build anymore. But I would love to be proven wrong.
I want to be proven wrong. I think the problem I think if you hit Syndra 3, I actually genuinely think this thing's got legs. I think if you hit Syndra 3 with maybe double Seraphs on Syndra or a Chalice, alongside Syndra on the Ari, maybe,
Sure.
I think this build has got legs. What I would say is that
he's doing it.
He is. He's straight up doing it, dude. He's there's the Soraka as well. I am excited to see if this can still work, because this is a build that I talked about when I was kind of previewing the special. I was like, well, with the Syndra buffs, maybe we see it creep in. We haven't seen it on ladder,
Right.
but if Aegon can make this work, I'm going on ladder and I'm spamming this build, because I really want to see if it has the same kind of potential that it used to.
Yeah. So day one of 10.10, I went on one of my Ulticons and I did try to spam Star Guardian Sork, the classic version, for a few games. And the issue I kept running into is perhaps the issue that Aegon is attempting to remedy by being in a medium Legends Galaxy, but the fact that you just can't consistently get a Syndra 3 and a Lux 3 and an Ari 3 and a Nico 3 and that kind of stuff. You just need a lot of 3 costs to consistently top 4 with this, or 3 stars rather, to consistently top 4 with this. And if you don't have them, as soon as you move out of that 4 sorcerer 2 vanguard stage and into this stage that Aegon is entering right now, you tend to start to fall off. So again, we'll see what happens. He is only 3 sorcerer, but he does have 6 star guardians. But I just feel like, especially with 1 stars, he's just going to get rocked for a lot of rounds right now.
Oh, this will be a hard round. This is the rapid fire Infinity Edge Kha'Zix. So
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely not winning this one. But in general, I think it was a little bit too early to shift to this without 2 stars, especially without the 2-star Syndra, without the Lux for CC. But
I
we'll see
think
what happens. There's a 2-star Syndra, okay, and he does find another Lux, so that is good. He does get up to 4 sorcerer, which is pretty vital. He's only 1 round late. Usually, you want to be 4-1. You want to be 7 at 4-1 for this build, and he did it at 4-2, so it's okay. But 80 HP in a medium Legends Galaxy is still a lot of HP loss early on. So he's like barely over the threshold of being really scared about your health.
I actually think the most important unit in this composition is actually 3-star Nico, because it just
Oh,
buys so much
definitely. Yeah.
time. It just buys so much time for your build to actually
Yeah.
come online.
Well, just the fact that he doesn't have a 2-star Nico right now is a massive problem because 2-star Nico would have ulted there. 1-star Nico gets the ult off after the GA procs. And that is just a little bit too slow to benefit Syndra that much, right? So again, we're seeing him just barely kind of lose some of these rounds. A Nico 2 would certainly help. Finds another Syndra. And now you just slow roll. You just do the classic thing. You slow roll level 7. You try to hit the 3-star Syndra, Nico, Lux. Ari is an okay alternative, but not necessary. There's a Nico. Okay, that's a sigh of relief. If I'm playing this game right now, Nico 2 is like, all right, well, maybe I can finally get something done.
Hmm.
But now you got to start to think about positioning a little bit more with this.
He's almost at a Syndra 3. He's got 6 Syndras on the bench right now as well. So
Yeah.
I think the one problem that this build does suffer with is that Mana Reaver is so prevalent in the meta right
Oh
now as
yeah.
he's on, and Nico has to be the one to take the hits. So Mana Reaver is gonna stop Nico getting an early ult off, and that can be a real issue for you
Mhm.
in general. But at least she protects your sort of backline a bit more. But he's I think he's there. I think he's
Yeah.
at a good mid game spike now for this comp.
Well, it's like I said, as soon as you hit the Nico 2, you can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. You notice a big difference in terms of damage and in terms of just sort of like sustain that Nico 2 gives you. And so, yeah, now he should be in general fairly comfortable to slow roll for like the Syndra 3. But we'll see. I think this comp can be strong for this round, but once 5-1 rolls around and some of these other comps really start hitting their peaks, that's when you fall off. And oftentimes that's enough time to still get knocked out of the top 4. So we'll see. Like I said, I'd love to see this comp perform well, but I just have not seen it happen yet in 10-10.
Yeah, I think that the problem is that obviously the 10 mana overall is actually a pretty significant nerf, but I do genuinely feel like with two Seraphs on Syndra, you could actually start that Syndra printer going pretty hard. She just prints those orbs and
Yeah.
actually starts to really ramp up damage. And I have yet to see Syndra 3 in any of my games. So I really don't know how impactful that buff is overall to Syndra's overall
So
damage capability.
I can answer that question for you because I've had a number of games of Syndra 3 already since 10.10. And the answer is she's strong, but she doesn't cast enough. She does not cast frequently enough to really make a big difference. Um, you kind of pair that with a lot of the big carries like Kale and stuff having GAs that they'll come back and still do a lot of damage for you or to you rather. Oftentimes, Zaya is not in the back line, so she will have taken a little bit of damage. And the fact that Syndra targets the champion with the highest percentage health means that she's going to be missing a lot of the carries that are prevalent in the meta right now. So there's just a lot of things working against Syndra besides her damage. That said, Aegon does take another win in that round.
Yeah, and even with his Nico not actually casting, it's a pretty important victory there as well. I
Yeah.
think one of the things that this build stuff was with as well is that I think it suffers against like the larger AOE abilities like the Gangplank and the
Yep.
Vel'Koz. You generally tend to clump all your sorcerers up, and if you spread them out, then you're weak to infiltrators. So I think you can be quite weak to things like the Gangplank, which can be definitely an issue for you. Plus, you rely on the Soraka healing for your sustain, and with Morello's being a really prevalent item, and red buff on blasters being prevalent, it can really slow
Mhm.
down your sustain in these fights.
Yeah, there's still a lot of things that are working against this build. being successful. But it is cool to see. And something like this, you know, where you do have people grouping up around the Nico, you can get that big stun, right? And so running 300 golds, going for the mech infiltrator again, but before he gets the mech online, you're going to win that every time.
Oh yeah, I mean this build sucks without the fizz. It
Yeah.
really just does like, and this is one of the big issues that at level 6 you've got that 10% chance, and sometimes you just don't
Oh,
hit the
I
fizz.
like it. Yes. Oh, I would honestly try to hold 2 of those fizzes just to grief the dude, you know? I think that's a big part of the game right now. Honestly, like a big part of the
Yeah.
game is griefing champions. Look, you just hit 4 fizz in a row, but griefing the units you really know one of your opponent's needs. I think that's a very, very good thing to do if you can do it without harming your economy or your plan.
hmm I agree with you. Um, well, he's actually close to some important 3 stars. He's obviously close to that Syndra. He's got a couple of Nikos. He's almost at a Zoe as well, which might not seem like a big deal, but a 4-second stun on the highest HP percentage target is actually a pretty big deal as well if they don't have that QSS on them.
Hey, there's a Chalice. Okay. But there's also a QSS, and I think the QSS on Syndra may rate a slightly higher than the Chalice. There's another Nico. There's another Syndra. He'd love to hit that Zoe 3 because it'd just be nice to clear the bench space. Oh, there's another Syndra. Okay. There's Syndra 3. Okay. So now we get to see this in action. And we'll see if he had better results than some of the other games I've seen with this.
He
But
could
yeah, you roll down. All right. Zoe 3, getting some big upgrades now. And there's nothing wrong with just all inning at 7. That's a pretty common thing, honestly, with this build is the level 7 all in.
I kind of want to just stay on this on Aegon
That
for a
was
little bit
nice.
longer because we are now at like Nico 3, Zoe 3, Syndra 3. I
Yeah.
want to see how this performs. I genuinely think that we're going to start to see this guy ramp up now.
This is pretty much peak Star Guardians right now. You're missing the Soraka too, which is a good amount of healing. But all of your important, aside from the Lux, all of the important 3 stars you want are 3-starred. And the 2 most important are absolutely Nico and Syndra. Well, let's take a look at what Grand Vice is doing for a while, though, and see, check in with Aegon later to see how he's going to perform. Grand Vice in the meantime. Let's see. Little bit of everything. Looks like he's going for the Shredder comp again. Yeah.
How is he doing with the Zaya? Because the last time I checked, he was also with Polt, not having the Zaya 3. So I'm
Still
wondering
does
how.
not have it, it looks like.
Oh, that's not good at this stage in the
Yeah.
game. He's not even close either. So I'm wondering whether he's thinking about moving out of this comp.
Well, Grand Vice is another one of those players that we talked about that needs to first place essentially the next 2 games to even have an iota of a chance to get into the top 8. And even then, unlikely, right? He does have pretty good Zaya items. Well, it would be arguably perfect items if there wasn't the Deathblade debate right now. So he's got that going for him at least. Meanwhile, Polt actually still number 1 in the lobby right now, or at least he was until that round happened. Looks like Aegon may have overtaken him. Yeah, Polt dropping down to 4th.
And you can see Jinx JK actually playing the Dark Stars, which is one of the builds that we saw appear in Europe, but it basically went bottom 2 every game. I think we saw it
Yeah.
a couple of games and it went bottom 2. I think Dark
Ooh,
Star.
do you see that though? Lulu too.
Wow. Okay.
If anything's going to sustain Dark Stars, it's going to be a good item that's not a Dark Star. That's what Dark Stars needs now is non-Dark Star items to carry it.
Oh yeah. Where's Grand Vice going with this? He's got a Cho'Gath too. Is he thinking? I think he's picking up the brawlers. I think he's thinking about transitioning into Brawler Blaster, which is one of those builds that, with the items that he has in Zaya, you can do. You just need to find that Jinx too eventually.
Yeah, he definitely can make that swap. I love Redemption on Wukong. Gets him casting a little bit faster. He oftentimes dies because he goes deep into the enemy lines with his ultimate, but then you get that heal. So I think that's one of the better item hero or item champion combinations right now. Looks like he is going to take the win over Polt here, which is
Yeah.
big in a game where they are contesting or relatively contesting similar stuff. That's big to get the win over your counterpart there.
Yeah, I think Pulse. I think, as far as I can see from Grand Vice, he's not committing to the Shredder build now. He's basically given up on it. I think he's going for something completely different. I don't know what that something is right now. It's somewhere between Kale and Jinx, but he's basically given up on getting the Zaya 3. Because if you don't have the Zaya 3, you can't stand up in the late game versus most of the builds that we have
For sure.
right now.
What's it going to be? Becca grabs the Zephyr. All right.
Yeah.
Always a good item to pick up.
If he goes red,
having to wait his turn. Yep.
If he goes red buff, then it's probably Blaster Brawler, right? He could go Redemption as well. I think Redemption's a great item too.
Yeah, having two redemptions is going to give a lot of sustain to really any comp, honestly. So two very big heals.
Two Redemptions is great. I mean,
Yeah.
regardless of where you're going, two Redemptions is always going to be good because you can just, essentially split your heals up across the board.
He
Isn't that
also
really?
has the option of getting an Aurelia too with the redemption, which is not ideal. Yeah, I like this a lot better. Putting those items on there and intelligently waits to build it because it prioritizes the items that are on the board. So that causes redemption to just pop off for him to use on the recon instead.
Oh yeah, it's just a nice way to get an item off a champion, be it a component or a full item like you saw there. And I'm wondering whether we're seeing him slowly try and move into cybernetics, or is he just going to run some kind of like Kale composition with the
Possibly.
Irelia being kind of the main carry? He's it's just like one of the beautiful things about this meta. It's just a kind of a hybrid build that's working out for him.
It's very flexible. Oh, that MF though. MF with the protector spatula actually makes her a little bit more tanky. Only gets one of those shields, I guess, but still, it's something anyway, I suppose.
He's going up against the what it looks to be like a sort of almost classic Chrono Kale build as well, with the Kale having to run the Rabadon's Death Cap over the
Wow.
Guy Cannon, but he has the Quicksilver, so he can kind of make up for the positional stuff.
Yeah. And I mean that the death cap does add to the Kale damage after she pops the ultimate. Putting in the Fiora too, so that's going to give him. Does it give him cybernetics? I guess it does not. It actually keeps him with Blade Master, so he actually does not have cybernetics right now. Interesting.
This would be the world's largest pivot if he pivots into full cybernetics from here. Because
Right.
I haven't really got a clue about where he's going. He's going up against Aegon, who, by the way, is still win streaking.
He is, yeah. Found the Thieves Gloves for Ari too, which is a nice little tech item to have.
And RE3. So in the meantime, when we weren't watching him, he's now got RE3 as well.
Dude, I'm telling you though, Irelia is one of the mortal enemies of Star Guardians, and if she had had a GA, that might have turned out differently. But as it is, the Syndra lasts long enough. One of the interesting things you can do with Star Guardian Sorcerer now that you were not able to do before is put Syndra in the corner. You really couldn't run her like that before because her attack range was actually shorter than it is now. And so a lot of times she would walk forward and just die if you tried to put her in the corner. But now that they boosted the attack range, I believe like what 890 or something, you can actually corner her and she performs better.
Yeah, you got to be careful of Blitz, obviously. That's why you said QSS is sometimes a nice item to consider on her. But
It's good in
cornering her,
general, but not like totally corner her in this particular case, but put her off to the side more than you could in the past.
yeah, sure, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Well,
When I say corner, I just mean in the general vicinity of the corner.
yeah. Swordbreaker is not a great item though, not for unless he's going to run the Ezreal Misfortune. I mean, he's gone to 9 here. He's really looking for it.
Hmm. There's another Thresh. There's a Vi too. All right. So able to put in Brawler now with the Vi. And again, just kind of running it like a big collection of strong stuff, strong damage, strong crowd control. This is and this is how Grand Vice has played for a long time. You know, he has always been one of those players to go over what he feels is his strongest board versus what is a traditional quote unquote good comp in the meta.
Well, I don't think this is the worst thing in the world. He's running 2 Chrono with the Jarvan 3, which is going to give him huge attack speed. Obviously, the Aurelia is not going to be as tanky as she is naturally without the Cybernetic, but with a double redemption, I genuinely think this build's got legs.
No, it is good, and yeah, that's what I was saying. Is that he's been one of the players that have really been successful at playing outside the generally accepted best comps. So 53 HP, still in a very good spot to top 4 here, and I believe there is a little bit of a fall off between him and Polt. There's a 20 HP fall off, so the top 3 right now starting to kind of pull ahead of the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, Aegon's just taken over this mid game with his composition, but we're obviously checking in with Becca right now, who
Yeah.
is kind of on the cusp of being in the top 8. She's running a traditional brawler blaster here, although I would say with the Lulu in, she's actually not running all brawlers. I think she's missing the Malphite right now, but the GP2
Yep.
comes.
She's got the Malphite on her bench, so she could try to put it in, but playing with a little bit of a hybrid build, focusing on Mystic over everything else, which I think when you know there's a top Star Guardians player in the lobby right now, number 1, not the worst thing ever to put in Mystic. That said, she runs right into a Void comp, which Mystic will not help her at all against.
Oh my
And
gosh.
unfortunately for her, gets a little bit wrecked. Not dead quite. Oh, she is dead. Wow, I didn't think that would be 20 damage, but it was. I suppose we are at 6-2, aren't we? And like I said, Becca, first or second, seventh or eighth, and she goes out in seventh. We're gonna move over to Polt to see if he can hold on here. Currently in fourth.
Yeah, he's at 31 HP. He's thinking about going to 9 or rolling down right now. He still is still lacking the Jarvan, but he's almost at a Shen 3. Shen 3 versus other basic attack focused builds is insane. Like he buys you so much time on the front line. I love Shen 3 if I can get my
Yeah.
hands on him.
Hmm. Is he going to be able to find it? Close to the Caitlyn 3 as well, which is nice to just insta-gib somebody if she does get her ultimate off. But again, Polt really needs to go for a number one here. He's going to go up against Aegon's board. The cloak actually coming through on Ari, causing a bit of a problem for like Kassadin ult not even getting off right now. Trying to just bust his way through the front line. Zizirot portal, giving him a little bit more time for that Zaya to auto attack. And the Syndra taking her time. As I said, the one of the issues with Star Guardians is that a lot of times Syndra will not target some of the carries early on because they will have taken a little bit of damage, and she always targets the highest HP percentage target. So that Zaya got plenty of auto attacks, but still, in the end, Aegon did get the win in that round.
The problem with the Shredder versus comps like that is that the AoE damage isn't there. So it
Yeah.
takes you so long to push through the Nico and then eventually start working on the other Star Guardian sorcerers. If the Syndra isn't targeted by something, she's just going to have that time to ramp up. And
Right.
eventually, like at this point in the game, when it's Syndra 3, every cast after the second is going to start one-shotting some of your units,
Mhm.
especially if they're just 2 stars. So this is going to be an issue. I think Polt's making the decision now about whether he wants to roll down and find his 3 costs or he goes to 9. It looks like he's
He's
going
going
to
to
9.
9. He seems like he's always kind of prioritized leveling over rolling down. Going to put in Aurelia to pick up, another Blade Master. It doesn't really give him, it gives him Mana Reaver, I guess, is the big compositional addition that putting her in.
I don't know if that made you stronger over looking for 2-star Lulu or 3-star Caitlyn. Maybe
I,
that's just me. I think I would have gone for the potential attempted roll down because I don't know if the Irelia makes you that much stronger.
I think the question is, would you even hit the things you're looking for with only a 6% chance to hit a 5 cost versus level 9 giving you the 15%? It's a big risk either way, but he banked on the known quantity in terms of the addition to his comp, but doesn't look like it's working out. Runs into the Void comp right now. Tien playing Void, I believe, 2 games in a row, and that's going to finish Polt off in 5th place, just barely outside the top 5. And with that, there doesn't seem to be a way for Polt to reach top 8. So unfortunately for him, that looks like pretty much the end of the line. One more game to play, but no Giants Series season 2 for Polt, most likely.
Yeah, I think that he's like even just mathematically out of the standings right now.
Believe
What
so,
I've been
yeah.
impressed with is Tien, 2 games in a row playing this Kha'Zix build that no one else has touched, and he has made it work for him both times. He
Yeah.
is definitely looking scary right now, and again, he has the eco to potentially look for a Vel'Koz 3 as a late game win condition again.
Yep. It's interesting to see him prioritize the Zeeks on the Fizz. That's a cool little adaptation that I haven't seen people do before today, but I like that it gives you more item flexibility on the Vel'Koz. I think I'm going to start doing that when I play it.
Yeah, also it means that you can really stack your Kha'Zix, who is the
Yeah.
guy who, as you can see, the Kha'Zix is the real backline terror in this composition. Like if you want to get 3 offensive items on your Kha'Zix where you can,
It
and
makes
it
a lot of
actually looks
sense.
like Jinx got 3rd with Darkstar. Like Darkstar hit 3rd here for Jinx, which is crazy because we never saw Darkstar particularly do well, and now it's literally Star Guardian Sorcerer
But
versus this composition. He's got double Chalice on his.
all I got to say about that Dark Star 3rd place is Lulu 2.
Yes, that's
That's
very
it.
true. You did
Lulu
mention.
2 alting half your team is bouncing around as a cupcake. That's the only situation that Dark Stars can really do damage right now. So it's cool to see, but yeah, I think Lulu 2 is a big part of that. So it's going to be another rapid fire cannon for Tien. And depending on the items, I didn't see what he had on his Vel'Koz overall, but he could actually just drop that in the Vel'Koz for faster casting.
I mean, he
Does he
could for
have an
sure.
item spot? He does.
Yeah, he does. I would do it. I mean, it's unlikely that you're going to get. You can't bank on even getting to the next carousel round if you're TN in this situation. I think.
I think it would be wasted on the TF, honestly. He puts it on the Cho'Gath. So Cho'Gath won't be walking forward and tanking as many of those hits as he would before. He will be alting slightly faster. Um, I guess he does do true damage with his auto attacks, so there is that. But I feel like a lot of players would prioritize the faster Vel'Koz ultimate, especially in a case like that where the Vel'Koz drop quickly. So maybe you could have gotten a few more ticks of damage off. Didn't work either way. He's going to lose hard to that Star Guardian comp. Wow, that was very fast.
What I would say is this the probable theory behind the Cho'Gath with the rapid fire
Hmm.
is Cho'Gath, he wants to get the Cho'Gath outside of the range of the Nico ultimate. So you're
Sure.
gonna likely get a Cho'Gath ultimate off. The only issue is that Cho'Gath generates a lot of his mana by getting hit by things.
Hmm.
So he's actually generating his mana potentially more slowly now, even though he's keeping himself outside of the range of the Nico ultimate. So I understand the theory behind what he's done here, but also he's also limiting the mana that Cho'Gath can get by getting hit, because Cho'Gath's now not getting hit.
I think the tricky part too is that Cho'Gath's ult positioning is pretty random. It's nice actually for him that his opponent has stacked up his Star Guardians very nicely for him. That's a little bit of a surprising positional decision by Aegon here. We'll see if it carries him through. Yeah, he's going to win anyway. Those 3 stars extremely strong, but that is a little bit of a risk. I wonder if maybe TN goes for the Vel'Koz up towards the front a little bit more. If that might help. One of the problems is that the Vel'Koz now he's got 2 Vel'Koz 2 in, which is always a good addition here. But I think one of the problems as well is that Vel'Koz against the Star Guardians is not going to take damage early on most of the time, and so that means Cinder will be firing her orbs right at him because he's going to be at 100% HP a lot of times. But yeah, he's repositioning. I think this is what you need to do right now. I think if your opponent's going to corner like that, you need to respond in kind and kind of put your Vel'Koz in a better spot to hit that. Hit that.
A lot to think about, especially with the TF needing to have a good Zephyr as well.
Those Cinder items, though, holy cow!
I know, right? That's insane. This might be a good round for
There
him
we
though.
go.
He might save out.
Yeah, so this is working out like I thought it would. Where if your Star Guardian opponent is going to shove everything in the corner like that, then you just do what Tien did and you move in. I think now at this point the best thing Aegon can do is spread everything out along the back line again and make it a lot tougher for the Vel'Koz to really reach the majority of the back line.
Aegon really wanted that Shroud of Stillness, because that would have been able to delay some of those Vel'Koz ultimates and
Oh
also
yeah.
the Cho'Gath too. But this
Well,
was a good play.
both players is going to be really good against the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a Vel'Koz 3 here. I don't know. Doesn't look like it just yet. Aegon's still not moving out of the corner. I think it's so risky to be stacked in a corner against Void. I'm quite surprised. Okay, yeah. Now he's moving things around a little bit. I think you need to spread it out a bit. He actually just moves the block over slightly, tries to protect the Cinder a little bit more, but she's still going to get hit by the Vel'Koz, I think.
Oh, when she gets pulled, did she get pulled there?
I did she?
Yeah, she got pulled by the Blitzcrank. She actually just got straight up pulled by the Blitzcrank. But
Well, that's wild. Wow. Doesn't
was
end
the
up
Zephyr.
mattering too much actually, because yeah, the Nico hits quite a few people, and that's going to be the end of Tien. So we actually have, I can't believe I'm saying this, Star Guardian Sorcerer winning a lobby in patch 10.10. It happened, people. You saw it here first. It took a medium Legends Galaxy and 4 3 stars, but he did it. Perfect items on Syndra and Nico as well, but he did it.
I don't think it's as bad as everyone thinks it is. Just like the same with Blade Bros, I don't think it's as bad. Like, people see these nerfs and they're like, well, it's out meta now, that's done. It's the same with Chalice. I think we saw Sphinx doing well with Chalice earlier on in the day, in terms of mana persona. So I think there are builds that still have legs if you hit the right components and the right upgrades. And the Syndra buffs at 3, she was deleting people after that. It was just deleting people.
I think it was
Admittedly,
really smart for him to go for it in that
yeah.
situation. It's not going to be contested for sure. So if you get the items and you get medium legends, which give you the extra time to play that reroll comp, then yeah, go for it. And Aegon doing really well with that. I believe his points would be a little bit higher since he just won a lobby. So that might be that is interesting. Sphinx up at 34. Okay, Crone at 31.
They haven't been updated, I can tell you. So TN should be at yeah, TN should be at 29. Aegon is at 32. So we are going to see a little bit of shuffling around here. Obviously, yeah, we're just going to see the scores getting updated live as we speak. We are feeding them in from a spreadsheet. But yeah, I think right now, that's not quite the representative board or representative scores going into the final game of this lobby. And I think what we're seeing is like the low 30s is going to be the threshold, like between 32 and 34. That should be the threshold, which means people like Polt and people like
Grand
Grand
Vice.
Vice, they are kind of out of the running now. They're kind of not going to be able to make it to that top 8, which is a shame, but it is a competition over 6 games at the end of the day. We have to say goodbye to 8 and we have to welcome 8 as well. So
Yep.
you don't like to say goodbye to your favorite streamers in this competition, but it's all about consistency over these 6 games.
Yeah, and ladder results do matter a lot as far as like going forward in TFT esports in terms of like invites to other things, in terms of making it to the World Championships later this year. So performance on ladder is still going to be something important, and you know these guys are going to keep doing that. So we'll probably see them back again. But one more game to go, I believe, today to decide who the top 8 from North America will be, who the other 8 to go and join our European delegation that was decided yesterday in Giant Slayer Series Season 2. I think one thing for sure is that this is going to be the most stacked, the most competitive TFT tournament that the scene has seen yet, by far.
Yeah, I think, you know, the invites were handed out for a reason. They were invited some of the top ladder players from both regions, and these guys are the best of the best in terms of the Western players. And we're going to see the top 16 going into the overall combined Giant Slayer Season 2 are going to be some of the best players that we have in TFT right now, which is it's going to be amazing to see what happens, what kind of metas develop as well. Like we've even seen builds like today kind of spread out and come back in. So this is the board now, Doa. I'm gonna flip the question that you asked me earlier. Any surprises for you today from what we've seen so far?
I mean, obviously the big one is Polton Grand Vice performing so low. I think one of the cool things to see is players like Kyun still excelling despite repeated meta changes. He's playing his style and he's playing it well and he's up there. And it's good to see players like Aegon and Crowan who have been in a lot of tournaments and have been performing, but just not, not at the very, very top. Doing really well in the qualifiers. They're crushing it today, and especially a player like Aegon, and who was in Giant Series last time. Seeing him make it back in style is pretty cool to see.
I actually want to look at the overall spread of points on the board right now. And it's a little bit different to Europe in the sense that we actually do have a small gap opening up between 8th and 9th, in the sense that the bottom 8 and the top 8 have already started to separate out just a little bit. 4 points might not seem like a lot, but with 1 game left to go, that's at least 3 places difference between, you know, getting the points necessary to overtake. And that would count on that person making 0 points at the end of the day as well. So it is, and I don't think you can get 0 points. I think the minimum you can get is 1, right? So it's you know, at the end of the day, we've already seen a little bit of a gulf open up between the 9th and 8th, and the people who are in the top 8 right now, most of them are going to feel pretty safe coming into this last game.
Yeah, I would say so. It's going to take a pretty monumental shift for that top 8 to get shaken up all that much. But, again, it's TFT. Anything can happen. We're moments away from moving into the final game of the day, or the final set of games, rather. There's going to be 2 going simultaneously, but we'll see who takes it. We'll follow one of the lobbies. But yeah, I think that top 8 seems fairly secure, with probably maybe 2 or 3 spots shifting around a little bit.
Yeah, you would have to have a catastrophic game, and then someone who can overtake you would need to get like first or second to really see huge shifts in sort of that top 8 position right now. A lot of the players maybe sitting just over 30, probably realizing that it would have to be like an 8-point win for someone, and they would have to get like no points
Yeah.
to sort of get themselves into the running here. And speaking of a guy who's had a pretty
Ooh.
good series today, it's Kyun.
Yeah, let's get into our final lobby, one of our 2 final lobbies of the day for the North American qualifiers, on board with Kyun in the Nicoverse. Normal carousel, but the 2 Nikos help going to be waiting for the players when they get to the boards.
This is an interesting universe. I don't mind it. Like there are some universes that I dislike and some universes that I like, and this is kind of like a middle ground for me. The Nikos usually means that the first person to find a pivotal 4 cost or even a 5 cost usually just 2 stars it straight up. Like I know that the original design philosophy for this though was like, oh, maybe you want to use the Nikos to guarantee a win streak. No one ever does that. No one. they literally just wait for a sort of important 4 cost. The only time I see it used on carries that are less pivotal than that are sometimes in hyper roll compositions where you just throw it to finish up one of your 3 stars.
Yeah, being able to guarantee a 3 star early is a pretty nice benefit from it. So you can still play things like Shredder and stuff on the Nicoverse. I think rarely you maybe use it to like 2 star 2 of your 3 costs or something like that. You can get a nice power spike that way in the mid game and secure enough of an HP advantage to maybe top 4. But like you said, it's pretty much a 4 cost, sometimes a 5 cost that people are gearing to save these for.
On ladder, I usually see people go the GP6 Orc build and then go fast 8, hope they hit a GP and instantly 2-star their GP.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. That's an option. I don't know if I agree with that, but it's definitely an option.
If Kyun wanted a mech game, he's got a good start for mech. He's got Morellonomicon and he has the Chain Vest, so
Yeah.
that obviously goes towards Bramble or even Titan's Resolve. So he's also got a Kai'Sa sitting in his shop already, and Kai'Sa is someone that can just throw a Morellonomicon on early game, and she will do good work in early fights.
I'm really curious to see if he actually does build the Morellos, because obviously the rod as well can be saved for a demolitionist spat, which is the best item on Kai'Sa. Morellos is kind of a close second there. So do you maybe wait to build this for the first carousel and accept that you might take some HP loss because of it? Or do you just build the Morellos right away and say, I just want this power spike? Now he finds another Nikos.
Oh,
All right,
gosh.
well, I would say this kind of guarantees one of his 3 stars a little bit later. It's not bad.
This is difficult. See, I'm not a mech expert, so it's difficult for me to
Me
give my
neither.
opinion on it. I think
Okay,
I
you
think
do go for it, I guess. There's your answer.
yeah. He's committing. He's pinging and committing. He's saying, "There you go." uh, I'm I'm committing to the mech build.
The ping accusations are flying. All right. Well, so far so good. You got the Graves 2 star. You've got the 2 infiltrators, Kaisa with the Morellos. This is really kind of like the best start you could ask for if you're a mech infiltrator specialist like you.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a Caitlyn to follow up
Oh,
at level 4 if he needs it.
that said, not gonna win
Yeah,
that round.
he is going up against a lot of 2 stars, and one of the things that Morellonomicon sometimes struggles with is a Malphite because he has that extra shield to give him the legs to sort of last through the damage. And I don't think he had a good enough front line to soak the Zaya damage coming out from Soju there. So
Mhm.
yeah, overall, that's not an unexpected loss, but you slam the Morellos on a Kai'Sa 1 to allow you to get better losses overall. And he's going to go for a
Sure.
10 gold at 2-2 start as well. So he's straight up committing, in this situation. And I guess there are thoughts behind potentially using one of those Nikos to hit a Kai'Sa 2 with the Morellonomicon early on, because that could allow you to prevent HP loss or even look to get a couple of wins over the next stage or two.
Right. I like to look at Kyun's results so far in the day, 5-1-4-8-1. So still getting 2 firsts, but also, not performing quite as consistently as Mech used to. So we may have finally balanced to the point where it's a strong comp, definitely capable of winning, but not quite as easy to find victory as it used to be.
I think you need to put it in context in the sense that it's this is a tournament where top 8 matters, right? This is not about the first person getting number 1.
Sure.
In both Europe and North America, it has become quite apparent that Mech is not able to just be forced every game and get a clear first in their respective.
Yeah, or a clear top 4.
Yeah, exactly. It seems consistent enough to get you into like a qualification spot, but is it going to be consistent enough over the course of a championship to net you a top 3, top 2, top 1s finish? That's the question being asked. And
Yeah.
I think from what we've seen over the course of Europe and North America, the answer might actually just be no. It might be that Mech is good enough to get you top 8, but top 8 when it comes to genuine competition isn't going to be good enough to be a strategy relied upon.
I think one of the benefits he's got with it is that it's still a comp that will take a first once in a while, and where a lot of the tiebreaker situations for tournaments are who got the most first places. That does put you above other players sometimes. Like 2 firsts already, he's definitely, if it comes down to it, he's definitely going to win tiebreakers. So there is that, I suppose, with it.
Yeah, that's very true. I think if tiebreaks come in, you're always thinking about them in the back of your mind.
Yep.
Uh,
Speaking in a tournament sense, yeah.
exactly. He's actually being contested this game. I didn't see who was contesting him, but there was a player with 2 Kaisers on the board with the Kazakhs and stuff on the bench also. So I think it might have been Sphinx, but not entirely sure which player was contesting him in terms of those infiltrators early on here.
Is that wise? That's the question. The answer is generally no against Kyun. It takes a brave man to try to contest Kyun in a mech infiltrator game. So looks like he's going for the Bramble Vest, as you would expect. So that should fill. No, it does that actually. Oh yeah, that does finish as a Bramble, doesn't it?
Yeah, he can make a bramble out of that. We're actually jumping over to Soju as well now.
Right.
So we're gonna leave Kiyun for just a little bit, and Soju has got what looks to be a shredder start here. He's got the 10 gold to begin with. He's picked up the Jarvans and the Zayas, so he looks like he's playing a potential shredder game. He hasn't leveled up either. With 20 gold now at round 2-5, definitely feels like shredder is his goal.
Yeah. Seems likely. I like the Frozen Heart early as well. That's an item that you're just now starting to see a little bit more often in the early game. It's a lot stronger than people think it is, especially like we talked about earlier with some of the other lobbies where a lot of compositions rely on attack speed. Frozen Heart just kind of shuts that down almost immediately, whether it's Chrono or whether it's from like a Jarvan or something. It has a pretty big effect.
It's great in the early game as well because a lot of damage in the early game is dealt through basic attacks.
Yeah.
There is less ability damage, barring like a Twisted Fate or a Caitlyn. Most damage gets dealt through a basic attack focused units, and so the Frozen Heart early game is really strong at just preventing a huge amount of damage coming through, especially to your front line.
Watch how slow that Graves is attacking. He stands there. It's like he has to reload before every shot. Wow. I really like the Frozen Heart early. I might have to start building that more often in my games too. I build it sometimes, but I don't go for it a ton. But seeing rounds like that makes me think, maybe Frozen Heart is just great no matter what I build.
Yeah, I like it, but I also like Redemption, which uses the tier 2. So I think it just depends on the items that I get. I think both Redemption and Frozen Heart are similar in terms of utility. Frozen Heart, I think, falls off a little bit harder depending on the composition that you're going up against, whereas I think Redemption remains like generally good through the entire game. But Frozen Heart is still really strong early game, and it's obviously provided Soji with a great space because he's 30 gold, 2-6, playing a potential hyper roll build and has not taken any damage, which is just such an insane spot to be in if you're playing a build like Soju.
Yep. Should have a very, very good chance of hitting that Xayah 3, possibly the Jarvan 3 at 3-1.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Final D with the early Trap Claw. I go back and forth a little bit on building the early Trap Claw. I tend to lean towards not doing it. It's like dogs fighting outside my apartment or something. I don't know what's going on.
I thought it was my dogs for a second because my dogs do get a bit yappy, but no, they're asleep. I think it's quite late. It's getting late in the UK. It's past the dog's bedtime. But yeah, I think I go a bit back and forth between Trap Claw as well. I'm not entirely convinced it's a good use of those components in the early game. I'm not a super fan of a Trap Claw start.
I think defensive item starts in general are risky because unless you have a ton of 2-stars, you're kind of just relying on the regular stats that your champions come with, which generally is not strong enough to carry you. But let's check out the items. So he does find a QSS, which is great. If you're going for the Xayah build, that's probably the second item you want. So there you go. There you go, Soju. Everything is playing right into your hands right now. Time to roll down.
Yeah, time to roll down. Pick up every Fiora, every Caitlyn, every Xayah. He's thinking about also, I guess, the Leonis, just in case there is a potential pivot into cybernetics. But also, an advisable thing to do when you're doing a hyper roll strat like this is just fill your board with one. So you fill your bench with one costs that you don't want, and then sell them when you find out a one cost that you do want. Because it essentially just slightly increases the chances of you getting the correct one cost.
Yeah. So rolls down to 17 gold there. Doesn't hit either of his 3 costs, but he's fairly close to some of them. I believe I guess he's 3 Xayahs away, but he's only 1 Jarvan away from hitting Jarvan 3. He didn't take his Jarvan out, did he? I don't think he did.
Was he running the Jarvan on the field? I think he was running the Caitlyn on the field, or did he put the Jarvan in over the Caitlyn? That's what
things died so fast. I don't even know. We'll find out. There's another Caitlyn too. We'll find out in a second. Because yeah, he could either be very far away from the Jarvan or very close to the Jarvan 3. He's very far away from the Jarvan 3. There's our answer.
He's pretty close to the Caitlyn 3 though. So,
Yeah.
he's moderately close to the Xayah 3. I'm interested to see what his game plan is now. Do you continue to roll, or is he gonna eco up a little bit and then roll down a little bit later on, or attempt to slow roll as well, given he is so close to a lot of his potential 3 stars here, where at some point you have to value economy in one of these hyper roll compositions. And if you don't hit your stuff on the first roll down, often it's better to just think about your economy a bit more than not. And yeah, he went for that. And Ine has got a 3-star Kaiser.
Boy.
He's playing. I think he's playing. Is he playing the Tien build? Where you're kind of focusing on the Kazakhs. That's going to be a right thorn in Kiyun's side, because that's a 3-star Kaiser already taken off the field.
Yeah, that's a nice use of those Nikos early. 3-star Kaisa, getting in there, getting a lot of damage done. Feels good for Ine at least. But yeah, Kyun is definitely going to be freaking out about that one a little bit. Because now you kind of have to focus on the Shaco, right? The Shaco and the mech is a little bit weaker. Shaco obviously worse carry than Kaisa, but hey, I mean, a Kaisa 2 with demo spat is still fine, because then it's just about the stuns, right?
It is technically possible to get 2 3-star 2 costs in a game. It's
Technically.
just it's just a bit harder. So it depends on how Kiyun stabilizes otherwise, to whether he has those Nikos, right? He could find the rest of the Kaisers and then triple Nikos it if he really wants to. But yeah, having in a roll down and find a Kaiser 3 this early, that is definitely rough if you're playing as a mech player like Kiyun is.
Getting some support for the parents in the background as well. Right now is Soju. Always
Oh
nice.
god. Kiyun's only got 1 Kaiser.
Oh
He's got a
no.
single Kaiser, that's devastating actually. That's almost a game ender, I feel, for Kiyun in this situation, genuinely.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit on the rough side. We'll see if he can recover. He's one of those players too, where it's possible that he would get knocked out of the top 8. It's not super likely, but it's within the realm of possibility.
I mean, if he comes 8th or 7th, and then players that are just on the cusp get like a 4th or a 5th, there is a genuine chance that Kiyun doesn't make it to the top 8. And
Yeah.
Ine has literally hard griefed him going for the case of 3 in this. But I actually think that's a legitimate strategy. I don't think that what he's done is not a legitimate strategy, because it is. If you know that there is a person that you're competing against for like the 7th, 8th, 6th spots in the top 8, taking away some of their units in a really pivotal match is like a genuine strategy of TFT.
Yep, I think so. I think it is a competitive option. And part of this is that you can tell he's also building towards that Void build as well. And Kaisa is like the best Vel'Koz item holder until you get Void online. So why not try to 3-star it? You do hurt the mech player, but you also really buff your mid game too. So this is just, and he only had to use 1 Nikos to do it, honestly. So this is actually just like a strong mid game direction for Ine to go towards the build he's choosing to.
And like, if you have a Kaiser 3, do you even necessarily need to go the Fizz? Like, if you've got a Kaiser 3, you have a very, very strong infiltrator to pair with your Kazakhs later on. You might not even need the Fizz.
I think you probably still go for the Fizz, because you need a place to put like the Zeeks and the non Vel'Koz items, and you also probably want that item on the Vel'Koz late game because it's going to do a little bit more good. Let's be real. Like you wouldn't go for a Kaisa 3 if you weren't also trying to hinder the mech infiltrator in the lobby as well. So
True.
he'll probably still swap it, because like the fact that the Kaisa is a Kaisa 3 means that he's accomplished his goal basically with this Kaisa. So yeah, I think you could sell it pretty comfortably and still go for the Void comp you're kind of planning on. But we'll see. It's certainly stronger than it would be normally.
I'm I mean, he's not in a great spot for this build right now. He's a little bit low on eco. He's low on HP, and in terms of levels, he's only level 5. So he's not exactly in the best spot for this build right now.
Yeah, there is such a thing as tunneling too hard in terms of finding that Kaisa.
Yeah, but let's say that he knocks Kiyun out in 8th or 7th, and he gets like a 5th or even potentially a 4th at best, right? He's already put himself in a spot where the people contesting his spot in the lobby have taken the L already, right? So just in terms of a point strategy, it's a legitimate point strategy, because like Kiyun is close to him in points at this point in time. So to knock someone who's close to you in points down a little bit, it means you have one less competitor at the point threshold that you need to worry about.
Right. And so we are on to infiltrators, coincidentally, in terms of the neutral round. So we'll see what he finds. One big thing is that he'll be able to hit the Vel'Koz too fairly quickly if he finds another one, because he still does have one Nico to spend on it, but it's all about finding that Cho'Gath right now. That's what you're kind of really lacking. He's going to roll down a little bit. A Kha'Zix 3 would help a lot. A Malphite 3 would be useful as well. He does find the Kha'Zix 3. So 2 3-star infiltrators right now. Definitely going to be strong.
He's very close to
Oh, TF3 as well. Okay.
and he's one Malphite away from Malphite 3 here. He might even just Nico's it to save his eco.
Yeah, I think so too. I think this is a pretty big power spike for him right now. He puts a Brambles on the Malphite, which is going to make it last a good long time. And you still have 26 gold remaining. And he'll have 30 actually if he manages to win this round. Kyun does get the mech together, but as you can see, pretty weak back line with that mech right now.
He doesn't have the damage. Like, you're not
Yeah.
going to get through that Malphite. He just doesn't have the damage at this point in time. And yeah, the mech being online is great, but he has got, like, I would say marginal, like, suboptimal items for the mech. He's had to go for the Warmogs, which means he's not going to have the QSS, which, you know, if the Zephyr comes out from teams, like, the QSS is so important. So that's probably what he's aiming for over the next few rounds. He's looking for the QSS to make sure that he has at least the best chance in terms of mech items possible to make sure he can get a good placement here.
Yeah. So going for a little bit of a hyper roll variety in terms of this void build, which is something I've seen in the past. It's definitely not as common, and it kind of came a little bit from trying to grab those Kaisas too. So I think it's a little bit questionable how well this is going to do in the mid game. But having 4 3-stars of any kind are pretty strong right now.
I mean, a Kaiser 3 with Morellonomicon is always going to be very good. So, you know, I think you're okay on that front. Plus, he
Probably.
has the Kha'Zix 3 now as well. And look at the damage he's doing overall. I genuinely think he can eco up here and now start to work towards the later stages, which is, you know,
Totally, yeah.
adding in the Cho'Gath and adding in the Vel'Koz too. Like, Ine is in a great spot. And if he gets a
Oh,
top
there it
4, he's,
is.
yeah, bam, easy.
Now you got to hit level 7. And that's exactly what he does. Just spends down, goes to level 7. Comp is officially online.
We need one more level to get the Vi in, but overall, you've now got the void bonus on. I think he's looking to bounce the infiltrator talons. He's bouncing the infiltrator talons, and he's going infiltrator. That's that 4 infiltrator with the fizz?
Yep, sure is. I like it.
Wow.
I think you know, again, if you're waiting for those brawlers, and he does, did he actually sell the Vi or he just didn't find the Vi yet? Either way, he's got a TF in the back lines attacking super fast, and that's pretty crazy.
Oh, wow. And also, now you can just start to take items for your Kha'Zix if you really want, but you have the Kaiser providing a lot of damage regardless. This is definitely a very interesting adaptation, and I really like it as well because
Yeah.
talking about TF, one of the things that we've always talked about when we've discussed TF on the broadcast has been how inconsistent his ultimate can be. Well, you dive him into a backline where there are enemies surrounding him. You get one TF ultimate, it's likely going to hit in multiple targets.
Yeah, he's gonna get right up in people's faces with that. It's pretty funny. I've seen, you know, I've seen a number of different sort of infiltrator variations with this. A lot of times people like to put the infiltrator spat on Cho'Gath as well because he just casts his ult so fast when you get in the back line with all that attack speed. But the TF is a nice adaptation because you maintain the sorcerer buff, and later on, ideally the chrono buff once you add Blitzcrank back in. Very cool stuff. So moving over to final DF as far as the viewpoint goes in this one, and he is just going for as many synergies as humanly possible apparently right now. Has everything, but in the end, it's a Kale build.
Yeah, this is a classic Kale mid game. Like, it's just he's got the MF already. I think he went for did he go for he must have gone for a fast 8 on 4-3 and then rolled to find the MF here. This is just like classic Kale in the mid game. You generally have a mismatch of loads of different synergies.
Yep, nothing like a cool 8 different synergies in the game right now. I suppose Mercenary is a synergy of 1, but it counts.
Oh
That's a
yeah,
strong Kale though. I like the Death Cap, Hand of Justice. No defensive items though, but you're going to have either a lot of damage or a lot of healing to combine with the Celestial, and it's barely enough to pull him through with the win over nature.
I think at this point you take what you get when you're at 48 HP coming into the final PvE round. The final PvE round, because you can't afford to wait around and tank much more HP because it's so important that your HP is good going into round 5. And that's definitely the correct move. I think a KO without a defensive item is going to come undone as we go further into the game. But he also has the trap claw on the MF. You can rely on the MF with a couple of extra item pickups over the next couple of rounds to do the work as well. And if he
True.
gets an MF2, that might be enough to secure him a top 4, top 3. I think in this situation, when you've rolled your eco down and you have very limited 2 stars, the best placement that he's looking for is probably a fourth or a third.
So when he was scouting just now, I saw that Kyun has the Demolitionist Spat. He actually found the greatest Kaisa item that can make up for the lack of a couple stars there. So we'll see if Kyun can stay alive. He's at 14 HP, but he's got a pretty good build right now. Kiting is hard, actually, with snipers here. Interesting. You don't see
Yeah.
many snipers these days.
Is this Sniper Vanguard? Is this actually just the old school Sniper Vanguard that we do not see a huge amount of?
Yeah.
Um,
I don't
that's
think it's great right now because your front line gets owned by Void and your back line gets owned by infiltrators. So
mm,
I don't think it's the strongest way to go. However, using your Nikos to get a Jin 2 almost immediately, which I think is what he did, um, is a way to possibly secure like a top 4, which is really all you
yeah,
need to do if you're higher in points.
exactly. Kiting's in a great spot right now, and I think that the Vanguard Sniper is just a good top 4 build. Like Vanguard Sniper is just a solid top 4 build. It's got a good mid game. The only thing it really comes undone to is things like Last Whisper on the Shredder build, but you have 4 tanky units, all of whom need to have their armor shredded as well. So I think it's like a solid way to secure a top 4 spot.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't know
Kiting,
if I'd recommend it on the ladder right now because of the
no.
prevalence of Shredder and Candyland and Void. But in a tournament situation like this, especially in a universe like the Nicoverse, where people are going to be focusing on comps that pop those 2-star 4 costs pretty often and rely less maybe on the hyper roll builds, you maybe have a little bit better chance, but it feels a bit risky. Meanwhile, final DF still continuing to get a little bit stronger there, added the Cassidin too, which always helps.
I love how he was scouting specifically for Kiyun because he knows that that's the one build that I think he really is going to struggle against, especially with no defensive item on his Kale. And the
Right.
MF comes in clutch versus Soju here. Who Soju is a player that's on the very cusp, I think, of the points difference right now. I think he's in 8th currently. If I can just double
Oof.
check. Yeah,
That would
he's
be
20.
tragic for Soju to miss it barely like that.
He's at 28 points. So with an 8th, he's at real danger of being knocked out of the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't reach 30, you're not making it. Almost certainly, based on the point spread we saw yesterday in EU, need to get at least like 31 to probably contest. But it'd be rough otherwise.
Got to keep our eyes on everybody in the bottom 4 right now because we are potentially 1 or 2 rounds from seeing a couple of guys exit
Yep.
at 8th and 7th.
Sphinx playing the laser printer here. He's actually got the chalices on the Sona, which not as effective as it used to be, and you can kind of tell that Vel'Koz only got 1 ultimate off, so Sphinx is going to take a pretty big hit there. But that said, Kale is one of those comps that works well into Void generally because the Kale is just simply out of range a lot of times. Kyun down to 1 HP and Soju is out, so Soju probably not making it into Giant Slayer Series Season 2. And honestly, Kyun's future in the tournament is a little bit on the line right now as well.
Yeah, if he comes out 7th here, there is a very real risk that Kiyun doesn't make it to our top 8. He's trying to position against the people that he feels he's going to struggle against the most, but honestly, without that Kaiser 3, even with the demo spat, without the Shaco 3, I don't think he's found Shaco 3 as of yet either. He's still waiting for one more. He's in a rough spot.
At least he has a strong mech. He's got a couple 3 costs. He's got a couple tanky items on here. He's got to rely on the stuns to carry him through. Pretty good luck salt into the back line here.
It
Mech
was a
breaks
great
apart. Uh-oh. This is not looking good. It's your boy Beastie. Looks like he's going to knock Kyun out of this game and possibly out of the tournament.
I don't think Annie's gonna win this from. I think Kiyun's
GG.
out.
Yikes. All right. Kyun exits in 7th. We'll have to take a look at the point totals in the end of the line, but it's looking unlikely that Kyun's going to make the top 8.
That was 33 points for Kiyun because he got the 7th. So 33, I think, is going to be on the very
Barely be
edge
in there.
of, yeah, he could barely be top 8, which But I actually think the story of Kyun in general has been the inconsistency of mech. I think
Yeah.
previously he would dominate when he spammed this build, but over 6 games he has not had the consistency that he had previously. And we talked about it during Europe. Was this build just too good? Was it still a build that needed adjusting? Well, maybe not. Maybe we were wrong to maybe sort of point fingers towards it a little bit earlier than usual, because although we saw success with it in EU, it hasn't had that same success replicated in NA.
Well, we talked earlier about the slight compositional differences between the two regions as well. EU being much more kale based in a lot of places, and so perhaps the compositions that we saw in the EU qualifiers yesterday favored mech succeeding a little bit more. Could also come down to just the items and when people came online with like Curvor playing mech and stuff. So when these kind of two regions clash, when Giant Slayer Series Season 2 starts properly, it's going to be really interesting. Do we have Void v Void here? Laser Printer for Sphinx does have a 3-star Kaisa. Oh, that's Soju's. Never mind. That's Ine's getting the back line, and yeah, that's gonna be pretty strong. I was gonna say that wrecks him. It looks like Sphinx is down to 5 HP here, nearly out.
We're actually watching Kiting is Hard as well at the moment, and he's running that Vanguard sniper build. He's now at 11 HP.
Sure.
Like, this is one round between a potential top 4 and a 6th. So, like I said, this build is not fantastic. This build is not like insane, but it's definitely a good top 4 if you get the right matchups.
All right. So Kiting is Hard in 4th place right now, trying to stay alive. And we will see. I don't have a ton of confidence in Vanguard Sniper right now, but I do
He
like
already
the
knows.
Chalice on the Karma. Oh boy.
He already knows, dude. Look at him. He's like, no, I'm out.
Yep.
This I'm 100% out. He's just going straight over to the corner to see if he can buy himself enough time. Sphinx is out.
Oh no, he died right before Nature's and he takes 5th. That was a millisecond difference. But that might be a big deal for Kiting.
He's at 34 points, so he takes 34 here.
Probably okay.
It's going to be close. It really depends on the other lobby as well, but I mean, 5th is an okay position given the build that he was running, because it's not a particularly strong build in the meta right now.
Sure. So we'll see who we jump to now. Let's see. So a couple different options here. Ine, I think, is the most interesting player to watch in this lobby right now, because he has put together kind of an interesting version of some popular comps. Otherwise,
I like following Ine in this situation. He's in a really, really good spot, and I think if you look at his points as well, like, he was also at the 30 mark, which is where Kiting was before. So, a good finish here almost guarantees him top 4. In fact, I would say just straight up guarantees him top 4. I think being even in the top 3 right now, he's through to our top 8. I don't want to make it any kind of huge assertions, but I definitely feel like that's what I'm thinking based on the points that he's going to end up with at the end of this game.
So it's your boy Beastie. Whoa, 6 infiltrator for Ine as well. He did it. Got the infiltrator spats online that he needed to. So that is just an insane amount of attack speed that his backline is getting here. That's crazy. Found the Echo. I don't think I've ever seen a 6 infiltrator game before, but oh no, is he going to lose this?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's your boy Beastie, the Xayah expert, getting a win there.
What I would say is that one of the most interesting additions that It's Your Boy Beastie has got on is the fact that he's running double Shojin's Fiora. When you run double Shojin's Fiora with a Blademaster synergy, she basically constantly riposts, which means she essentially almost all the time denying damage and all the time finding a 4-second to stun onto someone. And it kind of goes underrated as kind of like a tanky carry in the front line of that Shredder build with the Shojins. So Shojin's Fiora is a big play for It's Your Boy Beastie.
It's going to make immediately. It's going to make Ine pivot immediately. Adds on Chrono, adds on Sorcerer. Just gets the 4 or 2 brawlers rather back. So just tries to make his comp a little bit more well-rounded here. Took out the MF really quickly, and that's going to help him get the win this round at least. It looks like.
I think it's very likely that he's going to get top 2 in this situation. Then it's going to be up to a 1v1 versus him.
Well, now it's guaranteed. Final DF out in 3rd. And so it's your boy Beastie versus Ine. And so we'll see if the changes Ine made are going to make enough of a difference. He's still looking for some pretty crucial stuff like a Vel'Koz 2, a Cho'Gath 2. So he's missing some pretty important pieces if he wants to win this lobby.
Yeah, he doesn't have any items on the Vel'Koz, I guess, which I guess
With
slightly reduced.
Void, it's not as bad, but it does make a
Yeah,
difference.
I think you're really looking at like his Kai'Sa and his Vel'Koz. I mean, the problem, sorry, his Kha'Zix. The problem is that he's not running any great offensive items on the Kha'Zix. He's kind of relying on Kai'Sa, who at this point in the game, without demo spat, is falling off the face of a cliff. Versus this comp that you see that It's Your Boy Beastie's running, I think he's in a stronger position overall.
Yeah. Oh, Luluwalt. All right. Luluwalt definitely took a lot of that power away from Ine there. And it's your boy Beastie getting another round win. And it's going to be a long 1v1. Ine has some time to strengthen this build a little bit, but it's going to be pretty tough to beat that Shredder comp.
I think if you're in a I think you're looking for an item that's going to work for your Kha'Zix. I think maybe the Ginsu's is not bad.
Yeah, maybe. Is he going to live long enough to make that happen, though? That's the question.
We'll have to see. I think this Shredder is just in a great spot right now for Issy Boy Beastie. He's got the Lulu 2, like you said, which is like a win condition for anybody playing kind of a composition. Just slotting in a Lulu 2 is always going to be good. He actually throws in the MF2 with the Ginsu's Rage Blade, so maybe enough to get a wide MF ultimate and potentially put enough damage down onto Itsy Boy Beastie's team.
Right, you've got the sorcerer buff helping out the MF ultimate a little bit. She's going to do a lot of damage. Void can kind of capitalize and finish people off. The infiltrators are going to distract a lot from any pressure that would be on MF, but it doesn't look like it's going to make any difference at all. MF ult not doing a whole lot of damage with that, and Ine on the verge of death, and it doesn't look like there's too much he can do to come back in this one.
No, I think this is going to be rough. I love the positioning of Itsy Boy Beastie as well. He knows that just trying to keep the Xayah away from the Kai'Sa is the most important thing. And actually, I really want to build on that point that you just mentioned. Without a Vel'Koz 2 and without a Cho'Gath 2, you're not actually worried about frontlining your Xayah, because all of the threatening stuff jumps to the back, and now infiltrators automatically jump to the back, so you can't even frontline your infiltrators to try and put pressure on the Xayah. So this is just a good set of positioning from Itsy Boy Beastie, because he doesn't have to worry about anything on the front line. It's all about worrying about those infiltrators.
Yeah, pretty much. One more round. If Ine loses, he is out in second place, which still puts him in a great spot overall in the standings. But you want to win every game. It feels good, right? But looks fine. It's your boy Beastie. Looks like he's going to take the win on this one. But like I said, I believe this still secures Ine number one in the standings overall, even with the second place. But it's your boy Beastie winning that one. But the thing is, I don't think It's Your Boy Beastie is even going to get enough points from this to qualify. We will see. I'm really curious to see what the score breakdown is at the end of this one. But congrats to Beastie for playing a lot of strong Shredder games today. But will it be enough? The drum roll has begun.
I'm not sure what the cutoff's going to be here. I know that the players at the bottom generally are kind of down at the bottom for a lot. I think the second game is still going on in the top two, and I think it's between Grand Vice and Aegon right now. And Grand Vice's positioning is probably going to be irrelevant in terms of getting him anywhere near the top 8. But Aegon, who has got 2 first place, I think he's got 1 first place, but has had a lot of really top tier scores. He's in a great spot to get to our top 8 of the Giant Slayer series. So I'm very much looking forward to the qualification as we end that second game that we were following. But I do think Ine's in. I think the cutoff is going to be somewhere around 31, 32 again. I think there's going to be the cutoff that we're going to see in North America. It's similar to what we saw in Europe.
Yeah, it seems that way. We also have a bunch of players at 37 actually right now. I'm just looking at the updated one at the moment. I don't know if it's totally updated. It's not totally updated yet, but towards the top of the rankings, I think we can see some players that are almost certainly going through. Sphinx, Natures, and Crow and all at 37 points. But let's check out the end of this last game. Aegon with Star Guardian Sorcerer again.
Maybe
Wow.
we're underrating it, dude. Maybe we're underrating it. Like, I genuinely think this build is okay.
I would love it if this build came back. It was my favorite build of all time to play. But I don't know, man. I can't say anything about it if it's working. So
it's two top 2s in a row for Aegon.
yeah, it's totally uncontested right now, and he's gotten all the way to level 8, so that lets him add Mystic in as well. Does he have a Star Guardian bangle? He does not. Okay. Yeah. Huh.
I mean, maybe we overlooked the Syndra buffs. Maybe they're enough at Syndra 3 to make her incredibly relevant again. I think you need double Seraphs though. I think that's like a at least one Seraphs
Right.
and a Chalice, or double Seraphs. Like that's just like the crucial items. Otherwise, I just don't think she's going to ult enough.
I
But
think the big asterisks here are the fact that this is a treasure trove galaxy, which lets him
mhm.
have crazy stuff like two Zerat portals on a Poppy 3, and like all the perfect Nico items, pretty much perfect Syndra items with the double Seraphs. That MF. All right. Yeah, looks like it's not going to quite be enough. And Grand Vice is going to win this last game. Aegon, though, still taking a second with Star Guardian Sorcerer. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's enough points to secure him the top 8 position. And Grand Vice getting a 10 points at the end there. I don't think it's putting him in the running for qualifying, but he was running like that weird hybrid Kale Blaster build that we've seen him run before with the Chrono and with the Misfortune. So it's just nice to see the flexibility of compositions that can still find top 1 positions in lobbies, and it's
Yeah.
kind of a bit of a learning lesson for people watching as well, to say that yeah, you can bend the rules a little bit. You can stray outside of your cookie cutter compositions that you see online to find top positions in the highest lobbies.
So according to my calculations, that win actually bumps Ine out of number 1 in the total standings and actually gives it to Aegon, who has reached 40 points, which is a lot of points to get over the course of the day. So really, really good day for Aegon. We're going to see the total updated scoreboard in a moment, but at the moment, looks like Aegon number 1, and there it is. So in the end, the cutoff is 33 points, and our top 8 are Aegon, Ine, Sphinx, Natures, Crowan, Kiting is Hard, Kyun, and Tien. Kyun sneaking in there barely with a tie for the lowest amount of points. Final DF barely missing out at 31. And a lot of surprising players. Becca, Grand Vice, Polt, Soju not making it to that top 8, not making it to Giant Slayer Series Season 2.
Yeah, Becca had a 7th and a 6th in the final games that we were following. So
That'll do it.
although she had some really good performances, it's kind of that feast or famine play style that we've come to expect from Becca. Soju is a big one missing out. Polt, obviously, we've talked about him to death, as well as Grand Vice. But I actually look at this top 8, and I think I'm not surprised by Ine, not surprised by Kiting and Crowan. They're all really consistent. But Sphinx, maybe Aegon. Like Aegon, I know is a good player, but I guess I haven't seen as much from him, compared to some of our sort of bigger players on the ladder.
Mm.
That's all huge. And Tien sneaking in, running the Void Kha'Zix build pretty consistently in his games is big for him. And Kiyun, it's not the same kind of performance that we've seen from him from Mech, but he does get a top 8 qualification spot.
He's got a whole tournament to come up with some adaptations to try to change things and perform a little bit better. But I'm really happy to see Aegon do so well in this one. He's another player that I feel like has just been always on the edge of really having a top performance in a tournament. And this might be the start of a very, very good Giant Slayer series for him. Sphinx, it's exciting to see a relatively new face in the top echelons of competitive TFT. He's been around for a little while, but this is definitely going to be a breakout moment for him getting into Giant Slayer Series Season 2. And Crowan as well, getting another chance. Seems to always sneak in there, always part of the top of the pack, maybe a tournament that he can finally make a run towards winning.
I kind of want to highlight some interesting storylines with people like Sphinx and Aegon, in the sense that Sphinx ran Mana Printersona Void a lot this
Yes, he
competition.
did. Yeah.
And it's a build that most people wrote off as being competitively viable or viable in your average game. And then Aegon running the Star Guardian Sorcerer, which we talked about over the last 2 games, two builds that we thought were basically dead,
Yeah.
finding good positions and good placements, which is just interesting to see that the meta maybe isn't as closed as a lot of people previously thought.
Right. So, on that note, we won't have any sort of a post-game interview. Discord is not working very well at the moment for some reason, so we're not able to get anyone in for that, unfortunately. But closing thoughts, Excoundrel. What's your takeaways from today? Besides what you just said, I guess you kind of went over it, and I would say a
Yeah.
lot of the same things. Like we saw a great variety of builds today, didn't we?
Yeah, I think one of the things that's been criticized for this patch and some of the patches previously is that the builds were too stale. You couldn't pivot. There was just good builds that you would go and they would be the good builds. But I think
Mhm.
it's because some people forgot about the builds that were previously strong, and small nerfs don't always put that build in the dustbin.
Yeah.
And we've seen that proven today. Like Star Guardian Sorcerers, two top 2s in a row. the Mana Printer Sona build, allowing Sphinx to find consistent performances and get himself into the top 8. Like, don't discount these builds. The meta is still quite open. It's not as closed and as closed circuit as we previously thought.
Right. Certainly seems that way. We want to send out a big thanks to juke.gg for sponsoring the tournament. Of course, just visit juke.gg to find a ton of esports stuff aggregated in one spot. I use it pretty much every day to just watch a lot of games that I haven't maybe tried out before. But for this, exclamation point GSS in the chat, I believe, still takes you to our landing page where you can find all the POVs. That's going to be useful when Giant Slayer series starts overall. But yeah, thanks to them for sponsoring the tournament. I'm wondering if we have like a final graphic to show our players in Giant Slayer series. I'm waiting to find that out before I close it out. I guess we don't, but you guys know, if you go back and watch some VODs, look over the course of the next two. I can actually just read it off here. Here's our players in Giant Slayer series season 2 from Europe. We have Sunny Lu, Curvor, Dark Hydra, Higa, Gunmei, and Disik. And then from the North American region, we have Aegon, Ine, Sphinx, Nature's Crowan, and Kiting is Hard. So there you go. And Kyun as well. Yep. And Lev Trusky from Europe as well. I didn't go quite far enough down on the spreadsheet, but there you go. There's our players. A lot more to look forward to. I can't wait for Giant Slayer Series Season 2. It's going to be a ton of fun. It's been great casting with the Excoundrel. I believe we can just close it out there. So that's what we're going to do. Thanks for watching, guys. See you soon for Giant Slayer Series Season 2. Catch you then.